find time-sensitive targets and they use tactical ballistic missiles. Iskander-Ms, go figure, it works. Um, and long-range rockets to strike at time-sensitive targets they identify. So yes, they've learned all right. They perfected their drones, they perfected their ammunition, loitering ammunition, and uh, the Russian Air Force finally showed up. And this is all because of the deterring. As we've discussed here many times, almost 2 years ago, one of the points of ATACMS was get them into a streamlined targeting process where you can hit time sensitive targets with tactical ballistic missiles. Go figure. The Russians have done it.
Yeah, and they're good at using their glide bombs now with better targeting because they have so many Orlans in the sky. My colleagues who are on site say that whenever one of their drones goes up, they have at least three, if not quickly, four, five Orlans coming up, doing the reverse triangulation, find out where things come from, and take it down. That's what it is because they can
Hmm.
produce the Orlan in such vast numbers as it is such a simplistic thing. And thank you for highlighting, by the way, Nuno, that it's so difficult to detect because the Orlan does not, for lack of a real radar signature, for lack of high speed, by the way, and flying low, it is very difficult to detect. They need, just with the Shaheds, they need spotters to find it.
And they probably need some more self-propelled anti-air guns that we don't produce anymore.
Yeah, all these nice flak, the stuff which we once had, which Kongsberg
Yeah,
and our friend from Bofors and the Germans and the Italians once produced, and nobody does anymore.
in vast numbers, in
Exactly.
vast numbers. Yeah, we're that's one of the problems. One of the key tenets of the coming warfare beyond autonomous weapons and all that is you don't leave home without your self-propelled anti-air gun because drones will get you. That's not science fiction, it's reality. So I think in this instance we've allowed the Russians to adapt. Of course they've adapted. But I say it's Russia isn't exactly um bottomless in terms of capabilities or in terms of um, man and material. Okay, they're not bottomless. They're not infinite, and they've been suffering some severe attrition in the last few months. Last couple of months have been really dramatic for them.
So, Nuno, how would you like to press them harder? What could we enable the Ukrainians to do best in order to press the Russians hard and treat them where it counts?
Counter battery fire, significant ammo for counter battery fire to allow building of fortifications, and self-propelled guns, self-propelled anti-air guns, sorry, and significant numbers of long-range fires. All of this flows on logistics. If you cut the railway they've built in the south, and if you cut Crimea and you cut the Kerch Bridge, their situation becomes increasingly difficult.
So you, Philip Breedlove, Ben Hodges, Mick Ryan, and I, we still are on the same page.
We're also on the
Long
same page.
range targeting. Get rid of everything which matters on Crimea. Make it untenable. Cut the key artery.
And the rest will follow. That's it. It ain't science fiction. It ain't actually
Rocket science.
it isn't exactly some arcane solution, right? It's common sense and good planning, but it requires significant numbers of uh, missiles, basically. we need to ensue some significant destruction.
100%. Before we go to air defense, I want to talk about this in a little while, but we have a couple of hands up. Let's cycle through this. If
Okay,
you have the
fancy. Let's
Fancy,
go
then
fancy.
Sam, then Steve. Okay, Fancy.
Stephen. And yeah, I'll take these and then go.
Hey guys.
Fancy,
Thank
please.
you. Nice talking to. Oh, sorry. Is it Stan or me?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Fancy.
Yeah. Thank you. What I wanted to ask you, Nuno, is we talked about now that um US needs to unlock, or we hope that they unlock this aid, right? And then that it's being used usefully and not with red lines, and that we kind of like not send long range stuff. What makes you hopeful, or do you have actually hope that the US policy changes in that regard? Because we see them now inhibiting Ukrainians to use their own means um, to the best
N-
usefulness.
Nope. Nope. I don't see, even if the money is approved, I don't see the White House stepping up with ATACMS in numbers and all of that to take the fight to the Russians.
That's exactly the point.
No, I
The
don't.
weapon systems are not a function of the White House having supposedly the capability under the supplemental.
No, they still have 4 billion. 4 billion of all that ATACMS, unitary warhead ATACMS. It's a god awful number of missiles. 3 billion in something
3.9,
in President
3.91 was the number, and then a few
Colby came up with.
well, people came up with before him, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. Colby summarizes.
3.9, 3.9, 3.9 billion
Yeah, it's a ton of money.
in presidential drawdown authority is a god awful number of ATACMS, especially because they depreciated.
How much DPICM do you think you could get for this? The last time they sent enough capability for Ukraine to fire on the Russians for 45 days, when they invested 272 million. Oh gosh, that's less than 3.9 billion. No, Jesus, they could keep the Russians busy.
And some of that isn't there yet. The DPCIM they received, the cluster munitions they received, were from a previous package.
Aye. So they was holding stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sweetness and
Oh yeah.
sweetness and light.
Mm-hmm. And the problem is, even if they get the money, I don't think they get the political will in an election year. And that's my problem with that. It's uh, and I think the French understood this also. Actually, I think part of the French decision making, and I've addressed this in a thing that's in an interview that's coming out. I think part of the French shift of position has different shades, and the first is obviously the French seizing opportunity to impose their version of strategic autonomy. It's a political move, sure. Uh, but the others are the cyber attacks that happened against France. They have intelligence pointing to, or almost certain, they're almost certain that the US won't get the money approved. And they have intelligence on Russian future plans. I think these three things weigh down on the French on how to shift this. And obviously, Macron sees this as an opportunity to mark the agenda and to lead Europe. That's obvious politically.
It's so funny. Every French height impaired leader always wants to do this. This makes you wonder that whether we should have, say, Mr. de Gaulle back, because he at least was tall.
Well, but the truth is, he spooked the hell out of the Russians.
Yeah, but that was easy if you think about it. To be honest, you can spook the hell out of the Russians if you simply take a stance. I mean, seriously, if Meloni were to say we're gonna produce everything which we currently have in terms of gunnery designated for the ships, the vessels being produced in Italian shipyards. We're going to move this around and send whatever we have as flak to Ukraine. The Russians would have a hissy fit because they're equipping more than 40 ships currently in construction with massive amount of gunnery in addition to missiles. Could the Italians produce a lot? Yes, they can. They don't. Kongsberg, yes, they have the problem. They have a limit on what the capacity is because they
Mhm.
have a labor shortage. All right, but the Swedes, Bofors, nobody has said that Bofors can't hire more people. But Bofors currently really doesn't feel comfortable producing without having someone to buy.
Having the contracts in place, and that's the problem with the scalps too.
There you go.
I think it's. I think we go to Stan and then Stephen, and then I'll need to head out. Stan, please go.
Yeah, thanks, man. So first, I want to go back to the topic of the mobilization. Stephen, I appreciate what you said about Europe not having a mobilization since World War II. And guys, do a poll in your country among young people, and you will be surprised how many actually will go if they need to. And it's easy for you, Nuno, to talk about it because you're in Portugal. You don't have oil, you don't have much interest. You're in the western part of Europe. By the way, if I would ever immigrate, I would go to Portugal for that exact reason. And so do a poll in your country and see how many people will actually want to go and kill someone, get injured, or die. In Ukraine,
Listen, Stan, it's this. It's
no,
exactly
look, I
right.
listened.
It's
I
exactly
listened to
right.
you for
It's
half an
about.
hour.
It's
Let me
about.
finish.
It's about 20%. It's about twenty
Yeah,
percent. The poll has been
yeah,
done. It's about
yeah.
twenty
Okay,
percent.
20%. So 20%, and you're blaming Ukraine for not mobilizing enough. That's fine. And look, the difference here is that Russians are poor. If you are not in Moscow, not in Saint Petersburg or wherever bigger economy, you have really not many choices in life. And for them, the career is the military. They go here to kill for 2 grand a month, US. That's like 200,000 rubles or whatever. And in Ukraine, we have choices. Like, you can either go and die or go and make money somewhere else. And of course, the difference is that we are fighting for our survival. That's why 1 million is in the army, three of my friends are in the army, etc., etc. But I haven't heard once from the person that is in the army in Ukraine that he's there for money. No one is there for money. And I respect them for it. And that's why I'm donating a shit ton. I'm actually spending on donations more than I'm spending on myself. And so imagine two scenarios. One is like now. Well, we all know how it is. And the other scenario is with overwhelming support from the West. With overwhelming support, where there are like, please remind me how Europe or the United States strong armed Russia into something in the last 2.5 years. Please remind me. Into at least something. Like at least gas price, or at least you ban some sales to them, or like strong. Please
Stan, you understand? Stan, you understand that Europe shifted away from Russian gas, right?
look.
We're importing. We're
Look, fuck Russia's
importing.
gas. No, I was listening for you for half an hour. Please don't interrupt me. So look,
Stan, that's not how it works. All right.
Well, okay.
No, that's not how it works. Wait a second. Nuno has very little time. We have an interview segment here. I tried to explain this before. That's probably not known to you. That's fine. We typically try to make sure the questions are straightforward and quick. This didn't work perfectly well. Nuno is very accommodating. And let's make sure that if you have a question, ask your question. That's fine. Otherwise, you will have to listen until we're done with this segment. All right. So if you have a question, go to Nuno. That's fine. Do it now, quick, and then we'll have to go to Stephen after. All right.
Okay, no. A question. A very straightforward question.
Mhm.
How proactively have you helped us to fight Russia? Proactively, not reactively.
You, Europe has shifted from uh, Russian gas. That's a major, major shift that really cost a lot of people significant pain into European industry,
Oh, poor
caused
you.
significant pain. And Stan, Ukrainian pays its salaries, pays its army on European financial, macro financial support. There's 170 billion, more or less, I think all accounted for, between military support and financial support between European Union and EU member states. So yes, a lot of support has happened. A lot of things are happening. A lot of investments are being made. But the truth is, these things take time. There's no way around this. And we're stuck with the war. And Europe will need to be the backbone of what the Ukrainians are doing, defending their country and fighting for their country. Eventually, we may need to help directly. But the truth is, if Ukraine is in the fight, first it was the United States that kept it in the fight in the first moment. Let's put it this way, it's Ukrainians who kept Ukraine in the fight, but the lifeline was in the first moments the United States and the United Kingdom. But over time, the lifeline has become the European Union. And one of the great things that came out of this conflict is we're 2 years and something into this war, and you in Ukraine still retains its support in European public opinion. And that's something that I think 90% of politicians and people around the union would bet against. But Europeans stand with Ukraine 3 years into this almost. So yeah, uh, we are basically paying for it, and we are supplying the weapons for it. But you're paying with your blood and your spirit of fighting. So this is a team effort. I'd prefer if the US joined, sure, 100%, 300%, because it make all our lives easier. It would mean less dead Ukrainians. It would mean less destroyed Ukrainian cities, and it would mean a whole lot less problems for the European Union to solve and for European states to solve, scavenging for ammunition while we build up the industry for it. If we don't, well, we don't, and we'll have to adapt to it. But Stan, the thing is, yes, we can say Ukraine needs to mobilize because it's a fact. You have 1 million people, you need to mobilize, you need to rotate people, you need to refill ranks. And yes, it needs to happen. The other aspect is we need to do our part here in Europe, which is basically carrying on, supplying Ukraine, paying for the conflict, keeping the lights and keeping money flowing for the state of Ukraine to be able to pay pensioners, to pay the military, to buy food, to all do all of that. So this is a very significant effort on on everyone's behalf. And if you're winning this war, if we're stuck with a war without the US, it will be some severe and difficult months ahead. I have no doubt about that for all of us here in Europe. But the truth is, Ukrainian war is existential for Europeans, all of us. It's not existential for Ukraine alone. It's existential for Europeans because if we let Ukraine fall, the next moment we'll be fighting for the Baltics, or we'll be fighting for Romania or something else entirely. And the Chinese will say, well, if they couldn't keep Ukraine alive, they sure as hell isn't going to do anything about Taiwan. And that's a whole different economic ballgame. So, yeah, it matters. And it's not because of our kindness of heart, it's because our security has become tied and our future has become tied to what to have Ukraine win. That's it.
One
Stephen,
one
please.
boat, one crew.
Yeah, it's one fight,
Yeah,
basically.
look, I'm glad that you guys in Europe have a choice. We don't. You have a
Well,
choice to
many
support us, to
Stan,
not support
many
us.
of us, Stan, that's fine. I understand this. I understand your frustration. That's fine. But many of us are in Ukraine. You wouldn't believe how many of us. And they're dying alongside their Ukrainian friends and brothers in arms just as well. And it's not that we have a choice. We failed to
And
take the right choice beforehand to sort this out ahead of time. That's our failure. It's not us. But
and one thing I'll tell you, Stan, to finish this discussion, and before I go to Stephen and Primus, uh, if you go to see the statistics, you'll see that, for instance, strangely enough, great credit to your community here too, but strangely enough, Portugal is the country that supports where the support for Ukraine is about 90% of the population. It's Polish and Baltic levels of support. So that's a great credit to your community here, but it's also tied to our history. So uh, it's a very particular thing. Stephen, please go ahead. Quick questions, gentlemen, please.
Many thanks. Yes, with regard to your last comment, absolutely. Thank you. Obrigado to yourself and the Portuguese for their support. I don't believe that you were indeed signatories of the Budapest memorandum, but we should remember that indeed there were obligations, certainly on the part of the likes of Britain and the United States, to Ukraine under those terms. So it wasn't just, it's not just unobligated help. Very briefly, my comment about the blue helmets and the UN was not, I was not really positing that as a realistic scenario, but rather as an ironic counter illustrator to the way in which this conflict has been treated internationally by comparison to almost any other one. Now, the specific question that I have for you, Nuno, you were talking about electronic warfare and self-learning drones. I have noted some stories recently well, that indeed there are being produced in Ukraine at the present time autonomously learning and independent of autonomously learning and autonomous drones, which have been hitting armored vehicles equipped with electronic warfare suites. And you and Axel both mentioned the superiority of Russian electronic warfare suites, but some of the things that I've seen have shown almost steampunk levels of electronic warfare strapped to
Truly, truly,
right.
yeah, truly.
You know what I'm talking about. Then please, could you comment about that? Thank you.
Well, Stephen, I think obviously they have a significant electronic warfare capability. That's for sure, and they've developed quite um, unlike maneuver integrated electronic warfare because they don't really do maneuver. Um, but their electronic warfare is pretty good. So the Russians basically have adapted and have used electronic warfare to an extent that is hindering drone operations for Ukraine. That's a fact. Now, with that said, there's things that autonomous weapons are the way to go around electronic warfare. That's there's a very interesting article. I would need to find it, but it was written by Lieutenant Colonel Frankie Matisek um, and a few others, where they propose a number of things, and this is one of them. It's basically an article where they say, yes, um, it's the way to basically go around electronic warfare dominance. It's of Russia and of anyone else is we need to go into the autonomous weapons train, and that raises all sorts of questions. And let's not go into that because that's a whole show in itself. Raises all kind of ethical and practical questions and technological questions. But that's where I would just say that that's where excuse me, that's where the conflict is headed. As it progresses, that's one of the avenues that will develop for sure, Stephen. I hope that answers the question. And Primos, you're next.
Thank you, Nuno. That was actually partly one of my questions on there, so we'll save that for another show. Good to talk to you. Do you think anyone else in Europe is going to support France's position with the strategic ambiguity that I'm sure we've talked about here? Is anyone else
Mhm.
on with them, or is that a
The
solo play?
The Baltics for sure. They already came out and said that they support the French positions. The Nordics, the Swedish, for instance, the Finns also, the Danish. They've been more quiet about it, but they're if the Swedes and the Finns are in, they're in too, and also Poland for now. I think this is the core number of states that came out to say, well, this strategic ambiguity thing is the way to go forward. And I think, honestly, I think strategic ambiguity, as the French have designed it, it's a very it's a very interesting way to approach handling Russia in the macro strategic and political levels. And the other thing is, people haven't been paying attention, but this week France conducted exercise poker. Exercise poker is basically the exercise where French tests nuclear deterrence, and or it's not nuclear deterrence; it's nuclear doctrine. It's basically Rafale supported by air-to-air refueling assets penetrate at low level uh, French territory coming from the sea and armed with nuclear cruise missiles
4 times a year.
4 times a year. Yes, I think they do it every 3 months. Poker, and they exercise this consistently, and they've done it this week. It's undergoing. It's ongoing. Sorry, this week, which that's strategic deterrence. And the other aspect is the Russians will be conducting their own strategic exercises later in the month, I think, or in May, something like that. I'd have to check. So we're we're in a very interesting time in this conflict, and I think the French have the right approach. Strategic ambiguity is the right approach. Russia should worry what we could do next. And as I've said here multiple times, there's a whole lot of things to happen to the Russians outside of Russia and inside of Russia. So there's without ever doing anything in Ukraine. There's also all sorts of things that could happen to them. Uh, one interesting thing is Russia is securing gold mines in Mali, for instance, and that should go sideways, for instance. And there's a lot of Russian infrastructure out there in the middle of nowhere. So that could go sideways too. There's a lot of ethnic tensions in Russia. That could go sideways too. We should keep the Russians guessing, and I think the French are right about that. And I like that position, and I think that's the way to go. Obviously, that needs also to translate in industrial mobilization, of course.
And it needs France's allies in Europe to do the same thing. That's the key thing.
Yes.
This only works if Spain doesn't sit on the fences because it's busy with its domestic policies. It does not work if Italy doesn't support France when it comes to delivering air defense systems all across Eastern Europe, which it can, and provide the gunnery we've said before. It doesn't help if Sweden, whilst talking a good game, doesn't order from Bofors. It doesn't help if the Germans, my dearly beloved countrymen, are sitting and wondering as to what kind of TikTok video they should publish today for the Chancellor to look like a school teacher. And it doesn't help if Rishi Sunak hasn't appeared in public for fear for fear of looking even smaller than Macron.
Rishi Sunak is not long in office.
I don't disagree, but he really hasn't appeared in public much recently, has he?
No, I think the British are too occupied with their own internal politics for now,
Well,
and that will
Lord
that's
Cameron, Lord
happening.
Cameron is at least talking a good game, and he's really, really focused. He's actually talking the right stuff. If you take his last video from last week prior to departure,
Mm-hmm.
that was a good game.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is that unfortunately our American friends haven't quite understood that not only did they fail to pay their taxes, but they're also failing to support their long-standing allies. It's terrifying, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, here we are.
Obrigado. Nuno, thank you so much for joining us this
Of
evening. It was a real pleasure.
Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you in a few. Not next week, but probably the week after. We'll
We
be
will
here.
be here with you and for you. Thank you so much.
Bye, 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 bye. Thank
Ciao.
you, everyone.
Bye bye.
Bye.
All righty. Primus, good evening, by the way, if I may say so. Long time no speak, you sod.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's been a while, Axel. It's good to hear your voice and good to see Ellen there.
And don't forget, I now currently have a voice, which is even better, you wouldn't believe. But Alan, good evening to you too.
Good evening, Axel. As always, fascinating time with Nuno up here, especially on a day like today that just has to be regarded as a dire time in this war.
Do you remember sometime in the it must have been in the very distant past, there was a celestial being. Sorry, there was someone named Celeste, rendering heartfelt support of Ukraine in its self-defense. No, sorry, I'm wrong. Rendering a rather nihilistic, bureaucratic, completely impervious to common sense statement of a political operator in the Defense Department who hasn't served, who's useless. Sorry, who's utterly well dressed, and oh god, there was less than 24 hours prior to Russia targeting critical infrastructure. Gosh, if only this Democrat. What's the name of this king of the Swedes and Danes and Vikings? Knut. This Democrat equivalent of a Knut has been so utterly convivial as to tell the Ukrainians that they should better not actually attack Russian refineries and military establishments. It's astonishing what Miss Wallander, who Jeff Fish and I have a special place in hell for, has said yesterday, and how quickly that could be invalidated, right?
Well, invalidated by the general sitting beside her, General Chris Cavoli. And it's his testimony that you need to pay attention to. Wallander should be relieved of duty.
I agree with you. Thank you for saying this. What Miss Wallander, just like Colin Cowell, also, by the way, in the past, has conveyed is clear evidence of a daily dereliction of duty. Cavoli's statement was fantastic. Crisp, clear, direct, comprehensive, as it should be, not mincing words, no big feelings, but at the same time, gee, this. If you read through this a few times, I mean, people who have watched it and have not associated themselves with the underlying topic as much probably might have been shocked. But people who have watched it, knowing what was about to be said, knowing who he said it to, and which administration he is forced to serve, I think that Mr. Sullivan might have had a hissy fit where he sits. Might have had a very, very little hissy fit under the table where he hides underneath.
Well, Sullivan can't depart too soon either. Cavoli needs a larger and larger role prepared for him in the American military. He already has, of course, a big role, the Supreme Commander of NATO. But I mean, he's a brilliant man. And all you have to do is listen to his analysis, and you understand why American policy toward Ukraine must be taken out of the hands of accountants, politicians, and policy academics like Jake Sullivan. Listen to the generals.
Yeah, it's funny actually. It was Ike who told us that we should not be trusting the generals. But Ike previously was a general, and George C. Marshall played a very, very important role in making sure that the Truman administration didn't fail. But let me highlight the following. This is from Cavoli, all right? Statement, quote, diplomatically, Russia has used the past 2 years to attempt to alter the global security architecture by creating relationships that challenge the existing order. Russia, the PRC, Iran, and the PRK are forming interlocking strategic partnerships across the world's largest landmass. This bloc of adversaries is more cohesive and dangerous than any threat the United States has faced in decades.
You cannot put it more plainly than that. and it puts into context the utter failure of the Biden administration's policy currently, and of course it calls out Mike Johnson and the appeasers in Congress.
Oh, 100%. They should. You know what? There's this game, or actually, it's a projection. It's a saying. You have this both in Britain as well as in Germany and the Netherlands and the Scandinavians as well. That you, if you dread people who are all collectively absolutely useless, you could put them all in a sack, tie it up, and hit the sack. You would never hit the wrong one. That seems to be the case.
It really does. And these recent statements that about why Ukraine should not be striking Russian oil refining facilities. No, they're coming even from Lloyd Austin. They're coming from Antony Blinken. Neither of those gentlemen want to be making these statements. I mean, this is being imposed on them, I feel, but unfortunately, it is undermining Ukraine. It's undermining the United States. It's undermining NATO. It's undermining our standing in the world as the arsenal of democracy. It's actually undermining our allies' reliance on us, a problem that Joe Biden fixed in the first 48 hours of his presidency. Now he has created his own problem, and I don't know who's going to fix it for him.
That's the thing. All that relevant activism at the right time, that's neat. That's good. Thank you. Well done then. But since, oh my gosh.
You can say more than "oh my gosh," Axel.
No, I left it hanging there because I wanted you to revert to it. Because you and I, the funny thing is, people may or may not know this. Alan and I make up the old school national security center of politics. We're really boring people. He's a little bit more to the left, I'm a little bit more to the right. But at the same time, we would never roll in different directions. And that's the key thing.
And we would never argue which end of the rowboat is the bow.
Oh, I've recently again, given the fact that there's no time at all, so I reread Admiral Stavridis' Sea Power because it's such a nicely done book. Yeah, some passages are pretty self-evident and whatnot, but there are a couple of nuggets in there. He's so well spoken and he knows how to write and argue his case. And there are a couple of things he wrote about all of us, quite literally. And he wrote about discipline and dedication and what he learned when he first nearly actually hit a buoy and didn't really make it well into Hong Kong harbor. Because he was distracted by the beauty of Hong Kong and the fact that he had to do this job and he was not really good at it at that time, but then he improved. But the key thing which he highlights, Stavridis highlights all the time, is exactly that. You need to know how to navigate. You need to assess where you are, what the realities are. You need to know your direction. So starboard, you need to know where it is, my dear.
And you need to know the color of your running lights. You can remember it easily just by me remembering red is the color of port.
Oh, come on, you Americans. You have no idea. You don't know what you're doing.
Grass, green right on starboard.
Yeah, but the thing is, he goes, when you cross the Atlantic, you end up over there and everything changes.
IALAB.
IALAB. Well,
Yes, sorry. That's the International Association of Lateral Marks. There are two. Sorry, I'm sorry. I had to jump in here. Being a professional navigator and a mariner. Yeah. IALA and B. Basically, the Americas hold to the red right return rule, which is an artifact of, I think, the Civil War, and everywhere else in the world.
Exactly, it is an artifact of the Civil War, absolutely 100%. Well done, 2 points. Stephen!
it's funny. I was just about to say all you need to know is red right returning, coming home into the harbor, but obviously it only works here.
But the rest of us in the yeah, well, yeah, we do it the correct way.
And Americans complain about having to drive on the left in the United Kingdom and Bermuda, I think, or the Bahamas or someplace. There are a few other places where you drive on the left. Well, anyway, red right returning works everywhere on the East Coast and West Coast and the Gulf of Mexico. I'll take my instructions from you, Stephen, when I sail the Mediterranean. Stephen.
Yes, so I was just going to remark on what we were saying before about the restrictions being placed on speakers in the United States about whether or not they should. The attacks on the refineries, it just flashed through my mind. Scenes that were never left on the cutting room floor. Episode 4, Star Wars, which was the original movie, as the Death Star approaches its final targeting solution on the rebel planet. The debate rages among the rebel forces as to whether they should really be targeting the Death Star or not. Thank you.
It's pointless debate. It's pointless debate inside the administration. The curtain has been raised on that debate. This mindless talk about escalation and trying to manage escalation as if you can manage a war, and you can only do that if you are a military person, a logistician, a Ben Hodges, a Mick Ryan, a Chuck Farrer, a Nuno Felix, a Thomas Tyner, and Axel. But this is mindless discussion inside the administration. It's even more mindless in Congress because tomorrow the House will again be in recess so that the Speaker can go to Mar-a-Lago and visit the former president, who has no business being in this debate whatsoever. He's a private citizen. He's breaking the law as far as I'm concerned. And it is astounding that neither Johnson nor Jake Sullivan met with the foreign minister, David Cameron, the foreign secretary from the United Kingdom. They canceled their meetings with this man.
My God, I didn't know that. Is that true? Really?
Both. Mike Johnson cancelled. Mike Johnson didn't accept the invitation to a meeting. Let's put it this way, and said he had scheduling issues, or as you probably call it, scheduling issues. And the other person, Mr. Sullivan, delighted in saying that he was so busy with his schedule that he had to make it a phone call rather than a meeting. That's very good if you are the young, aspiring mid-40s national security advisor to an aging president, and you have failed on pretty much every account since you started operating in this field. I mean, disaster in Afghanistan, disaster on Crimea the first time around when you were asked, by the way, disaster thereafter. when it comes to advising the president as to the likelihood of it being a minor incursion. Alan, do you remember? Minor incursion. And the likes, and it continues. And so if you're just Mr. Sullivan, because you haven't studied at a proper university, please, Yale, go, sod off. I mean, seriously. Dave,
astounding hubris and cowardice. Sorry.
Yes, true. Dave at least was riotously happy at Oxford. And if you watch the video, which he made walking out of the NATO meeting and saying, that's what needs doing. If you watch that video, Dave hasn't lost his eloquence. And he's very succinct, very clear. He's good at analysis. He knows how to package it. And he did this exceptionally well. That was a week before he traveled into the bloody US. And Alan, you haven't paid them your taxes, have you? Have you paid your taxes?
Yeah, not quite, but
Okay, so
don't
right,
stress me out, Axel.
that was just a question. If you haven't paid your taxes, that's okay. So you haven't paid your taxes, and you've disinvited him from meeting a subaltern of the president. This is Lord Cameron, right? The former prime minister of the Queen's government. He is currently the foreign secretary, from your perspective. If you think about it, Mr. Sullivan is such a fucknut, such a piece of human detritus. It's astonishing. What hubris! Stephen doesn't even cut it. What a miserable
cowardice.
What a miserable sod.
Yes, cowardice and yes, a miserable sod. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I truly believe that he is paid by the Russians.
No, he's not good enough to be entertained by them. He's just a gullible one. He is a utopian believer of his own creed. That's even worse. This is what the Russians are happy to countenance and employ. Don't forget, they bank on the fact that we have those kind of people, that we are so stupid that we elevate them.
My father once said to me, protect us from men who unquestioningly believe they are right.
I can definitely tell you, my wife tells me that every day, that she should protect herself from me thinking that I'm right. I'm joking. No, I know that I'm not, but she's still making fun of me.
Well, I have to give for every child a credit for sending me. She actually posted it on her timeline. The Department of Defense Law of War Manual, June 2015 update. And she's looking at page 227. It's examples of military objectives, economic objects associated with military operations. This is specifically addressed. Economic objects associated with military operations or with war supporting or war sustaining industries have been regarded as military objectives. Electric power stations are generally recognized to be of sufficient importance to a state's capacity to meet its wartime needs of communication, transport, and industry, so as to usually qualify as military objectives during armed conflicts. Why couldn't Secretary Austin simply read that aloud as part of his testimony? And why couldn't he have leaned over, although he wasn't present when Undersecretary Wallander was testifying, and just run his finger along these 8 lines of text and brought it to her attention, especially before relieving her of any further duty?
Oh, I can tell you, Alan, and you know it. You know exactly what it is, because Elizabeth Warren and the hard left of the Democrat Party would have said, we're not going to vote for you There is a schism in politics currently. Two parties being abused by the fringes. It's astonishing how badly that works and how terrible the outcomes are. And by the way, may I say, I posted this earlier today after having had a nice conversation with our friends and colleagues here in Europe. And I think that Edward has already, in the meantime, posted a more comprehensive version of this. Edward Hunter Christie, that is. The United States of America, and I'm not even talking World War II, I'm not talking Korea, no, Yugoslavia, and most recently ISIS. The targets the United States hit in each case were critical infrastructure to sustain the war effort of those counterparties. ISIS not being a recognized sovereign state, but a threat with regional asset control, usurped, of course, but still. Yugoslavia, at that point in time, occupying territories of others, genociding others, and utilizing its full force, supported, by the way, by Russian oil and gas at that time, of course. And we hit him. And we hit him hard. You know how many times we hit him? You wouldn't believe how many flights we had to mount. It's astonishing. It was the biggest bloody air campaign since, the first Iraq War. So please, people, don't let President Biden, Mr. Sullivan, his Democrat Party, and Ms. Wallander get off the hook. Don't allow Mr. Johnson and the idiots amongst and around him and the hardcore Republican deviants outside of the center of the party, which was once the grand old party, get away with this. Tell them that you're not in agreement. Tell them that you want them to defend freedom, that there is something to be done with each other as opposed to against each other, that the key thing with each other is to defend those who are in need of our defense, those who can't defend themselves, those who are at the border of Mordor. If you do not protect the world from evil, who shall? Or in the inimitable words of the people who said this beforehand, who if not us?
Exactly, Axel, just like you said. And that was what I was thinking about NATO should be that kind of thing, just like you said. And coming back on the discussion about Ukraine hitting oil refineries in Russia, I think the only one that has to decide that is Ukraine, and I don't get it where the US got the nerve to say to Ukraine not to hit those refineries, because just like you said, Axel, just imagine if the US, was in the situation of Ukraine right now. What would the US do? Well, I know the answer, and you know it also, Axel.
100%.
Axel, you also are exactly right about these political extremists abusing both parties, and I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in my life. That this is truly the tail wagging the dog, whether you're in the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, and it is ridiculous. Why Joe Biden cannot stand up to it and whack some sense and fire some people at the same time into his own party, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I could write a speech for him in 10 minutes, and it would take him 2 minutes to deliver it. Stephen.
Thank you. Well, I would like to comment on that exact thing. So it is not uncommon in proportional representation democracies for larger parties to rely on much smaller entities for support, and then therefore making themselves vulnerable to extreme fringes. What is really unique, I think, in history, in political history, in terms of what is going on in the United States, is we have a duopoly, an absolute lock on the power by two parties who are very nearly matched. And by virtue of their near matching, are afraid of their own goddamn shadows. Their very strength is what has made them weak. And it is absolutely sickening.
It's also the high price of political consultants that has made every candidate weak. I mean, if you have to raise $50 million to run for a United States Senate seat, and you're paying $50 million to a campaign consultant, political consultant, to get you that seat and then get you reelected to that seat 6 years later, I guess you're going to listen to who you pay your money to. And this is a huge problem in American politics. You know, Axel, I also think we should just pick out a couple of statements that Cavoli made in his testimony, and consider the message he is delivering, not only to members of Congress but to Americans.
He should be. His text should be used for parts of the State of the Union, don't you think?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, it should be used by Biden to make a very clear statement of what is at stake here and what kind of enemy the United States faces. It's just crystal clear. And anybody who goes through it, frankly, should count the number of times shivers go down their spine because America is not prepared.
Okay, then let me read this out. I mean, if you like these quotes, Alan, let's do this before we go to our friend Oyvind. Cavoli says in the middle of his speech, this is right back down in the middle of his testimony, deterring Russia from expanding its aggression into alliance territory is essential to preserve the rules-based international order, safeguard the sovereignty of nations within our AOR, and protect the US strategic interests. Russia's aggression poses a direct threat to the peace and stability of the Euro-Atlantic area. Now is the time to capitalize on Russia's failures in Ukraine by accelerating our modernization of capabilities, posture, and security cooperation to outpace Russia's reconstitution. Right he is.
Oh, he's 100% right. 100% right. No one's listening to him. I mean, and he is such a straightforward speaker. You can look at his photograph, and it has intelligence and integrity written all over it.
He looks like Ike without self-doubt.
And he speaks better than I, much more clearly.
Yes.
There's actually a Ike's press secretary, I think it was, actually rewrote the Gettysburg Address as Ike might have given it. It went on for about 20 or 30 minutes and was You couldn't understand a thing the man said. Anyway, it's very funny. I'll take a look at it and maybe compare it to Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. Meanwhile, to Oyvind.
Yeah, just a short report from a site called Y Charts. It's 1 week old, and it say U.S. utilization of refinery capacity is 88.6% compared to 88.7% last week and 90.3% last year. This is lower than the long-term average of 89.61%. So, as long as Russia can export the crude they produce, I don't see any reason why the gasoline price should go up, because there is extra capacity in USA alone. Thank you.
100%, and we said it yesterday, we said it in the past weeks, that the oil price fears harbored by the administration are yet another straw man. They're completely irrelevant. And by the way, if they really want to do something about it, they could change the regulations in the US for fracking. They could shut down the EPA. By the way, the EPA should be abolished anyway. But having said this, they could just simply facilitate using oil and gas more sensibly in view of what is, according to General Cavoli, an existential crisis. But Alan, this is what we always do, right? When we face an existential crisis, then we shoot ourselves in the left foot because we want to make sure that the right foot can carry everything, right?
That's what usually happens. But you need both feet. You need both feet to march forward and to meet an existential threat.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Both Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Biden never marched in any armed forces, right? So they just don't know that. That's why this shooting in the foot is okay for them.
Well, this is true, but look, there are plenty of veterans who are members of Congress.
They should tell them then.
Yes, they should. One of them I called today, Representative Jared Golden, who has not yet signed the discharge petition. He's a Democrat. He's a Marine. He serves in a very red district, but he wins. He's a very appealing politician and candidate, but he hasn't signed the discharge petition, even though he was the member of the House who originally authored the colleague letter supporting supply of F-16s to Ukraine. And he won't have the opportunity to sign it tomorrow because the House will once again be on recess.
Yeah, it is strange when some of those guys who we really like behave that strangely.
Yes, and this, I think, is one of the interesting aspects of what's happening in American politics. There are politicians that you do like because, I don't know, 54% of the time they do the right thing. But there are so many of these individuals like Jared Golden who you expected would be one of the first to pick up a pen and sign his name to the discharge petition. Instead, he's going to be one of the last. And the other member of Congress, one of the most liberal members, comes from one of the safest, most liberal Democratic seats in Congress, the 1st District of Maine. This is southern Maine. Even Shelley Pingree has signed the discharge petition, but not yet the Marine, the veteran member of Congress from Maine's 2nd District, Jared Golden. I called his office today. I'm going to call his office again tomorrow. I'm going to call his office every single day until he signs the discharge petition. And if he never signs the discharge petition, I'm not going to give him a donation. I can't vote for him. I don't live in his district. But I can support his campaign because I have always thought highly of him. Stephen, go ahead.
Well, actually, I was going to say something rather lighter, but I'd just like to. What do you think motivates him in particular, since you were talking about him? Thank you. As into inaction.
Right. It is. It's political consultants. It comes down to political consultants, and maybe he has polling that indicates support of Ukraine in Maine's 2nd district, which is truly Trump country. You would be shocked by the number of Trump signs, handmade, handwritten, stuck in the snowdrifts through the winter, dug out in the spring, settled into the mud. They're there year round. He must fear that he would lose the slim majority he has been able to win now 3 times. But I don't think he would. I think he would stand to pick up votes in Maine's 2nd district. But, I'm not his political consultant. I haven't seen the polls. I don't even dip my toe in politics anymore. It's just, but that's my guess. Stephen?
Damn the polls. Socrates was not just a philosopher, but in fact a famous warrior in the Athenian army, with a severe disfigurement on his face as a result of it. And he died by drinking hemlock as a result of the political machinations of his day. That a former warrior, let alone just any politician, honestly, should be so afraid of their own shadow that what they are most concerned about is the polls rather than being actually a leader, means they are not worthy of their office. And frankly, they are absolutely cowards.
Oh, I agree. As Admiral Farragut said, and he wasn't running for office, damn the polls, full speed ahead.
No, damn the polls. Make sure that the Czechs brew the beer. I'm joking.
Or make the weapons, as because we have found out they make the best weapons. And as we recently have found out, they make some of the best anti-fascists. Thank you.
Alan, shall we review a little bit of what happened today for our American audience?
You mean in the European Parliament, or the Council of Europe?
Why don't we start with what happened during the night, whilst the Americans were having their evening still, and then sidling off to bed, because that's when Ukraine got hit, and it got hit hard.
Yes, it did. Americans need to understand, and when Chuck Farrar arrives for bullet points in 45 minutes, this is going to be one of the topics that we cover. It was an absolutely massive strike on Ukrainian power infrastructure and on civilian targets, residences, a 250-mile swath of territory from east to west, stretching all the way from Kharkiv to the outskirts of Lviv. The principal power plant in the Kyiv region that was completely destroyed, Axel. I mean, this is Putin's attempt to depopulate Ukraine by making it uninhabitable, to depopulate Ukraine through this massive air campaign, largely, supplied by Iran, North Korea, and of course Russia's own missiles. But it also calls into question Ukraine's ability right now to have adequate air defense. I mean, Ukraine prevented this kind of destruction until really just this past week, until March.
interesting part in this is that they were unable to hit the power plant beforehand because the Ukrainians didn't have to triage against saturation attacks by the Russians. They didn't have to triage their layered air defense. At this point in time, they are short on a number of missiles, and the Russians continue to learn. So for our Americans who have not been in combat, just go back to what you've learned from Hollywood. So think of the Raptors, on this wonderful island, and the dinosaurs going after the fence and poking at every little weakness. This is exactly what happens. It's like cockroaches trying to invade your house. They will try to go for every weak spot. That's what Russians do. They are the cockroaches, but they also try to believe it. I mean, they believe that they're raptors. The problem is that they have guns and they have systems, and they try to go for every weak spot. And if you're attacking what is an air defense system which fails to have sufficient amount of capability or replenishment of stocks in one or the other form for one or the other system, and therefore the Ukrainians had to move around systems, then that gives you an opportunity. If you then get through with one of your saturation attacks, in such instance, you may hit certain high-value targets much more easily and comprehensively. At the same time, it also means that the Russians have, of course, learned as to how to deal with certain of the sensor systems, because there is continuous learning ongoing. And if we're not giving the Ukrainians sufficient amount of missile capacity, they can't learn how to deal with the other side. That's another thing. If you do not continuously shoot down the other stuff, if you do not continuously target them because you're not effectively targeting, your systems won't learn enough. That's another point in this. We are failing the Ukrainians by not giving them sufficient capacity to shoot, and they don't have enough launchers. That is on us. What the Russians are trying to achieve is, just like Alan said, is trying to make life less tolerable, less tenable in those areas, be it Genevieve, be it Sumy, where they've targeted the local population now for months, and nobody in the West has even taken care of it. Kharkiv, where some in the West have now looked at it, but then again, they knew that Kharkiv is so close to the border, and everybody in Western media goes, of course, it's the people of Kharkiv. They're so close to the border. What do they expect? The derogating tone of stuff which we're getting in media in this regard, as in, what would they expect? Well, they expect to live free and not die, just in case you got the slogan wrong. And this is what is happening at this point in time. We can now see the Russians, because the Ukrainians have to triage their capability to refill their air defense systems with missiles themselves. They end up in a situation where they have to make choices, and these choices are hard, as every triage is. That we need to make sure that it stops. We need to help them replenish their systems. This is something, by the way, which has something to do with or it has a little bit to do with the supplemental, but it doesn't at the same time, because none of these issues are tied to the US Congress. This could have been solved by the administration. Because the 3.9 billion, which they just have to take out of different little bits and boxes and pockets, they could have used in order to provide these capabilities, these replenishments, especially if they had not assigned a one-to-one unit like-kind exchange at a replacement cost of what is the best possible high-price choice today. So all these things could have been drilled into. I'm sure that there will be some SPO somewhere in the DoD who will have planned this out anyway, and this is called least cost design or least cost path. They will have actually found the least cost path. It exists. The DoD will have planned things in 2 days, which the administration will have not acknowledged 3 years after the conflict has ended. Because They have so many people who do nothing else and constantly with their systems and with their programs going through scenarios. Trust me, all of this exists. It just needs to be called upon. Somebody needs to make that bloody executive decision. And I'm so sorry. This orange orang-utan there in Florida, he's if I'm not quite mistaken, he's a civilian, right? Is he?
He is a
Okay, so
private
he's a
citizen.
civilian. He's a private
He's,
citizen.
yes.
Right. Okay, I'm just trying to get this. So he's a private citizen. So, and on the other hand, the man who calls himself from Scranton, despite the fact that he's not from there, he is currently the chief executive, so to say, right?
Yes. He's not acting
sorry.
like it,
Okay,
but he is.
He is
Yep.
the executive, right? Okay, fine. So let's just say that I'm not quite sure, but do you think that because Adlai Stevenson tried a few times, did he not?
Twice.
Yeah. Do you think that Ike cared about Stevenson when he had to make an executive decision?
Never gave the man a thought.
That's interesting that you would say that. So Ike understood that he had to do the job, right? And did it.
Exactly.
Okay, sorry. That's what's called executive privilege and duty as well, right?
Absolutely.
Now, if I were to turn this around, this becomes very, very difficult to argue a good case for the current executive if he feels, so to say, already somewhat constrained by a private citizen who is not the executive.
It's against the law.
And I thought it's against morals and common sense, but okay.
For all the things the former president has been prosecuted for, he could well be prosecuted for breaking the law, interfering with American policy as a private citizen, American foreign policy, I might add, as a private citizen. It's
But then
against
Mr. Obama did the same thing with the mullahs and his letter, so we should rather not open that can, right?
Well, I was going to say you don't get a chance at alternative history, but Russia would never have launched this massive invasion of Ukraine had Obama responded appropriately to Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014. But Obama did absolutely nothing. I don't think he even wrung his hands over the annexation.
Well, I would have hoped that in those days, Mr. Obama would have washed his hands at least a few times a day.
Well, he's doing that now. This war not only has its beginning, 10 years ago, in the annexation of Crimea, the creation of these fake people's republics in Luhansk and Donetsk, just exactly what Russia has also done with Transnistria and, half a dozen other tiny little fake people's republics around the region. But no one paid attention to it. And now you do have Russia making these advances, these gains, and using exactly the same tactics in Moldova, which will be holding elections in October. Russia is busily undermining Moldovan security. We don't know how the Kremlin's going to use Transnistria over the next 4 or 5 or 6 months, but you can be certain they will use it somehow. To Stephen and then to John, please.
Many thanks. Well, Axel, I'm sorry, but I have to slightly remonstrate with you about orang utan, the people of the trees. I have sailed to Borneo some long while ago, but I was there. They are immensely dignified beings, and they shouldn't be confused with that individual. But anyway, the point actually I wanted to make, drawing us back, and in fact, to the general discussion about the attack or the remonstrations against Ukraine for their attacks on the oil refineries, bringing it into sharp focus that Russia has been, not just recently, but all of last year and all of this year, and recently even more so, assaulting the energy infrastructure of Ukraine. So it is very rich that anybody at all in the international community should be suggesting to Ukraine that they should not attack the energy refining capacity of Russia when they themselves are under relentless, intense bombardment. I myself have supplied a dozen or so generators to different parts, and it's a drop in the ocean. It's nothing. They need millions of them, frankly, especially now. And well, I think you get my point. Thank you.
It is celestial.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Celestial navigation there from Stephen. John, please go ahead.
Good evening, good morning, everybody. You know, I think we all can see that our friend living in Mar-a-Lago, just like other Republican nominees, presumptive nominees, likes to see chaos, but not to this extreme. But I would welcome the Republican Party turning the other cheek and coming out and saying, you know what, enough is enough. We need to support Ukraine because that, in fact, puts America first, because it will put our armed forces in less risk longer term. And we want to support democracy, and by so doing, supporting American interests. I would love to see Trump and his backers sway the opinion on the military support and see Ukraine well armed. And I would suggest to those who support Trump that would in turn convey a certain level of power and influence that Trump wants to convey for himself. And maybe that would actually be of political benefit to Donald Trump if he were to come out today, tomorrow, as soon as possible, and support Biden bilaterally, saying it's time for them to take action on this. I think if you are a president and you think that you're the best president of all time, the greatest president the U.S. has ever seen, that he should see this as being something that benefits the people in America and Western democracies. I challenge that. I would like to see that happen today. So let's all hope that happens. And we'll let the election in November do what the election will. I think addressing issues in Ukraine today and putting politics tomorrow would benefit everybody.
Here, here.
I agree with you, John. You know, it's interesting that the campaign consultants in the Republican Party actually were in a lively debate themselves about whether it was a stronger position to attack the Biden administration for giving Ukraine insufficient support, or as Trump has decided to do, independently, by the way. I don't think Trump listens to anyone, frankly, except himself. Trump simply decided that he would be total opposition for to further support of Ukraine. That is Trump's choice. But real Republican campaign consultants have been having a lively debate, and there are some Republicans, especially Republican senators, who have been saying the administration has slow-rolled support, provided inadequate support, and honestly reopened this wound that Trump inflicted on American standing in the world. Who will want America as an ally? You know, Axel, in the 1950s and 1960s, there was a continuing and devastating debate among foreign policy experts in the United States that simply came under the heading, "Who lost China?" I don't want to hear that debate in 2030 and 2040, who lost Ukraine, because there are some culprits who are obvious today, but they will probably never, ever have to pay the cost that Ukrainians will probably be paying overnight tonight. Do you remember that debate, Axel? Who lost China?
I do. That's the funny part. We're so old.
I don't think they ever found the culprit, Axel.
Well, it definitely was not Mr. Nixon, because he believed that China can be recaptured by means of, shall we say, being convivial and accommodating. And then when he found out that it ain't working, he proposed for the US to at least keep up what they promised to South Vietnam. And the US Congress failed to honor that commitment. Does that sound means familiar? I mean, it was Democratic Congress, but still.
Well, you know, citizen lawmakers make mistakes all the time. But they always have the opportunity to correct those mistakes if they are simply open-minded, engage in real debate, and have enough humility to admit being in the wrong. I much more admire the member of Congress or any leader who admits a mistake, has that humility, and then corrects course.
Don Bacon did this, by the way. If you remember, when we had him here on the space and we interviewed him, Don Bacon, former proper, sensible serviceman in the US Armed Forces, and perfectly capable of finding ways around an airplane, was here with us. And we had a great interview with him. And he was convinced at that point in time that no matter what, that a vast majority of Congress were to support Ukraine throughout, would not be an issue. And that if the Biden administration were to take the right leadership, which he thought that they could and that they should, and that essentially they actually, because they're Americans, would. So he was wrong on the last count, because it didn't matter whether Americans or not, they just didn't. But also he was wrong on the point that no matter what, that Congress would come together and do it. And they didn't. They just didn't. And he said so recently. And he said he should have been sufficiently more vociferous and harder already early last year, like springtime last year.
You know, we need to get more members of Congress and former members of Congress up here to MriyaReport, but especially the current members, and especially any who haven't signed the discharge petition to get this $61 billion of military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine as quickly as possible. It's been held up for over 6 months now, Axel. 6 months ago, Biden put this supplemental appropriations bill forward. The Senate passed it overwhelmingly 12 weeks ago. And it is it's being kept off the floor of the House for a vote by Mike Johnson and Donald Trump. Ghost, and then Stephen, please.
There was a post that they have 138 million for the modernization of the air defense of Ukraine. That's coming from the USA. So that's one thing, but I agree on what you said. They need to do much more.
And that 138 million, by the way, is all for the sole purpose of maintaining, refurbishing, and repairing Hawk air defense missile systems. And you know, the last military aid package that the United States cobbled together in February was $300 million. It was actually less than what Denmark managed to put forward in support of Ukraine. Imagine that. Stephen, please.
Well, with regard to that last point, this absolutely eviscerates Trump's long-standing copying. Now, it wasn't just copying. He actually had a good point that many of the NATO members were not anteing up sufficiently. They have been doing so very much more. However, the shoe is very much on the other foot, it seems to me, in terms of we're not just talking about national defense spending, but we can talk about effective defense spending. So, in other words, right now, the president of Ukraine said that what he needs to defend his country is 25 Patriot missile systems, which is 1/4 of 1% of the reserve stock that the United States has at the present time. 1/4 of 1%. Let that hang in the air when we talk about defense spending. Anyway, actually, that's not really what I was. I just wanted to make that comment on the back of what was just said. What I was more interested in is this is a kind of question, really, to Alan particularly. The likes of Mitt Romney, whose record, when I look back on it, has been strikingly bipartisan, and it seems to me morally motivated. The likes of John McCain, and many of his other compatriots are not necessarily dead and gone in the Republican Party, but they are retiring and quitting out of the of Congress in protest. This strikes me as astounding. You know, if you're in a line of battle, you don't walk away from the line of battle in disgust at your commander. You fight. No? Thank you.
Well, yes, but you know, Stephen, some of these retiring members of Congress, and there are a lot of retiring Republican congressmen, as a matter of fact, and Mitt Romney has announced that he is not going to run for re-election. We had other Republican senators, Ben Sass, retired, for example. But you know, a lot of these members of Congress are retiring, some after very long careers, some after careers that could go on for a few more terms, frankly. Why are they retiring? They're retiring because they are sick of being a member of Congress. They're sick of the backbiting. They are sick about the extremists pushing debate. They are sick of the underhanded tactics used by leadership, both Democratic and Republican leaders. They are simply sick of being.
Do forgive me.
Yeah,
Yes,
go
do
ahead.
forgive me. I do understand that, but my question still stands. I may be, if I am in the line of battle and facing a desperate situation, and I am sick of the waste, mismanagement, bad commanding, whatever else, is my response as a dutiful officer, as a dutiful soldier, as a
Stephen, you're
dutiful, in this case,
you're
in,
answering your own you're answering your own question. Members of
well,
Congress don't see
yes.
themselves that way. There is this revolving door. On the other side of that revolving door, the minute you leave Congress, you can pick up a very fat check as a lobbyist, and they all do it. Members of Congress do not see themselves as dutiful soldiers or public servants. They just don't see themselves that way. I'm sorry.
That is
Some did in the
despicable.
past,
That
but
is
no
That's
more
why they're
today.
called. That is why, Stephen. That's why they're called representatives.
Indeed, but that is despicable.
Representative. They represent. No, it's not despicable. It's not despicable at all.
All right,
You have to go back to the original document. No, wait, hold a second. It's not despicable at all. Think about it and read through history. Read through what members of the House of Representatives did in the 1840s, how they behaved in the run-up to the Civil War, and what they did during, by the way, Reconstruction. It's astonishing. The turnover between industry, landed, what cannot be described as gentry, but London investors and charlatans. I'm sorry. Yes, they do exist. They are politicians, after all. In those ranks and how they behaved during those years is astonishing. You may have cleaned up a little bit after the Second World War, because there were many, many people. No, there were many, many people who came out of the Second World War and rebuilt the country from the inside out.
All I can say is that these
shift, but that's not the case today. And the case today is much more akin to what you had in the years in the run-up to the Civil War.
These people could have learned a lot from Cato the Younger, who disemboweled himself rather than betray his republic. Thank you.
All right, and whilst we go to Cato, Chuck, quick question for you. Today, according to yesterday's testimony by Sacker, General Cavoli, one of my bloody favorites, but then again, that's nothing new here. We're not fanboying. We're just, happy about people who are doing the right thing, who lead with dedication, guile, and exceptional quality, and who are happy warriors. General Cavoli highlighted that 83,000 men and women are serving in EUCOM. Do you remember, Chuck, what was the troop strength, by the way, constrained, Alan, by a Democratic Congress in 1988?
Well, it was measured in the hundreds of thousands, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, absolutely. There was a so-called European troop ceiling assigned to NATO Europe, as the Congress called it. They couldn't define the law appropriately at the point in time because they hadn't figured out that EUCOM also included assets outside of NATO coverage areas, but it doesn't matter. It was 326,414 troops, because they wanted to reduce it from what was once the say, key strength which had been created directly whilst the Berlin Wall was being constructed. But the total strength of everyone was, at that time, 319,000 of the 326 which were used, plus about 150,000 civilian employees, plus another 296,000 of dependent families. 75% of this nearly close to 750,000 people were stationed in what was then called Western Germany, the free part of Germany. 83,000 troop presence currently. And you have pre-positioned stocks for 118,000 men and women in Norway, plus about the same size in the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, and a couple of other locations, naval bases and whatnot. Is that enough?
I don't know. Even when the troop strength was in the hundreds of thousands, the United States was still overmatched by the Warsaw Pact. So much so, as you remember, Axel and Alan, I'm sure you do as well, it was the United States that refused to sign the anti-first use nuclear treaty. It was considered NATO's only deterrent to the Warsaw Pact to say, if you come across the Fulda Gap, we will use nuclear weapons on you. And even then, in those days, with hundreds of thousands of US troops, and Axel, just as you said, deployed mostly into Germany, the plans back in the earliest part of my career, which was the late part of the Cold War, they were going to be one-way missions against what everyone thought would be this advancing Russian and Warsaw Pact wave that would sweep over Germany and into France. And it was, NATO was going to count on its second or third punches, but not its first. So, Russia has not made a good neighbor for anyone in the last 80 years.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. We had all these discussions and tabletop exercises which were carried out. But funny enough, when we saw the Russian troops return home, when they departed from Soviet-occupied Germany, when we saw them depart from Estonia, for example, these troops were never, ever going to be as impactful as we had been able to create them as paper tigers.
But their numbers were,
Yeah, but you can mow down numbers. I'm sorry, you can mow down numbers with Air Force. We had better, at that point in time, better capabilities with our Air Force, meaning US, British, French included, Italian Air Forces, and the German Air Force to cut them down to shreds and pieces. We would have taken them down within about 2.5 days in terms of their air capabilities. They were just not good enough. And we had the better, at that point in time, bombing capacity. So we should have actually, had it not gone nuclear on their end, we should have actually taken over air superiority within that time frame.
Well, we expected that as well, but we thought the infantry fight. Well, and again, my piece of this puzzle was naval special warfare, but SEAL team is sea, air, land, and in terms of the fight in Europe, we were all going to be committed to land special operations, also coastal raiding, but it was sobering to get the briefs for these things because the second half of the mission, our extraction was reduced to what we call E&E, meaning escape and evade, with our Army counterparts expected to facilitate and link up with unconventional forces and resistance forces. But the initial blow was expected to be overwhelming. And what went on in the air?
Of course, we were supposed to be in Stuttgart and thrown back to anywhere the line of Solingen and Dusseldorf, Osnabrück.
Yeah, at least that far. Uh, it was SEAL Team 2 at the time that had the European mandate, but every team cross trains into every other environment, and yeah, it was it was kind of grim getting those first couple of briefs, and we trained. We were over there playing it for real, and of course, those operations. This is an interesting segue. Uh, if you will, conventional special operations forces. Then we were used against groups like the Red Army faction and the Baader-Meinhof gang and various hijackers, all of whom, Axel, where did their funding, training, documents, and safe havens come from?
Let me think. From our friends.
Yeah, let me think. And with
where could this technically come from? It's like where Marjorie Taylor Greene's funding comes from.
Exactly the same money from the same place, put towards the same purpose. When it comes to those sorts of operations, information operations, gray zone operations, political warfare, we don't know what's happening. We are not, we haven't seen the ball since kickoff. And when you try to explain to someone the depth of the penetration, the depth of the rot, uh, you're initially met with this, you can't possibly mean this. This is a conspiracy theory. You are a fill in the blank. But that's how effective that this information warfare has been, to even question the existence of these well-laid gray zone plans. You yourself become part of the problem. And especially because they are so good about polarizing us and playing us individually against everyone else by touching. The easiest tool in their toolbox is identity politics. And it's great. If I could remind our American listeners, don't get played off your brothers and sisters. Don't take that bait. Don't get uh, don't get stretched and put at each other's throats.
Did you just make the case for the center to have to hold?
Oh, no. Yeah, that's just it. It's so corny. And even that is made to that is how permeated the United States is by it must be wonderful to be in the center of the FSB and looking at how the American populace responds to these pushed buttons. It just must be delightful to work on that and see it happen constantly, and see these people in Congress take the money, take the vineyards. Without naming a couple congressmen, you can guess the state. 3 or 4 of them are partners. These are separate vineyards that are owned by 2 entities, the congressman and Russian financial interests. It's just amazing. Just amazing.
I would have asked you tons of questions more, but did you read through the transcript of our friend Cavoli?
I did skim it, and I put up a post with, of course, in a tweet. You've got whatever 120 characters or whatever it is. Some of the most salient points to me, and didn't really speak to me so much of Russian capability as much as it spoke to me of American intelligence failures, was that Russia has for the most part, replaced, or I don't want to say replaced, reduced the deficits caused by massive losses in Ukraine. And that they, according to General Cavoli, they have done that much quicker than the United States thought they could. And just addressing the manpower issue, that 400,000 casualty number still seems very close to reality. And there apparently are means by which Russia is mobilizing and or replacing these these human losses faster than anyone thought, and that is probably due, Axel, I thought, to the press ganging of ethnic minorities. Of course, we don't know how many
And
prisoners.
Ukrainians in the occupied territories.
Absolutely, and the people's republics in Ukraine, where pretty much every able-bodied teenager and up is thrown into the cannon fodder of those units.
So we spoke a little bit earlier about the celestial human being of nihilism, the evidence that there is no life left at the DoD. But beyond that, Cavoli, who is subject to orders from the DoD, showcases that he can put in very crisp, clear language what's fact. How is it possible that there's such a disconnect between the upstream of information and what is an intelligence product, from my point of view, albeit that this is very public, but I'm quite sure that Mr. Cavoli will have provided in his capacity as SACEUR and as a general substantial, bi-weekly, detailed updates to the NSC. If messaging, which he puts into testimony, public testimony in the US Congress, is as clear as that, one should expect that he is no worse than when he does so in clear language to people who matter. What is it this administration does with all that good information, Chuck?
Ignore most of it. There's a little thing you can tell about generals, which is just a little clue. I noticed this picture I'm looking of General Cavoli, 4-star general, just about as high as you can be in the United States military. He's only wearing one row of ribbons, so he has probably 10 rows of ribbons. He is the kind of good officer who only wears his top 3 ribbons. So I always like to listen to those guys. And being in special warfare, as a fairly junior officer, I would often find myself in incredibly august company sitting around a table where I was outranked by even the guys serving the coffee. But there are a couple of different kind of people who rise to extremely high ranks in the military. Some of them rise by dint of being obsequious to their superiors and ruthless to their subordinates. And those are the kind of guys that wear all the uniform that the law allows. And then I've had the absolute pleasure in my life to work for some flag officers and some admirals who were just superb, who not only got the information, but they looked out for their people, and they spoke truth to power. And most of the times, if you speak truth to power, you're probably not going to get above the rank of lieutenant colonel. It just happens that way. He sounds to me like someone who speaks the truth. Some of this information, I think it confirms something that we all know here on MriyaReport, is that Russia is going to continue to fight this war as long as two things happen. As long as Vladimir Putin is in power, they're going to fight this war. And until Russia's ground warfare assets are reduced or its army buckles under the weight of this tasking, and we'll be talking later tonight in bullet points about ongoing failures of Russian morale, combat effectiveness, etc. But hopefully, but I don't think this happened, people in Washington are going to pay attention to General Cavoli, who is basically telling them without support from the United States and its NATO partners, Ukraine is going to be fighting a generational war. I still don't think that Russia has what it takes to conquer, subdue, and occupy Ukraine. I personally don't see it. But that doesn't mean that Russia won't go on bombing Ukrainian cities, power plants, hospitals, population centers. We've got to do something. We've got to honor the Bucharest agreements where we gave security assurances to Ukraine. We signed those papers. Let's get with it. And if the general would like to run for Congress, I think I'd vote for him.
I'd rather have him in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but then again, I'm biased because whilst the man is of course a Franconian, you can't claim him, you know, Chuck. Just because he serves you, you can't claim. He's a Franconian by birth, but he did grow up to an extent in the state of Hesse, so we can claim him for a free state still. Because General Cavoli is not only of Italian American, as you mistakenly call it, of Italian descent with an American family, but he was born in Germany, grew up in Germany, and in Roma, Verona, and Vicenza. So there's nothing better which could be contributed in terms of defense of Europe commitment than General Christopher Gerard Cavoli.
And I think instead of Congress, I'd agree. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs would be wonderful. And as a naval officer trying to get an Army guy as chief of staff, you know, it's a stretch, but I think he's definitely qualified for it.
Come on, you had Stavridis. What do you want? You have a Navy guy from time to time.
Every now and then they get an admiral in there. So,
by the way, I read. I mentioned this to Alan before, and I've reread Sea Power by Stavridis. Not because every part and every chapter is fantastic. That's not the point. But Stavridis is such a neat, concise, and specific writer. In all the challenges Ukraine is currently facing, all the disasters which we're facing in procrastination on the American side vis-a-vis Russia at the moment, he already, at a very early stage, like Philip Breedlove, who he served with, and Ben Hodges, whom he served with. Actually, well, Ben reported him. These guys knew this. They saw it. They felt it. They prepared and trained for it. Why on earth, with all this known for decades, do we have to tolerate the politicians who still don't get it? Chuck, please tell me.
No, I can't tell you. It's, it's gone past infuriating. Alan and I talk about it. We're ashamed. I don't know. Alan, get me out of this.
I was just going to say, Axel and Chuck, when you look through Cavoli's testimony, it is so pointed and so clear-sighted. And just like Stavridis, I think the best leaders use the fewest words. They simply use the necessary words to convey their thoughts and on the battlefield, their orders in the clearest possible way. Much like Churchill. would demand answers to his questions on a single sheet of paper, double spaced. Use only one side of that paper, please. One of my very best teachers, 5 days a week, would at the beginning of class order us take out a half sheet of paper, and in one well-written paragraph of no more than 3 sentences, answer the question that he posed, or in one well-written sentence, answer the question he posed. Being able to use words as directly and simply as Christopher Cavoli used them in his testimony is a quality of leadership. And it's a quality I wish that Joe Biden would find and use. Anyway,
I agree. Noun, verb, object sentences written at the 8th grade level. And alone among the generals of the American Civil War, Ulysses S. Grant wrote his own dispatches. And that's what made him a good general. And he was pretty much the same way, Alan, half a sheet of paper. That was it.
And of course, he wrote his own great memoir, finishing it on his deathbed. William Tecumseh Sherman wrote a great memoir of his generalship in the American Civil War. Actually, Grant and William Tecumseh Sherman, among generals who have recorded their experience in war and boiled it down for those of us who have never experienced war, are 2 of the finest military writers I have ever read. But we can't get off the track here. We have a lot to cover. I'm going to go to Stephen's hand. And then I think the best way to begin tonight, Chuck, on bullet points is to review the overnight attack that Russia aimed at Ukraine's power infrastructure quite devastatingly. But first to Stephen, please.
Appreciated. So with regard to General Cavoli and the discussion about the well, I have a question actually, which is very similar to Axel's question for Chuck. But before I ask that, I would note that one of the greatest things about the United States military, it seems to me, and forgive my presumption, dear Chuck, is its restraint. Because if you look at the group of nothings that assaulted the Congress on the 6th of January and nearly took it over, by comparison to that, the United States military could take over the United States in a heartbeat. And the restraint of the generals and the military to be ruled by the demos as they are represented by the Congress, the president, and the judiciary is frankly astounding and should be noted and applauded because, of course, they could take power in a heartbeat if they wanted to. And that has happened many times in many European democracies as well as many others. And those juntas have, look, in the cradle of democracy itself, Greece, in my own lifetime, in your lifetimes, a military junta ruled, and we should remember that. Anyway, I would just like to echo and repeat in slightly, well, my own terms, I guess, Axel's question, and that is, yeah, so is there, to what extent is the opposition party, to what extent are the members who sit in the House and in the Senate who are in opposition, To what extent are they informed by the military about the real situation, and what influence really is there? And I really think that you might be able to help there. Thank you, Chuck.
Well, thanks, Stephen. Good, interesting question. I, you know, it's sort of unique in the United States military. When you are sworn in, you swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, not the government, not any political parties, the document itself. And part of your oath is you will defend it against all enemies, foreign or domestic. And you get used to taking that oath. You take it at your commissioning. You take it every soldier, sailor, Marine, airman. You take it on the first day of boot camp. You take it on the last day. You take it when you get your promotions. When I was a young man, first getting into the service, it sort of struck me how the government is pretty much telling me to follow my conscience, right? I think that's one of the reasons that, and there is a great division between the military and the rest of the government. And in the earliest days of your training, you are reminded that you don't have any political opinions. No one wants to hear your political opinions. Don't put your uniform and go out in public and express your political opinions. You don't do that. Your uniform is not a prop. You're here to serve. Don't get on television and talk to journalists without permission. And they drive that wedge. Almost to the point where I'd say it would be pretty much impossible to lead some splinter organization of the United States military and affect political change with it. Because there are so many people have taken that oath and they really believe it. I know in my own case, and look, no one ever asked me to, but I wouldn't lift my hand against the government. I wouldn't do it. You get put into a strange situation if you were called in some situation to oppose a popular uprising, say. But there again, the system is completely different. If martial law is declared in a disaster area or in the event of large riots, it is the National Guard of the state's own militia that will respond to it. And almost never, although it has happened on at least one occasion, but that underscores this point, it's never or almost never the federal government. So the regular Army, the regular Navy, the regular Air Force does not respond to those sorts of things. In the United States, there generally is a at least positive impression that most people have of the military. They have, in general, a even higher opinion of the institutions of the military because they've stayed out of American politics almost completely. And the other thing that underscores how odd this sort of is and how lucky America has been, the United States is the longest standing revolutionary government in the history of the world. There has never been a government that has held on this long, started with a revolution. So, I don't know. However, no one should ever say never, but I just can't. I just absolutely could not see it happening. You wouldn't, if you formed an organization like that and set out to overthrow the government in Washington, and you were that sort of an evil plotter, you could never count on not having people betray you. People who would say they were with you, but every soldier, young and old, with that oath they take, you're going to defend the Constitution, not the government, you know, not Congress, not anything else. It's your interpretation of the Constitution. That's, I don't know. It's always stayed with me how much faith my government put in me.
Appreciated. And I love Cops Hill, by the way. Thank you. I'll stand by.
Well, while we're speaking about swearing to defend the Constitution, when I went to work in the United States Senate over 100 years ago now, I also took the very same oath that
You're
Chuck
much younger
took.
than I thought.
And it's very simple. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter. Every employee of Congress takes this oath. And the other thing I will point out to people, while I'm feeling, I guess, very American at the moment, but as we get through bullet points, that will be tempered. I first visited the
Are
oldest
you
commissioned.
unbidening yourself?
Oh, not until
Terrible,
later in November,
terrible.
Axel. When I first
I didn't say
visited the oldest.
unburdening, Steve. I apologize that I have to interrupt my friend Alan. He's not unburdening himself because the burden will remain when he has unburdened himself.
I can't unbiden myself because there are no choices that are being given to me as an American voter. But
Greedy
I'm
is a
not.
thing over there, right?
Yes, it really is a thing here. I'm not going to get into that. What I'm going to get into is the Constitution. And I first visited the oldest commissioned warship in the United States Navy, named the USS Constitution. And I don't think it struck me when I was 6 years old on board that ship in Boston Harbor, but it struck me 2 weeks ago when I went back on board that ship and thought how remarkable it is that this warship is named after the founding document of my nation. I just think that is a hell of a tribute to the importance of the Constitution and the Republic that it governs. I just think it's amazing. I love Old Ironsides. That's the nickname of this ship, and it's named the USS Constitution.
And it is a magnificent vessel. And I the last time I was there, I had a good chat with the skipper, just somewhat accidentally. But yeah, a beautiful vessel and still floating and still goes out. They turn it one side and the other at the very least, as you know, to make sure she weathers equally on both sides.
Yep, on the 4th of July in Boston Harbor, Old Ironsides is under sail and celebrated. And as much as we celebrate that ship, we celebrate the Constitution itself. There are members of Congress who have taken this oath and abrogated it. And we all know who they are. They are the ones withholding aid from Ukraine. What does it matter? Well, Chuck, let's begin with last night's strike by Russia against Ukraine's power infrastructure. It was absolutely devastating. It is the fourth tweet up in the nest right now. And it's worth looking at this map. Russia has learned how to overwhelm Ukraine air defenses, while at the same time, a lot of analysts are asking a critical question: is Ukraine running out of air defense missiles it needs? What do you think based on last night's attack?
Yeah, I think we're definitely at the point where Ukraine is becoming increasingly vulnerable. There was and it wasn't a person I normally follow, and forgive me if I mispronounce his name, Serge Sumalin, and I'm guessing he is a Finn with the double N's at the end. But you can see from this, from the chart, both everything that can be sent: Shahed drones, air-launched cruise missiles, including some of Russia's best Kh-69 air-launched cruise missiles. They are roughly analogous to a Storm Shadow or a Taurus in that they are low observable, highly capable cruise missiles. Power plants, of course, were a high priority target here, but also there was a natural gas storage facility in Western Ukraine, not very far from the Polish border. It actually contains 20% of Europe's reserve natural gas resources. So, and these were struck with Kinzhals, as well as air-launched cruise missiles and Shaheds, multi-pronged attacks. You can see the flight paths on there. Russia's sending a message. It isn't just targeting Ukraine's energy and power generating resources, but this was a shot across the bow for Europe. And again, I mean, Alan, you've heard us banging on about air defense and how important a resource it is for Ukraine, both defensively and offensively. Without forward deployed air defense, Ukraine's troops at the zero line are at a disadvantage in both covering themselves in terms of sustaining the 90 or so airstrikes that Russia puts on every day, aviation strike missions, as well as close air support. And these targets of strategic interest, national interest to Ukraine, are being hit, and they need patriots, right? Everybody knows what that is. We'll go into later tonight in some detail about where Patriots assets could come from. They are pretty thin on the ground. But I think right now it's very hard for anyone to say otherwise. The nexus of Europe's security is right now Ukraine. Ukraine is part of Europe, whether Putin likes it or not, and its resources, its economic well-being are of vital importance to Europe. And without upgrading not just the Patriot coverage of Ukraine, but all of the other air defense systems that exist under the overarching umbrella of a Patriot system, those are needed as well. NASMs, IRIS-T, Croatels, there's dozens of systems that are used for point defense that augment Patriot systems, that in fact can defend Patriot systems. So it's last night was a bad night.
The Kinzhal missiles generally got through to their targets. The other thing, when you look at this map, it simply reminds you of the strategic importance of Crimea. It's like a mighty aircraft carrier docked against Ukraine, and it is from Crimea that Russia launches a lot of these Shahed drone attacks. But Russia now, without having a Black Sea fleet deployed with cruise missile launchers on the Black Sea, Russia is having to rely on its heavy bombers and its larger jet fighters to launch cruise missiles against Ukrainian targets. And of course, they also launch these ground-to-ground missiles, especially against Kharkiv, because Kharkiv is only 40-odd kilometers from the Russian border. They can't be defended against, really. And they arrive in a matter of seconds. And Kharkiv is getting hammered. The largest thermal power plant that provides power for Kyiv and other oblasts absolutely destroyed. And this is on the 778th day of this war. It really, Chuck, am I wrong in thinking that it really is the fault of the United States not providing continuing vital aid to Ukraine, that Russia has this opportunity now to try to destroy Ukraine's infrastructure?
Absolutely. That, you know, and not only are destroying Ukraine's infrastructure. Look, we're going to hit some maps tonight. They're gaining ground in places that they have never gained ground before, and it is because of the shortages of all sorts of ammunition. And General Cavoli himself said Ukraine is going to run out of air defense. He used the term interception, but what he meant was they're going to run out of air defense. And unfortunately, we're still facing the time of consequence. This isn't the time of consequence yet. April, May, June, July, Russia is still going to be pushing. We still haven't released the $60 billion yet. And when we do, never forget, it's going to cross the Atlantic at 12 knots, right? It's going to take weeks and months to change what Mike Johnson has thrown at the Ukrainian people. God, don't get me going, Alan. But it's completely infuriating. So there isn't going to be a Ukrainian offensive this summer. They're going to be on the strategic defensive. We are lucky that Russia will fight ineptly this summer, but they will keep pressing it. And they will keep pressing it where they have an advantage. It's another reason why the Russian Air Force is being pushed back into the fight. It will be great when the F-16s come online, but it's not going to be a war changer. Ukraine is not going to suddenly gain control of all the airspace over its nation. That isn't going to happen with these F-16s. It's not enough to tip the balance. Ukraine needs Patriots. It needs every other kind of air defense, and it needs enough of them so that they can cover the entire country, and that the mobile tactical systems like the Croatal, like the Gepard, uh, like the Iris-T, can be pushed forward and do what they're supposed to do, which is provide mobile air defense for maneuvering ground elements. But right now, all of those systems are parked in city parks. They're parked in hangars. They are defending the airspace over Ukrainian cities. And Alan, what kills me is not the ineptitude of Congress, but the stunning lack of their perception that they're punishing the Ukrainian people right now. I don't know what gig they got going on amongst themselves in Congress, but the victims of this are Ukrainian women and children who get killed in these attacks. It's senseless.
It is completely senseless, absolute dereliction of duty by every single member of Congress who is not supporting Ukraine and making it possible for the United States to keep its promise to Ukraine to maintain its military support. I just put a map up, and Chuck was speaking about the huge Ukrainian territory. This is a place the size of Texas. The huge amount of territory here that really requires air defense. So the first tweet in the nest is from Anna Ackerman, shows you all of the power plant infrastructure targets that Russia wants to take out. And this may seem like a long time to everyone listening here, but Ackerman points out Ukraine has only 6 months to prepare for the coming winter. We haven't even reached midsummer, and because of these Russian strikes, we must seriously begin to think about how Ukraine keeps the power on, the lights on, the heat on, and keeps power connected to its growing defense factories all inside Ukraine. It is going to be a challenge.
We talked, boy, this was been last year, Alan, that intermittent power was slowing Ukraine down. They recover a lot of the armor and vehicles that are abandoned by the Russians, and there is a whole industry in getting those damaged vehicles back into the fight. So you think of every video of a Ukrainian farmer towing away a Russian tank. Those things they have to be refurbished and put back in the fight. And the lack of power had at some point, and it was about last summer, it had slowed that industry down by 2/3. So, and before the war, 50% of Ukraine's power was delivered by its nuclear power plants. And of course, with the Zaporizhzhia plant uh, in under Russian occupation, it is not producing any electricity, and it's hard to just chalk that up to one power plant because it was the largest nuclear power facility in all of Europe. One of the biggest ones I've ever heard of. It has 6 reactor units. For example, most of the American nuclear power plants that I've been associated with, and I have studied a lot of them in terms of counterterrorism and operated against them, generally they'll only have 2 reactor units. Some have more, but not very many. So this is, I just don't get it. I mean, I absolutely don't get it. We're trying to put Ukraine so far into the corner pocket that it can no longer even maintain the zero lines where they are. I, 2 years ago, the administration gave an emphatic no to F-16s. That wasn't going to happen. They finally relented, and I'll remind everybody, it's 2 years later, as we predicted. The F-16s are not yet in the fight, and it's going to take a long time to come before that capability, those aircraft, those pilots, those squadrons are operationally matured. And face it, they're not going to be operating in the kind of, as U.S. pilots are and their NATO counterparts are training these Ukrainian pilots. Those F-16s are going to have to operate in very challenging circumstances, right? Most American pilots are used to operating in an essentially air superiority configuration, right? If you call in an American airstrike, he doesn't generally have to come into the operational area at 100 feet and pop up and let go his ordnance and then sneak out at 100 feet. That's what Ukraine is going to have to do because, right, air defense, among other things. It's just it's so infuriating, and especially now to see these power plants falling one by one because Ukraine doesn't have what every single person in the Pentagon knows they need: air defense. Alan, I'm giving myself a headache here.
Well, you and I are in good company, Chuck, among those who don't simply can't understand what's happening. Ukraine's foreign minister, Dmytro Kuleba, said exactly the same thing. And in fact, in Brussels, at a ceremony marking NATO's 75th anniversary, Kuleba said, "I'm sorry to spoil the birthday party, but who can believe that the mightiest military alliance in the world cannot find 7 batteries of Patriots to provide them to the only country in the world that is fighting ballistic attacks every day?" This is a question that should be easy to answer. And so far, no country, no number of countries required is stepping up to answer it.
Yeah, the only country in Europe where a Patriot missile has any chance of being fired operationally. Think of that. There are Patriot systems deployed right now in Europe. They're turned on, their sensors are on, there's somebody sitting there, but generally he's reading the sports page. The chance of him pushing the button on an intercept, him or her, is like 0 point squat. While in Ukraine, Patriots are firing war shots every single night, and something's got to give, right? We can do a little bit of a deep dive here, Alan, whenever you want, into what Patriot systems are where in Europe and where they might come from. So but and we can get into the nitty gritty there, but there are not a lot. The answer is for Raytheon to make more of them.
I just lost your audio there for a moment, Chuck. But yeah, there aren't a lot of Patriot systems, but there are some that can be spared. Kuleba says he has identified European nations and other nations around the world that really do have Patriot systems to spare. And I'm going to take Stephen's hand. Then we should look at where Patriot systems are deployed and how they might get to Ukraine. Stephen, go ahead, please.
Many thanks. Yeah, it seems there's some technical issues going on. With regard to where the Patriot systems come from,
Yeah,
was,
yeah,
warned,
we can
recently. Apologies. That in reserve in the United States alone, 1,000, and what Ukraine needs is 25, which is 1/4 of 1% of the existing U.S. stock. Thank you.
Well, I've got some data here in front of me, and so folks don't think I know this stuff. I looked it up before the show. These are rough numbers, and remember when we talk about a patriot, let's talk about a patriot system, and what that would look like is a battery, right? So there are 4 to 8 launch platforms, which can back and forth be called individual launch platforms, could be called a battery, but they in themselves don't do anything. They got to come with the goodies, which is, of course, the sensors, the radars, command posts, generators, communication systems. So the transport erection launcher vehicles, TELs, if you walked up on a used car lot and you saw one parked, you'd think, hot damn, I'll buy that. But it's useless by itself. So we're talking about systems ready to go. You know, your system. There are about 10 of them in Germany, and Germany has already sent 2 to Ukraine, and Germany has ordered 4 more from Raytheon. One of the 10 in Germany is a permanent training battery, so it is set up, and it doesn't have radars. You input your data, and you train crew members on that. There are 6 in Greece, but they are not likely to go anywhere because Greece and Turkey have a lot of problems with each other. There are 3 in the Netherlands, and in case an American wants to slap yourself on the back, the Netherlands have already donated twice as many as the United States has. There are 4 in Romania. Romania lives in a bad neighborhood. There are 4 in Sweden. I think you could make the case that Sweden needs hers as well. There are 3 in Spain and 2 in Poland. So, you know, we can go around and pass the hat, but you can see that a lot of these countries are probably not going to very, it'll be hard for them to part with their systems, but something's got to give. You know, for example, I don't think Spain is likely to be shooting down any incoming ballistic missiles soon. But these systems are they are national assets wherever they are. They're of that much importance. So where they're going to come from, boy, I don't know.
And we have to think about patriots as systems. These are arrays of military equipment that can be dispersed over acres of territory, if I'm not mistaken, Chuck. So radars, control pods, the launchers themselves. You're not talking about an air defense system that you're going to find parked in a parking lot outside Walmart. You're going to find it arrayed all around that Walmart, with only one part of it perhaps protecting that Walmart, right? And I just chose Walmart because they have huge parking lots. You don't park your whole Patriot system in one place, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the Russians go in for this kind of system with, for example, the Pantsir is a great example of this. The sensors, the missile tubes, the guns, everything is in one package that you can drive around. And that's great. And it looks very James Bondian, but everything's in one place. So one well-placed 50 caliber armor-piercing incendiary round will take out that vehicle. So systems like the Patriot, like the NASM's National Norwegian Standard, the launchers, the command centers, the sensors, the communications packages, they are all scattered around. And in some cases, they can be pretty far from one another. And so, especially in terms of the Patriot, it has a multifunction phased array radar. So it can range up to well, I wouldn't trust the Wikipedia things. Let's just say it's got a really it can detect at a much longer range that it can engage. Next to the radar, you've got an engagement control system. This is sort of the command and control headquarters system. It takes the inputs from the radar and determines interception points and relays kill authorization to the transport and erection launch vehicle. Fires PAC-3 missiles. They are, let's see, they're about, I don't know, 15, 16 feet tall. Got a warhead, 73 kilograms, which is a pretty big warhead. Why these things are able to shoot down Kinzhals, they have a maximum speed of Mach 5. And so those are the three principal components. There are others, for example, the generators, but you can separate these systems. It makes them redundant. One engagement control station can control a number of batteries. So this is a really great system. This is the sort of tent pole that you want to put your I don't want to say less capable, because the smaller scale systems, NASMs, etc., they are just as deadly, but they have a more limited range. And also, these systems are NATO designed to be interoperable, so that Patriot firing solutions can be communicated to other different missile systems. So making these air defense interlocking, interoperable, multi-weapon air defense, that's the solution for Ukraine. But no Bucks, no Buck Rogers, no tools, no safety.
Back to Stephen, and then just a little more detail on the air defense that Ukraine needs now. Stephen.
Well, yes, indeed, Pantsir. Patriot puts the pants in Pantsir, doesn't it? As a matter of fact, I really have struggled to find any. They had a very high reputation before this current conflict, Pantsir systems, that is. But I've struggled to find any decent evidence that they have indeed functioned as advertised at all. They just don't seem to be, I don't know, they seem to be pants, whatever. The slight wrinkle with regard to your analysis of the Patriots, I'm going to ask you this. My understanding is there were multiple generations, and the most recent generations are by far the most effective. The earlier generations had much more limited capacity, specifically against ballistic speed missiles. Is that correct? And I'll stand by after that and just be quiet.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not being an air defense boffin, but the capabilities of the missiles have definitely have definitely evolved. And the war started. Putin liked to believe his own press releases. The Kenzal was assessed as being uninterceptable. That wasn't, if you can sit down with a pencil and a psychology degree, and you realize that just because the incoming Kinzhal is traveling at hypersonic speeds, say around Mach 4, above Mach 5, the interceptor that comes at it, uh, the Kinzhals are not engaged from behind. They're not flying away. They're being intercepted by a converging projectile. And when the Kinzhals started falling prey to the Patriot, it probably came as a rude shock to Russia. But the Patriots are showing themselves to be capable of intercepting short-range ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles. There are a number of Russian cruise missiles that have a sprint mode as a transonic cruise coming into the target, and then as it closes in on the target, it can go up. Some of them can go up to Mach 2, closing in on Mach 3 as a sprint into the target. I'm afraid that what we're already seeing right now is that Patriot intercepts. Again, we're seeing air defense commanders. They're having to triage the incoming threats. So not every threat is being addressed. And of course, you can't count on an intercept. I mean, you fire your Patriot, and you can't count on one shot, one kill. The good side of that, the Iris-T, again, a shorter ranged system. There was at least one Iris-T battery operating in defense of Kyiv that I don't know, as early as 4 or 5 months ago, that battery had never missed an intercept, which is wow. It was 100%. You push the button, it made the hit. But you can't always count on that either.
Patriot systems are not the solution for air defense everywhere Ukraine needs it. For example, in Kharkiv, which is probably the hardest hit city every single day, but it's against Kharkiv that Russia is using artillery, ground launched missiles. These are converted air defense missiles that have been converted to ground attack missiles. I'm not sure what the solution for Kharkiv is, Chuck.
No, I don't either. You think of what sort of choices that have to be made on the fly in combat. Do you defend a power station, or do you defend an apartment building? Those are the decisions that are being made on the zero line right now by Ukrainian artillery battery commanders. You're getting a call from the front. They call for defensive fire. Here comes a Russian column. How do you address that? You don't have enough shells to put out, by the book defensive fires. And got a little more information, Stephen. You just asked the question. There are a number of Patriot variants, Pack 2 through Pack 3, and they deal with different characteristics of the blast, fragmentation, warhead. Some of these earlier systems were hit to kill, meaning that It wasn't a proximity fused. It was a missile hitting the actual target. And as you go through the pack generations, there are better maneuverability of the interceptor body itself, and increased guidance, and the changing to proximity fusing, which means you, as the missile homes in on its target, as long as the missile detects that it's closing on the target, it will go to hit to kill. And if it ever detects that it is moving farther away, i.e., it's gotten as close as it's going to get, it detonates. And most air intercept missiles are that way, with a notable exception of the Stinger, which has to actually hit its target in order to detonate.
Chuck, I think we should frame the next segment of bullet points here tonight through General Cavoli's testimony in Congress on April 10. But to set up that testimony, and I'm just going to read very brief statements that the general made on April 10th to a congressional committee. I'm just going to set his testimony up by reading this assessment by Edward Hunter Christie, who's a former NATO official and is now an independent analyst in Europe. And this is what he concluded after listening to Cavoli. On current trends, Ukraine will lose, and we will then face a larger and more dangerous Russian foe than what existed in 2022, with a serious threat of war or, at minimum, humiliating coercion against our nations. Much hinges on the U.S. resuming aid in a matter of weeks. If it fails, the U.S. will have made itself guilty of not just abandoning Ukraine to a crushing and fully avoidable defeat with huge human suffering, but it will have put the whole of Europe and itself at a massively higher threat of a world war. The window is closing very fast. So here on day 778 of the war, whose side is time on, Chuck?
It is not on Ukraine's side, and especially if we've often talked about uh, the parallels with the Spanish Civil War and the war in Ukraine. The Spanish Civil War, of course, preceded World War II. Like the Ukrainian War, we saw tactics changing. We saw technology changing the face of warfare. In the Spanish Civil War, the Nazis were debuting the uh, blitzkrieg tactics, primarily the integration of aviation to the maneuvers of ground maneuver warfare, and the support of aviation. All the tactics that were evolving, it was a dress rehearsal for World War II. What are we seeing in Ukraine right now? I mean, I used to try to avoid the hyperbole and say, look, this could be the opening act for World War III, but it absolutely could be. Some of the things that General Cavoli was saying today, one of them very alarming, that the Russian army is 15% bigger than it was when it invaded Ukraine. To put that gain in perspective, Russia has sustained 400,000 dead in Ukraine, yet it has still grown its armed forces by 15%. Russia has gone to a war footing in this regard. It's increased the upper age limit for its conscription from 27 to 30. So imagine yourself tooling around in your Lada. If you're as much as 30 years old, you can be recalled to national service or drafted outright. It's pushing to restructure its brigade tactical units. This is in direct consequence of what it's learned on the Ukrainian battlefield. It is, for every reason in the world, including cynical, selfish reasons, the United States should be backing Ukraine and allowing Ukraine to engage the threat that Russia poses. Even if you are the most cynical bastard in the world, America first, me first, forget everyone else, it's still in your twisted best interest to arm Ukraine. Unless you want to see, wait for it, folks, your own sons and daughters conscripted and sent into a European war. So, what it is that the members of Congress are doing, and placing America's own geopolitical interests, acting absolutely counter to America's geopolitical interest, specifically its military interest. It just doesn't make any sense at all. In fact, when you look at it, it seems to be increasingly nefarious on its face.
Chuck, while we are going to review Cavoli's testimony to Congress, and while we are going to review everything that Ukraine needs, I also want to mention that Ukraine, specifically the SBU Alpha units on the front line, need tactical gear that you and I can provide. It's the first tweet in the nest. And I think tonight, of all nights, the day 778, 779 of Russia's all-out invasion against Ukraine, this is the night of all the nights that we could possibly have contributed to Ukraine. This is the night we should do it. We know that Ukraine is going to be under attack again tonight. We know that the Russian attacks on Ukraine infrastructure have become relentless. This is a dire moment in the war. It's dire also for individual soldiers on the front line. They need tactical gear like combat ear protection, jackets that can be used to carry protective plates, boots, tactical pants. All of these things make a difference to individual soldiers on the front line. It is the fundraising effort that MriyaReport is undertaking right now, and your generosity will make a difference. Chuck, you know the gear you need to survive on the front line.
You know, in the United States military, in boot camp, you get issued, in the Navy, we call it a sea bag. It's all your gear. The things that the Alpha Force is asking for, they're just so fundamental. I mean, they need boots, they need socks, they need pants, they need battle belts, they need magazine pouches, they need ballistic armor, they need helmets. This stuff is expensive. I went from the military where I had everything I could possibly need. Later on, I'm working as a contractor. I'm working as a conflict correspondent. All of a sudden, I had to start buy this stuff for myself. I mean, I easily spent $25,000 getting gear up, ready to go. That's not including optics, night vision devices, thermal devices. They need so much, and it is so humbling to me to talk to people like Leon direct from the front, a proud serving officer of Ukraine who is so humble that he doesn't have problem asking for our help. It's so easy for us to help them. They need first aid kits. You know, you buy all the bandages, tourniquets, chest seals, antibiotic ointments. To equip your own field medical kit, and there are probably many people out there who have one. Look, you could spend a couple $100 just on that. So the things they need are just the basic issue, right? Just the things that any soldier would get handed to him. But I'm proud to be in a position to help them, and I hope everybody can help us get them the stuff they need. Their requests are so humble that it's really heartbreaking sometimes, Alan, to talk to those brave people at the front. You've heard their courage, their cheerfulness. None of them have any other expectation than fighting this war for the duration. None of those guys are going home. None of those guys are giving up. You know, they have families, they have loved ones, they have wives and husbands and sons and daughters. They are putting their lives not only on hold, but on the line. So, what little we can do, all of us together, we can do something, right? We have delivered. We have delivered these items to the front, and we'll do it again with your help.
And let tonight's report on MriyaReport, as we review General Cavoli's testimony, as we look at the maps, as we look at some of the tactical advances that Russia is making west of Bakhmut and west of Avdiivka, as we look at the targets the Russian troops on the ground have in front of them. Let this report trigger your generosity to help individual soldiers on the front lines in Ukraine. Guys like Leon, Chuck and Leon were together just last Saturday afternoon. Guys like Scruff, who often comes up. He's a reconnaissance drone operator on the front lines. And I also want to mention so many Ukrainian soldiers listen to MriyaReport anonymously, but they are here right now with us. We know that from talking with Beneficial, who made that great film To the Zero Line. We know it from soldiers like Leon and Scruff on the front line. Your contribution, and many, many listeners here will be contributing right along with you. Your contribution raises the morale of every single Ukrainian soldier on the front line. And sometimes MriyaReport listeners are the only lifeline of supplies to these units on the front line. So please look at the first tweet in the nest, follow it to the donation links, be just as generous as you possibly can, knowing that others are right along beside you, making as generous a contribution as they can, and knowing that MriyaReport is going to get all of these tactical supplies to the front lines just as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Chuck, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, look, that's why we're here. I mean, we deal in information, we bring you news, comment, analysis, facts, good and bad from the front. But we're here to do that. We're here to bring people together, inform you on what's going on, in Ukraine. I mean, to such an extent that, you can watch a lot of CNN before you're going to be able to ask questions of a serving Ukrainian combatant on the zero line. I like to think we do things that no big network can do. But the whole reason we do it and the whole reason we bring the information to you is, man, we want to get you to help, right? We just want to get you to help. That's all I want to say, Alan.
Thanks, Chuck. And, if you're listening to this bullet points on the Spotify archive, or you're listening on the YouTube simultaneous stream, just go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and support this current fundraising effort and Mariya Report. Remember, it's spelled MRIYA report. That's MriyaReport.org. Mariya in Ukrainian means dream. It was the name of the largest cargo plane ever built here in the world. It was destroyed at Hostomel Airport outside Kyiv in the very first days of Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. Let's keep that dream alive with our generosity. Chuck, I want to quickly go to Cece, who's going to tell us a little bit about, briefly, how we can get to our members of Congress and urge them to sign the discharge petition. And, Cece is going to tell us about that, but General Cavoli's testimony should trigger those signatures as well. And we're going to cover that testimony very quickly before we go to tonight's maps. Cece.
Yeah, so some news from the Hill. There's some rumblings that a list, if I can put it in the nest. The other thing is, if you guys, the great opportunity here is if you guys can retweet this particular list. The reason it's so important is we're always doing a bipartisan ask, right, for people to sign discharge petition number 9. And people are really trying to, there's been a lot of pressure now. Sticks and carrots. Now the list, Alan, do you mind if I put it in the nest? It's the same one I've put on before, but it's not the same one that is like 20 posts back.
Absolutely. Let's get it up there, Cece.
Appreciate it. So basically the rumbles are that there's such desperation, to get this through, that they're trying to target people who are specifically in positions which can be a little more, let's say, vulnerable than normal, and also people that are retiring, so people who are in districts that the other party won. So those two things, they're thinking about trying to offer them things. So we'll see how it goes. But everyone's trying to use sticks and carrots because there's such desperation, and amongst some of our pro-Ukraine, a lot of senators who understand this better than House members. The House members seem to be more susceptible to Russian money and to persuasion, but the senators are really going hard on House members. Obviously there's no direct. The Senate, just for people that are new to the U.S. system, the Senate has nothing to do with the House, but they do all, their kids are at baseball games together. They're doing dinners together. They are in various meetings occasionally together. They sit on boards, etc. So there's a lot of pressure and arm wrangling here. And because that is true, if we call today and tomorrow and this weekend, that pressure will then, so if you have both constituent pressure plus the addition of internal pressure, we really can get this to go through. So yeah, Will and I were talking on the phone this morning. Angry Ants, for you guys who know Will. And his offices that he also works with were having some of the same rumblings. But he was saying it too. That at the end of the day, it has to be constituent pressure. It can't just be interior political pressure. So yeah, if you guys can help launch this out into the world, I'll be so happy when we don't have to talk about this anymore. But right now, there's nothing more crucial and critical for everything that's at stake. And because it is a bipartisan ask, asking these huge pro-Ukraine accounts to get this list out into the world. If it is a big account, steal my stuff. I don't care. If it's a smaller account, I'd rather you use mine because it helps the algorithm. If it's a big account that's already set up on the algorithms, go for it. Steal it. I don't care. Just get her done. Get the list. Get fingers a dialing. So it's yeah, pretty terrifying, but we can get this done. We just have to DM it to people and actually have people be participative as opposed to just listening to all the granular details.
Thank you, Cece. I called Jared Golden earlier today, a Marine serving as a member of Congress from my state. I'm going to call him again tomorrow because he has yet to sign this discharge petition number 9. And I'm going to call him every single day until he walks up into the well of the House and signs that petition. I'm getting a lot of DMs in the background from listeners who have called their members of Congress. I'm getting a lot of DMs from listeners in the background who are giving tonight to the current fundraiser that is the effort of MriyaReport. It's right now the second tweet in the nest. Both of these actions are vitally important for all of our listeners to take tonight. Contact your member of Congress, make a generous contribution to the Tactical Gear fundraiser for the SBU Alpha units that MriyaReport is undertaking right now. And the reason to do it tonight is because time is short. Chuck, I'm going to take 2 more hands, then we're going to go to General Cavoli's testimony, then we're going to go to the maps, to Stephen, and then to Aria. Stephen, welcome back.
Many thanks. I just wanted to say, CC, you are a force of nature and a treasure, national and international. And I have one brief question, which is a discharge petition number 9. Does that signify this is the 9th ever to be undertaken in the history of the US?
No, it's a good question. It's odd how they're numbering them. I think it's just the current 9th one. There's 67 that have been in existence. Only 2 of those have become bills. But we're in extraordinary times, right? So people are a lot more optimistic about this one than normal, because as we know, the actual RBIO, rules-based international order, is at stake here. And this is not a normal bill. So yeah, the numbering is pretty random. And then thank you for that compliment. I just don't like children dying, so I don't look at myself as having particularly sterling moral character. I just don't like children dying. That's it. So I'm just trying to.
CC, I understand your humility. That is one of the characteristics of a truly moral person. But please accept the compliment. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it because it is exhausting. Also, just seeing so many pro-Ukraine accounts not zero in on the phone numbers is also disheartening. So I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Cece, for your humility and humbly accepting that compliment, which is well-deserved. Quickly to Aria, but then we do need to quickly get to General Cavoli's testimony to set up the maps we're going to take a look at tonight. Aria, please.
I think CC's humility proves Stephen's point. Thank you, CC, for all you do, and Chuck, thank you, for coming back always and speaking to us and giving us updates. I had a question for you tonight, but you managed to answer it inadvertently, so you can skip that. And I just want to say something that I found very effective. Again, most people are not on Twitter. I know a fairly amount of older Jewish ladies because of my grandmother who are politically involved, who do call senators and congressmen for other reasons, and I've been able to get several of them to start calling. You can screenshot CC's post. You can download the image. You can share it on Facebook. You can send it to people via text message. There are other ways to do it. And please remember, your reach is very limited on Twitter. Even if you have thousands and thousands of followers, only a small fraction see your posts unless it goes viral. And it is important to do this because you would be surprised at just talking to people, how many people, they might not call every day, but would be willing to call. And, I know as a fact that there are at least several people that are calling because I send text messages to them and I've talked to them on the phone about it. And they're not on Twitter, right? So I really recommend doing that. And the time is now. Every day that goes by, the chances get slimmer. The amount of blood that will be paid is going to be greater, and it will be much harder to deal with what we are dealing with. The effects on the infrastructure, the effects of the missile strikes because they don't have the systems to defend themselves. When eventually we get our act together and give them the systems, whether it's Europe, the United States, it's going to be a lot harder than where they are now. So time is of the essence, and it is important. So please do that, and I'll stop waffling.
Thanks, Arya. Thanks, Cece, for giving us the opportunity to have the numbers we need to contact our members of Congress. Chuck, let's go to General Cavoli's testimony to Congress on April 10. And this speaks especially to the starvation of artillery munitions for Ukraine. This is what General Cavoli said. And by the way, General Christopher Cavoli is the Supreme Commander of NATO forces in Europe. This is what he told Congress. Ukraine is now being outshot by the Russian side 5-1. He's speaking about artillery. That will immediately go to 10-1 in a matter of weeks. We are not talking about months. We are not talking hypothetically. The situation is extremely serious. The biggest killer on the battlefield is artillery. And should Ukraine run out, they would run out because we stopped supplying. What are the reports about artillery on the Ukrainian side right now?
Well, I think, who am I to correct General Cavoli, but I think the volume differential between outgoing and incoming fire is, the general is reporting 5-1. Well, we know that's often, depending on the point of contact, it can be even 10-20 to 1. The terrifying thing that General Cavoli underscored today is that Russia is outproducing all 32 NATO allies combined per year in production of ammunition. And that Russia is on track to command the largest military on the continent. And its industrial base, which of course is the industrial base in comparison to Ukraine, there's just no way that Ukraine can stand up to this without our help, without our immediate help, and frankly, the resumption of the aid that was promised. Also, it's estimated that Russia is inducting 30,000 troops every month. And interestingly, General Cavoli said there were other less obvious and, dare I even say, covert, concealed mobilization efforts that are going on in Russia. So beyond the numbers that are publicly reported by by Vladimir Putin, an additional 300,000 others are being conscripted into the army. And General Cavoli pointed out that Russia is now even press ganging foreign nationals. So there is no doubt that as long as Putin is in control here, he's going to keep this war going. You know, I have maintained my position that I don't see Russia subduing Ukraine, but I'm also of the opinion that the war is going on for at least 4 more years, and I might add another year to that just for the nonsense that has happened now. And we're still not in the most dire throes of this ammunition famine. Things are going to get worse, and they're not going to turn around instantly. So, as Cece has pointed out, it's just so important. Look, stay on your congressman, stay on your representative. Eventually, we've got to shame them into doing the right thing. And I can't imagine any of these people running for reelection with the backdrop of what's going to be going on in Ukraine within the next year. It's not going to be a good look. And if any of these people are running next year, look, I encourage you, run yourself. Make sure you show up at their town halls and ask them why they didn't sign this discharge petition. Ask them if they know how many Ukrainian civilians were killed this month by Russian airstrikes. Put it in their faces, because we're not in yet the time of consequence. Things are going to get worse. Anyway, very happy that General Cavoli has emerged into the spotlight and has so bravely stated the truth. And once again, it is the political people in this country who call the shots. Those of us who are in the military, those of us listening who are serving now, you know, we don't have political opinions. We put that stuff away and we execute on policy. We do what we're told. But it's so difficult to watch this happen so needlessly, and it is so counter to the interests of our nation and national security that we're allowing this to happen.
As Chuck mentioned, Cavoli reported to Congress and to the American people, frankly, because this testimony is available to everyone. It's the 8th tweet in the nest. Take a look at it. Russia is reconstituting its frontline force far faster than our initial estimates suggested. And as Chuck pointed out, the Russian army is actually now larger by 15% than it was when it invaded Ukraine. Over the past year, Russia increased its frontline troop strength from 360,000 to 470,000. This is what General Cavoli reported to Congress. And this is his conclusion. Regardless of the outcome of the war in Ukraine, Russia will be larger, more lethal, and angrier with the West than when it invaded. Cavoli recognizes that Russia is a lethal enemy. But this is the other thing he talked about, and people should take this into consideration as well before they call their members of Congress. This is what Cavoli is saying. China, Iran, North Korea are sustaining Russia's economy and enabling it to continue its aggression in Ukraine. This new axis of adversaries will create strategic dilemmas within an increasingly challenging international security environment. And these are just some facts and figures. As of March, North Korea has provided Russia with roughly 6,700 containers that could contain up to 3 million artillery shells. Iran has provided Russia with drones, artillery, ballistic missiles that have enhanced Russia's lethality. So, everyone listening here, this is information that you need to get into your own head and convey it to your member of Congress. Ask them if they know. And this is how Cavoli described the alliance of Russia, Iran, China, North Korea. He called it a no limits partnership. And Ukraine needs a no limits partnership with the United States and all of its allies as well.
There's a really interesting line that General Cavoli said. Here's a quote. Based on my experience in a 37-year plus career in the military, if one side can shoot and the other side can't shoot back, the side that can't shoot back loses. You can take that one to the bank. And 3 million shells from North Korea alone, and believe me, their contributions do not end with 122 millimeter artillery shells. That aid included ballistic missiles and associated systems. And I can tell you for a fact that North Korean technicians, launch technicians, missile directors, etc., came with that aid. Nobody translated the Korean launch manuals into Russian. It didn't happen. There are North Korean combatants on the battlefield, as there are Iranians. In Crimea, we know, directing the firing of shaheeds. There are Iranians working on the production lines in Russia to generate the later variants here of the shaheed. This unlimited partnership that the general refers to, very euphemistically stating that Korea is in this war with Russia, and they will provide Russia, as the general intimated, with unlimited cooperation. So to look back at Congress, I simply can't believe it. I just can't. But it keeps going on. It's like this nightmare that just the loop keeps playing again and again, and I just can't. Geez, Alan, what do? They open the newspaper in the morning and they see, wow, almost every power plant in Ukraine was hit last night. Kinzhal attacks were carried out against a large natural gas facility that supplies Europe with 20% of its natural gas. I think I'll go to the racquetball court this morning. What is with these people?
I think they open the newspaper, look at their horoscope, read the comics, and close it. And they close their minds to what is threatening the United States and global security. I also want to mention, Chuck, just before we get to the maps, that Kharkiv Oblast has mandated evacuation of families with children from 47 frontline settlements. These settlements are under artillery shelling every single day. They're hit by Russian glide bombs. In just the past few weeks, children have been killed. This is why Kharkiv has ordered the evacuation of families from these 47 settlements. Now, this usually occurs in advance of anticipated increased attacks and assaults by Russians. So I take this evacuation order quite seriously in Kharkiv Oblast.
Absolutely. It unfortunately makes a great deal of military sense for Russia to make a lunge at Kharkiv. We're talking about a distance of 20 kilometers, a little bit more, a little bit less for our American listeners. That's 12 miles. Kharkiv was under attack just 5 hours ago. There is a built-in axes of advance right there. Look, it would make perfect sense right now for Russia to launch a major offensive against Kharkiv. Are they going to do it? I don't know. But Alan, you are quite right. When settlements get evacuated, it is always a precursor to Russian advances. So we'll have to see. But looking at this map, I could see that would be a smart thing for Russia to do. And it's almost a no-lose thing for them to do. They don't care how many people they lose. They don't care how many vehicles they lose. They don't care how inept their attacks will be, but this will be win or lose. And I don't know that they'll lose, but I'll say this is as a diversionary tactic and as a tactic that will, without fail, stretch Ukraine's defensive resources, make all of the resistance on the ground everywhere that much thinner. It makes perfect sense for Russia to do this. And again, Putin his eyes are on the clock too, right? He wants to get as much done as possible before that $60 billion has any chance of getting into Ukraine. And frankly, that's months from now. So he's got from now, and we're still in mud season, but come the later part of this month, things are going to dry. It was almost 80 degrees today in parts of Ukraine. Things are drying out, and we'll look for increased Russian offensive activity all summer. And I don't see Ukraine being in any position to do anything except fight on the defensive, if we give them enough to do that even.
Which we absolutely have to do. We're going to, the other reason Russia is especially targeting Kharkiv, it's a city of 1.3 million people right now, by the way. It's Ukraine's second largest city, but Russia regards it as a launching pad of attacks into Russia itself. We're going to take a look at the ongoing raid into Belgorod Oblast by free Russian brigades that indeed do use Kharkiv as their preparation point. We're going to take a look at that in a moment. And then but first we're going to go back to Stephen and then to Anda. I'm so happy to see Anda with us tonight. Stephen, please, then Anda.
Many thanks. So with regard to the congressional and political intransigence in the United States, it is almost unique, I think perhaps unique in American history, I think, that a war of this nature has generated such hesitation on both sides of what you could call a political aisle. And I think that that people need to understand that this has a great deal to do with hybrid warfare, which Russia has been waging against the United States. It is very evident for anybody with eyes, but I would like to try and use an analogy. There are some things that you can see directly with your eyes, like the table, the chairs, your friends, your dog, and the stars. But there are some things that you cannot see with your eyes, but you can only infer their existence by the effect of the way in which they influence their surroundings, like a black hole. A black hole cannot be seen directly, but it bends light around it on all sides. And I feel that what has been happening in the United States political sphere is a black hole has been opening up in the center of the Republic of the United States of America, and light has been bending around it. And you can see it only by noticing the bend of the light. Thank you.
That's a pretty good analogy, Stephen. I agree with you. But again, I am so happy to hear Anda's voice again, coming to us from early morning in Europe. Anda, welcome.
Hi, Alan. Hi, Chuck. So nice to see
Hi,
you.
Anda. Thanks for coming up.
Oh, so glad to be here. And I haven't been around when you were up talking about the situation in Ukraine for a long time. So I'm really happy to be here. I have listened to you both talking earlier, and I want to give an encouragement to the Americans who are listening right now, and to ask a question. So I will start because you were talking about this and about the political context and everything in US, and I would like to encourage everyone to reach out. I know you listened here in the space to Cici, and she's doing a phenomenal job. The thing is like this: the difference between my country and yours is that if you write to one of your representatives, they answer back, right? A good or a bad answer, but they will answer back. They will so they will justify themselves in front of you. Sometimes they are not doing a good job, right? So they will use something that has, so they will not say to you, I won't support Ukraine, right? But they will say to you, I voted for this and that resolution of Ukraine, which has been voted upon 2 years ago, right? So he's not doing the job right now. He did it. He will put that into your face, but he will answer. So you have the opportunity to answer back. And this pressure that you put on your representatives, as in stating what you stand for, right? You don't have to, invent things. You just have to say what you think about Ukraine and why you support Ukraine and why you want them to vote in a certain way. And this is great power. This is great power in your hands. And this is great power in your hands in a time when you are approaching elections. So they will want your vote in 2 or 3 months, and they will listen to you more closely than in other times, right? So I would encourage you again, if you're not comfortable calling, write. There is a site is called democracy.io, and you can enter your address. It will redirect you automatically to your own representatives and senators in the state. There are some states which have, I don't know, I Googled that, right? For California, it's 52. So I'm stressing on this? I live in a country which had a dictatorship until 30 years ago and a young democracy since. One of the things that happens here is that I can write to everyone I want. I won't get an answer. No one will pick up the phone on the other side of the line, and no one will listen to me. They only listen to votes and to polls here. So for me, I feel like here I don't have a voice still. And I know this is not the case in the US. So this is why I'm so passionate about this, about being able to speak. That after a dictatorship, trust me, you kind of enjoy this. And use your rights. Use your rights. It makes a difference. And when you will see your representative signing, know that you had a part in helping Ukraine getting those money. Right? That's when you know you had a part in helping Ukraine. Like really helping Ukraine. And it doesn't cost you anything, right? Just some time and writing a message. So yeah, I'm sorry. So the question is for Chuck, right? Because you were talking about evacuation. And I want to, so please, Chuck, if you can, lay down what it means to evacuate a city. So how you prepare for that, how much time it takes, how much resources, generally speaking, right? So that we can make an image in our minds of the stress, both for the authorities in Ukraine. This is not the first city to be evacuated, and for the people.
And that is a great question. And I just want to clarify, it's not Kharkiv itself being evacuated. It is 47 settlements in Kharkiv Oblast being evacuated. In fact, Russian disinformation has tried to persuade the 1.3 million residents of Kharkiv that their city is under such imminent threat that it will be evacuated. It's not Kharkiv that's being evacuated. It's 47 settlements under daily fire that are being evacuated. But that is a great question, and thank you, and to Chuck.
Yeah, and I'm very glad you brought that up. And people who are listening who live in the southern United States, we often have to evacuate for example, when a hurricane is coming. And people are famous for deciding to ride the storm out, even if it's a Category 5. Which, by the way, if you do that, it's you're not going to live through a Category 5. It's not going to happen. They're going to find your body up in a tree. But even with those consequences so clear, so plain, so well explained, people don't want to leave everything they have in the world. And we talk about these evacuations. It's almost better to talk about little villages for a second, to bring it down to the human scale. You're sitting here and you're listening to us. Look around the room you're in. You don't get to take any of that stuff. Not your books, not your television, not your bed. If you're lucky enough to have a car, it's what's going in the car. You might be able, for everyone in your family, to take a change of clothing, right? That's about it. A little bit more than that. If you're smart, you'll take water, you'll take food, but water is more important. You need to fill the car up. A lot of times you'll see a mattress bolted to the roof, but you have to leave everything you've worked for, you've earned, you've achieved in your life. You've got to leave all of that and flee. It's a very difficult thing to do. Older people, they don't want to do it. They'll just stay there. So you think about the evacuations in a natural disaster. Okay, they are, even in the United States, with goods chaotic. Roads get crowded. Now imagine if you're getting shelled while you're doing it. And imagine if the adversary, the enemy, are the Russians. They wait until the roads get filled up. Then they shell them. They did this in Izium in particular. They waited until the road was bumper to bumper, going nowhere with refugees, and then they killed as many people as they possibly could using cluster munitions. That's what they do. Kramatorsk, the train station a year and a half ago, they used a Iskander ballistic missile with cluster bombs to strike the train station. They waited till the train was in, then they hit it. So the dilemma, the feelings of these people, you can't really put it in words. They're just pictures in a newspaper. You shrug it off. You don't think about it. But it's so real and it's so painful. And the most vulnerable people in society, older people, they don't have a car. They don't have the means to flee. They can't walk. It's absolutely heartbreaking. So you give a thought to them as well. And the decision that is made by the Ukrainian government to initiate these evacuations, and that in itself, it diverts resources, right? So the effort that has to go into civil defense, very important effort. It is very important to get these civilians out of harm's way, but that also plays into Russia's hands. The diversion of manpower and material into the civil defense efforts, that takes efforts away from the armed forces. So I'm glad you brought that up, and it's heartbreaking. It really is, and I've seen a lot of displaced people in my career. And you get on the road, how much can you bring with you? It's not enough. How do you start to feed and clothe yourself? Where are you going to find? to take on this effort. It's heartbreaking, Alan.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking, and in a way, the evacuation of these 47 settlements in Kharkiv Oblast are a kind of preview of what Russia is attempting to cause with its countrywide relentless air attacks on Ukraine. This is what Putin is trying to do. He is trying to create the second refugee crisis out of Ukraine by this relentless shelling. The first refugee crisis that Putin triggered was a result of the large scale invasion 778 days ago. It was the largest refugee crisis that Europe had faced since the end of the Second World War. Well, Putin can cause an even larger refugee crisis if he succeeds in making Ukraine uninhabitable. And this is what he is attempting to do with the cruise missile and drone attacks on Ukraine's power infrastructure. So keep that in mind. This is why Europe is so focused right now. This is why France, for example, is stepping up and supporting Ukraine in a way it has not in the course of this war. But everything Chuck is telling you about an evacuation is absolutely true. It's a humanitarian undertaking that requires skill, empathy, love, for that matter. Those Ukrainian first responders who are helping to organize these evacuations are literally walking elderly Ukrainians from their homes to evacuation vehicles. And just as Chuck said, you can take next to nothing with you. There's just not room. There's not time. You have to say goodbye to your home, to the memories that you have in your home, of your family, of all the events that occurred there in your life. It's when this happens, everything that you had, everything that you have, everything that you will have is being taken away from you. Back to Anda, please.
Just one detail to for the context and for the people in the room. Chuck mentioned one very important thing. Elderly people don't have cars. Ukraine is not, was not, and is not organized as US, meaning not everyone has a car. And for the elderly people from villages, they don't even, in most cases, like 8 people out of 10 would not have taken driving lessons ever. So even if you put them behind the wheel, they wouldn't know what to do with it, right? Ukraine's life was different, and this is one of the details which actually hinders when you need to go, right? Because it's easier when you have a car to put in it whatever you have and go. But most of the people in villages, especially elderly people, don't have that luxury. So what you take with you, it's even less, right? Your papers, some clothes, and basically that's that. So yeah, I wanted to put that as a context, and thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you, Anda, for your question. Quickly now to Stephen, to Luca, and to David. Then to a quick update from Belgorod Oblast, and then to the maps. Stephen, Luca, David.
Looking forward to the Belgorod update, especially. But yeah, with regard to what Anda said and Chuck, so one of the people I met in eastern Dnipropetrovsk was a Scandinavian, not going to say exactly which country, ex-forces guy who spent most of the last year driving. I think he's anyway. Driving, particularly in the winter, driving into the hot zones of Bakhmut, mainly taking people out of the remains of that city as the battlefront advanced. And in discussion with him, it was astonishing, right? So this guy had been through several conflicts before. He was somewhat used to that, but he was driving. He was going right into the. So one particular situation was an old couple that were maybe 100 meters from the Wagner front line as they advanced through the city. Half of the apartment buildings around them had been destroyed, and he had to forcibly remove them. It's hard to hear, but he had to take them not by harsh force, but by persuasion that was not entirely verbal. And they were taken back into western Dnipropetrovsk, where there was a hotel room provided for them. When and this is the key moment when they got into the hotel room, and these are people who literally were 100 meters from Wagner, right, in Bakhmut, probably February of last year, if I remember accurately. They didn't want to be in. It was a very nice hotel room, nothing wrong with it, beautiful actually, nicer than their apartment is what my friend said. And they said, we just want to go home. Thanks.
Yeah, that's that is it, absolutely. And it's pretty heartbreaking to come back and find you don't have a home anymore. And that happens so much. And again, we talk about General Cavoli was talking about the fire differential, 5-1. Every day, Russia will deliberately shell market towns, crossroads, little villages. You don't have to be a place of any military or tactical significance at all to catch a Russian fire mission. They are out to destroy as much of Ukraine as they possibly can, right? That's why we're here. We're doing what we can to stop that, to arrest that process, and to facilitate Ukraine in fighting for its freedom. That's what they're doing. So here's the tough words. Here's the tough truth that we're facing.
To David, to For Every Child, and to Luca, if you're listening, come right back up and we'll get you into the speakers panel. David, then For Every Child.
Hello, Chuck.
thanks so much for doing this again, and I really appreciate all that you're doing. You're the best.
Thanks, man. I have a good leader I follow every night, and that is Alan. Thank you, though, for the compliment.
Yeah, you guys are fantastic. I really appreciate it. Calm in the midst of the storm. Just, can you give us a little color? Sorry if I'm late coming to this, but we were at a point where Russia was not able to sort of kind of create any sort of offensive capability not too long ago. And it seems like about for the last 4 months, we haven't had any real status report on capability of forces. And it does seem like Russia is kind of moving or inching forward a little bit. And, how that ammunition all plays in, kind of where we are with the numbers. And then second part of that question is Peter Zane has made a great analysis historically. When Russian casualties get to about 500,000, either proportionately or relatively, in his estimate, that's when and only when the Russian society will start to exert pressure to get the hell out of there. And I think we're about 430 casualties. And I just am not sure if you heard anything about that, or is it dead and wounded, or is it just dead? But we are seeing some weird news come about from Russian wives protesting, getting arrested, not getting arrested, putting up signs. There is some cracks, I think, in the veneer. And just would love to hear a status, your opinion of the capabilities of the Russian forces. Is our hair on fire? And what do you feel about the total casualties as far as like a cracking point for the Russians at 500,000?
Yeah, that's I didn't read that individual article, but every number that I can see points to casualties approaching 400,000, and that's dead. So that number might be a little lower, but an ironclad rule of warfare is 3 wounded for every killed. And often, I mean, that's the baseline conservative estimate. You can often go to 5, 6 to 1. So we're looking at let's put that number at 300,000 dead. So that would mean 900,000 total casualties. So we're talking, people with no legs, arms, severely wounded. It's a lot. I don't know if I don't know when the Russian people are going to take action, and by that I don't necessarily mean revolt. I mean show signs of widespread discontent, but it's already at the point where people notice. It's already at the point where they see more mobilization going on. Just because Putin says he's going to mobilize 300,000, and as General Cavoli pointed out, there are some mechanisms and means by which Putin is inducting more people than the open source intelligence can account for. Young men know that if they get sent to Ukraine, enough information is coming back from the front that it won't be good there, that they're not going to get rotated out. They get forward deployed pretty much for the duration. Interestingly, there was some articles in the Kyiv Post recently, part of an ongoing series that they do about the content of intercepted phone calls from the front. And these are almost universally negative. That servicemen are they're complaining about the services of their conditions of their service. They complain about their leadership. They complain about their equipment. They complain about their medical care, their food. And even if you just say, look, soldiers are going to bitch when they call home. Yeah, that's true. They might. But in my experiences, when people call home from the U.S. military, they tend to play down the danger, the discomfort, everything else. They talk to mom on the phone and they don't say the kind of things that we hear Russian soldiers saying to their mothers. Things are bad here. People don't get medevaced. There's only 10 guys left in my unit. It's sobering to hear from the general today. He reminded us of Russia's commitment to this, their mobilizations. I'm still wondering if Russia can actually put together the kind of large-scale divisional, operations at the divisional and army level. So a division being about 20,000 people, very large ground, combined arms, combined maneuver elements. I don't know if they can put those together. I don't know if the Russian leadership has the bandwidth or the stomach for putting together large scale operations. They remember what happened during the Kharkiv offensive. They lost a tremendous amount of territory and they lost control of their forces because major formations cut and run. They just got backed in and they abandoned their equipment and they took off. So I think the Russian commanders, at least, they have got a sense of how brittle their force posture actually is. Okay, so I don't see any big combined arms. I don't see Russia getting to the Dnipro River. I don't. But what sort of encourages me and alarms me at the same time, Russia puts together these platoon and company sized attacks. They attack in the same places at the same time of the day, and they keep putting out these, let's call them pinpricks. Although, if you were fighting off a company sized engagement, you wouldn't think of it as a pinprick. Believe me, it would be the most memorable experience of your life. But I see Russia increasing the frequency and the duration of these attacks. And they are succeeding, right? So Russia has a taste for it. They found this technique worked in Avdiivka. You just keep throwing men and vehicles, keep throwing them at Ukrainian positions, and they will stubbornly, but by necessity and inevitably, they will pull back to more defensive, more favorable defensive positions. And they did that in Avdiivka, and they've sort of stabilized the lines now, but they're pushing forward and they're making progress in Bakhmut. And it is the same technique. So this is like the worst possible time for the United States Congress to turn its back on Ukraine, because all of this terrain that has been taken is going to have to be fought for and recaptured. So I know that's a bit of a long answer, but look, I am still of the opinion that the Russian army, the way that it's commanded now, and there's going to be no great reformation in its military leadership. These guys are not. There isn't going to be a General Sherman rising from the ranks to take over and turn this war around for Putin. That is absolutely not going to happen. But the Russians are absolutely learning from their mistakes. And one thing General Cavoli said, buried in there, This is not the same disorganized Russian army that invaded Ukraine. They are getting smarter. But the good thing is, with the casualties they are sustaining, they can't maintain an experienced force, right? They're not seasoning cadres of veterans. They're not bringing people with battle experience from the front, transferring them back to Russia and training up the new units. That's good. And with this level of casualties, and look, no war is going well for you if you lose 400,000 people in 750 days. You're losing. But in this case, it's, as long as Putin and Shoigu and the Russian officer corps are willing to sustain these egregious casualties and these losses, they're generally going to get weaker. And their combat effectiveness already is abysmal, and their morale is, we're still facing small scale mutinies and defections and units that just turn off their radios. And then the provost marshals have got to go in there and hoik these guys back up to the line. So that's the good news and bad news.
And David, don't begin to think that there is some kind of a breaking point in Russian casualties. If there is, we don't know what it is. And one of the reasons we don't know what that breaking point is simply because Russia controls the news media so effectively inside Russia. The full devastating news about this war is not reaching the Russian population. And so don't begin to think that the breaking point might be at 500,000 dead and 1.5 million wounded. Don't think the breaking point might be at 1 million dead and 3 million wounded. We simply don't know. And we don't know because of how well Putin's regime controls the news inside Russia. And we don't know simply because Putin will scrape the barrel for recruits, not from Moscow or from St. Petersburg or Ekaterinburg, but from the remote regions of Russia and from the former Soviet republics that contribute migrant workers to Russia who are being press ganged into the Russian military. With that, I want to go to Luca, who did jump back in, and then to Arya, and then to a very quick review of the raid into Belgorod, and the most important map of the night, Chuck's focused map around Chasivyar. Luca, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alan. Ciao, Anda. Hello, friends. Quickly, Stephen, kind of like point about the black hole strikingly, well illustrated. Thank you. And a point about call your representative, also very good. My representative here in the South Bay didn't vote right away. I know a bunch of people called her and she voted for the discharge petition. So keep on pushing. That's what democracy is for. Now, to the question, I'm actually trying to wrap my mind around and I don't know who this question is for, so I'm just gonna put it out there. What's like Congress and more specifically the the people that still oppose this bill, and even more specifically, MAGA Republican, and even more specifically, Speakers Johnson endgame is the endgame to just hand over Ukraine to Russia? Is it to make Putin, obviously an enemy of the state, victorious? Is it to cause additional suffering or just I cannot understand what their end game is. I can't. So I don't know. I'll put it out there. Maybe you guys have better view than me. Thank you. What's your opinion? Thank you.
You know, Luca, that's a good question, Chuck. I'm just going to dive in here. The end game is domestic American politics. It's not international security. It's not keeping America's promise to Ukraine. It is simply American domestic politics. For whatever reason, Republican pollsters and campaign managers have decided that this is a wedge issue, that they can make more of a wedge issue between now and November. This is the most cynical approach to politics and governance and oversight of America's international security that I can think of. So it actually, you know, Luca, it has nothing to do with the outcome of the war in Ukraine. It has everything to do with the outcome in American elections this November. I hate to say that, but I think that is the only way to approach an answer to your question. I'm crying too, Luca.
Me too. Me too. I can't figure out the why. I really can't. I don't know if it is politicians keeping their own career options open. I just know that dragging their feet on this important matter, it's morally reprehensible. It is a wrong move for American commitments abroad. It is just wrong on every level. Russia is not and will never be a friend of the United States. This is what Ukraine is fighting, a war that every country in Europe can expect to eventually come to its door. Putin started 5 wars in his 20 years in power. This may not be the last one. So we have an opportunity to make this the last one. And the only way this war is going to end is if Russia is militarily defeated in Ukraine. That is the cost of liberty. That is the cost of Ukraine turning its face towards the West. And we made assurances to Ukraine when she disarmed voluntarily. We made security assurances. We can't turn our backs on those. And I don't know. Let's remember the people who stood in the way of this. Let's remember them. So the only job they will get is in the future is not going to be an elected position in the United States. They can go be lobbyists, Alan, but let's not allow these people to return to Congress.
100% agree. To Aria, to Brian, to Clarence, with a reminder that we have an important map to look at. We have an important update to make from the Free Russian Brigade raid into Belgorod Oblast. Aria, Brian, Clarence.
So, Chuck, in regards to Russian casualties, I know the numbers that are given don't include those forcibly and previously voluntarily conscripted from Lugansk and Donetsk public state, right? So I was wondering your thoughts on how many of them have also died in this, because I know they mobilized the 500,000 after the initial Ukrainian pushback, and then they sent most of them home. But the numbers, I saw so many cases of people not going home. So I was wondering what your thought on those numbers were. Thank you.
And you broke up a little bit. Is it assessing Ukrainian casualties or Russian casualties?
The Ukrainians that were forcibly conscripted by the Russians, which is again an act of genocide.
Yep, absolutely. There were Ukrainians who entered into voluntary service in the units that were raised by the LNR and the DNR. I would say there are likely, I wouldn't say half of them, but maybe 25% of them are serving unwillingly. Those units have been pushed forward, of course, by Russia. Those units get attrited. They are shoved forward at the put in the hottest places here, always backed up by Russian units. But the combat capability of those who have survived, their resolve has been pretty much hardened, and they are, for the most part, combat effective to a point. I think that their casualty rates are likely exceed the Russian casualty rates because they're put under more intense combat. They're deployed in a more casual manner. So, Russian casualties run about somewhere between 300 and 1,000 a day. That's a lot. And how many of those belong to the militias? Boy, I don't know. I am guessing now, but I don't think it's probably more than 25-30% of the Russian effort. Now, I could be wrong, but I would estimate those casualties. Let's put them at 90,000, 80,000 Ukrainians compelled to fight on the Russian side. So the numbers are not inconsequential. But I would say the majority of those people who entered service in those militias, they did so. It's hard to say voluntarily, but there were people who joined willingly, and there were those who were compelled. And what that ratio is, that's hard to say.
It's a very granular question, and you also have to take a look at the last decade, not just the last 10 months, frankly. To Brian, to Clarence, and then to the raid into Belharad, then to the map around Chassis VR. Brian.
Hey guys, good to talk to you again. Great to see you, Chuck. I work with actually one of your former colleagues there, Rick Rasco, works for our company, and he knows of you, although he's not met you.
Well, tell him hi. That's great.
Yeah. So, in answer to I'm sort of adding a little additional color to your answer, to Chuck, Alan's very good answer to Luca's question. Luca, just think of the phrase spineless fealty to the former guy, and I think you'll pretty much get what is going on here. No one wants to cross the former guy and risk his wrath and potentially have his rabid cultish followers um, have them, throw this person throw them out of office for crossing him. You should not assign any geopolitical philosophy or thought process to a person like Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right, she will not be giving any briefings or receiving any substantive briefings. You could probably shove me into that office, and I would have more. I think a potted plant would have more actual metabolism and things going on than the neurons that are in her brain, certainly when it comes to geopolitics. So yeah, you should not ascribe any to most of these people. You should not ascribe any sort of higher end thought and geopolitical end game that they're thinking about. This is about survival, political survival, and retention in office and retention of power. That is 100% what this is about. This is not a honest disagreement between sincerely held beliefs, looking at a set of geopolitical or military facts and coming up to a conclusion that is not in our interest to support Ukraine. It's nothing that sophisticated. Much more simple and cynical is the vibe. And I know you have another hand and you have another map.
No one can argue with what you said. I don't know what their motivation is, and I think that they have motivations, and they are all basically self-focused. So it saddens me. And Alan, I'm sure it saddens you too, because you were there and you saw things working the way they should work, and people working in the service of their country. I know I know that bothers you too.
Yeah, and we have people in this space and Europeans that are rightly pissed at us, right? And they have every right to be pissed at us because here we are dithering, and and it's just embarrassing. It gets more and more embarrassing every day the longer this goes on. Back to you.
Well, I did have the opportunity to work in the U.S. Senate when most members were serious about governing our country, were serious about uh, uh, organizing resistance to security threats around the world. They took their jobs very seriously, Republicans and Democrats alike. And, even the most colorful members of the US Senate were serious legislators, and they did work across the aisle. I mean, my God, uh, uh, Ted Kennedy, frankly, was one of the best legislators in the Senate because he engaged with his Republican colleagues and they got things done. And this is also why so many members of Congress are choosing to leave. It's simply not worth the headache to serve in this what has become an insane asylum. It's not the greatest deliberative body in the world any longer. It's just a goddamned insane asylum. Quickly to Clarence, and then to the final 21 minutes of bullet points tonight. Clarence.
Thank you, Chuck. A lot of great contributors here tonight. Peter, and I see Dryfly and others. I listen often. I speak seldom. I've been agonizing over this question, right? With everyone else, right? On this panel night after night. And I'm just starting, okay, not convinced, but I'm starting to come to the thinking that there may be some great powers bargain behind all of this. And I apologize if I'm sounding like a crackpot, but it just, to point at the GOP, who I have no love for, and blame it solely on them is just, there's an intellectual dishonesty to that, in my opinion. I mean, we hear silence from the bully pulpit, right? We hear no explanation whatsoever from the people that are in charge of strategy. We see lack of supply that's been going on forever. ATACMS, all of it. How many tanks did they send over? Like less than 50? I mean, less than 50 Bradleys. I mean, it's just
31 Abrams.
And about
right,
200
right. So it's
M2s.
yeah. So it's just, to me, it's the current administration. I mean, they're involved with whatever's going on. It's just starting to feel like there's a grand bargain, and what's happening is just, I think they're gently trying to force Ukraine to the table, gently, slowly, gradually. It's the only thing that makes any sense at this point. Thank you. I'll listen.
I don't think the United States is trying to gradually force Ukraine to the table. I think what has happened here is a convergence of domestic American politics and reluctance of Biden's security advisors, and a feeling that they can manage this war from afar. And when I say convergence, it's a convergence of time. The problem is it's an election year, 2024. The delays in American aid, because it's an election year, can only grow longer. And I fault the Biden administration for trying to manage this so-called escalation threat. There was never any escalation threat. It is simply having to take American policy out of the hands of accountants, out of the hands of academics who have never been in the military, out of the hands of politicians. And this actually could have been done. And you have to put it into the hands of your military advisors, into the hands of Lloyd Austin, although he's been restrained lately, into the hands of the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, now General Brown, into the hands of generals like Chris Cavoli, the Supreme Commander of NATO forces, and frankly, into the hands of Antony Blinken, who is a lifelong professional diplomat, a great supporter of Ukraine, restrained just as Lloyd Austin has been. But no one understands better than Antony Blinken that diplomats wait for their cue to enter the arena. But I do take your question and comments very seriously, Clarence. Very, very quick follow up to you, then to Will, then to Chazavyar.
Thanks. I'll just say briefly, I hope you're right, Alan. And I just want to thank everybody who contributes and maintains the space. I missed Will earlier. Frankly, based on the hour, I wasn't expecting him to be here, but Will's fabulous as well. So thank you, everyone. Chuck, Will, Peter. This is a real service to everyone.
Thanks,
thank
Ben.
you, Clarence. Will is fabulous, and he is next to speak.
Good morning. From the workers' paradise of Perth, Western Australia, a city I might remind you that is almost precisely the same size as Kharkiv. And I try to put that into perspective when when you see what's happening there, right? Because it's depressing. But I just want to quickly answer the statement made by Clarence, which I really appreciate. looking. Hey, we're all looking for answers. But I don't think your answer is correct. I don't know if Alan's answer about internal politics is correct or not, and I don't want to comment on U.S. politics. But I don't. The only chance that this could be a grand bargain is if the United States of America is so ignorant and incompetent at this point that they believe that Russia's your peer. You only do a grand compromise with Russia, China's your peer, and let's say they're all you, for sake of argument, that you put out that they're all in it together, right? That there's a grand bargain between China, Russia, and America, and they're leaving their natural allies on the sidelines for the purpose of discussion, so that they can carve up the world in what they see again as spheres of influence, which is that's still the approach that China and Russia work from. But the only way that could be true if they're totally incompetent and they believe that those countries are your peers. And there is plenty of demonstrable evidence, both philosophically and in real and projected hard and soft power, that Russia and China together are not your peers. So it would be foolish to do a grand bargain like that unless they were incompetent, because what we've clearly seen, facts on the ground show, and I mean Landsat photos of facts on the ground from all over Russia show us that as far as replenishment, replacement, Ukraine has gutted half of the Russian military with $91 billion worth of army surplus. So this amount of money wouldn't make any difference to the U.S. budget or the defense budget at all. You won't even notice it if you were an American, and you won't even it won't come up again in conversation with you in America. It's such a small amount of money. It's rounding error for your budget. So it isn't about the money. There's something going on, and I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. But I'll tell you what, I hope America is not so incompetent that it believes that Russia and China are your equals in value of being a form of government. I certainly hope that's not the case, that anybody's willing to do a grand bargain and say, we're willing to accept that authoritarianism, it can be on the march in the world, and that we're just going to sit back and let it happen because we're happy within ourselves, and we no longer want to play the role of, as the Prime Minister of Japan just said, the arsenal of democracy and the leader of the free world. I don't like to call America the leader of the free world. What I will call it in retrospect, since the end of the Second World War, is the essential partner for peace around the world, because they're the only country that has had the capability, due to the luck of the draw of the 48 states of America, had more access to natural resources than any country that you could carve out on Earth contiguously. And it had a low population that grew into a medium size, and now a large-ish population, but it grew into its country. It had wealth for all, and it continually grew and grew and grew. GDP always went up. Your life always got better. That's the American dream. And because of their largesse and capability, they became the arsenal of democracy. The folks that could afford to, as I'm talking to you, $61 billion is a lot of money in my country, Australia, but it's not even rounding error in your country, in America. So this should be a no-brainer unless America's decided that it no longer wants to be the essential partner for peace that can always bring its deterrent power to the side of liberal democracy. If they've decided to do that, they need to make a clear and direct statement about that. So I don't know what's going on here, but I don't think it can be a grand bargain. But I don't have an answer, Clarence. But I certainly wish the Americans introspectively would figure it out and look at themselves from a matter of principle rather than politics. But I don't know what's going to happen in America. But I'll tell you what I do agree with. What I really agree with is Joe Biden could prove to me that he is not making a grand bargain with authoritarians by taking the bully pulpit, as I've called for and you just did for weeks and weeks. See, the thing about being the president of the United States is even if you grew up with a speech impediment and you're not necessarily the brightest guy in the world in putting together a flourish of words in a speech, if you take the job of president of the United States, you must be able to and willing to actively put your policy on the record for the American population. And you're Christ, you're the guy that if you call a news conference, I don't care what time of day it is, people are going to show up within 30 minutes. I mean, a mass population of people is going to hear everything you want to say. So if you want Ukraine to win, Joe Biden, I don't want to hear from Sullivan. I don't want to hear from Blinken. I certainly don't want to hear from Wallander, because I'll tell you what, I'll get into it about her in a minute, because like, I'm just an ordinary guy. I'm just nobody from Australia. But the things that I've heard come out of the Assistant Secretary of Defense yesterday under questioning make me think I actually have more military expertise and capability than she does. I understand what a strategic target is. I understand what a strategic target is, and I've read a lot of U.S. history. It fascinates me, even though I don't want to live there. It fascinates me, and there is no time in American history where the United States hasn't used strategic bombing to supplement its capabilities to win a war. It's never not done it, and asking Ukraine to do it in this case is beyond asinine. Beyond asinine. So whoever planted this seed that's come out multiple times in Jake Sullivan and in Anthony Blinken and in Wallander and in Lloyd Austin, they've all participated in floating this idea that strategic attacks on Russian refineries is both going to be bad for the United States economically, which we have comprehensively debunked right here in MriyaReport, comprehensively, and I'm willing to die on that hill for anybody who wants to come up and prove me and Beefeater and the others wrong about that. So wrong, and then to state inaccurately that we expect more of Ukraine to not attack quote unquote civilian refineries is wow. I mean, that's the Assistant Secretary of the Defense folks speaking that. That woman should have gone back to her job and Biden been on the phone and said, "Hey, I thank you for your service and your expertise over time, but those are you're no longer required." Because Joe Biden allowing Austin, Blinken, Wallander, and Sullivan to say those things, either sneakily through the Financial Times or open in public or in congressional testimony. Folks, there's a war on, and you've got an ally in that war. So to be doing things that actively undermine the capability of the folks that are on the ground from defending themselves, which is what you're doing by saying that, is you better get with the team or you're not on the team anymore. And America's essentially saying that itself kind of right now, right? I don't expect. I am with Dryfly. I told Dryfly I thought he was wrong back in October when I first started pushing a discharge petition back then. He said it would never happen, but and he said at that time, I think it's going to be through the next U.S. election, and I agree with him 100% now. But here's the thing in America. Prove me wrong, America. Liberal democracy is on the ballot this time in America. It is. You're either saying you're absolute. Folks, we are going to have a horrendous summer of loss of Ukrainian life and evacuation of cities and bad news all over the map. It's going to be a bad summer, I'm telling you. Or for me, for you, it's going to be a bad winter for me. I'm telling you right now, we're going to be talking about a lot of negative things and reporting the facts and trying to find the way out of the hole we're in, like we're in right now, about America abandoning Ukraine until after the next election. It's the truth. It's what's going to happen, and we'll have to do that. But
I was just going to break in here, Will, and say that the U.S. is not a grand bargaining nation. If I ever find out it is, I'm leaving.
Well, so and that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Prove me wrong, America. Joe Biden needs to prove me wrong by speaking regularly. At least once a week, he should be taking to the bully pulpit and speaking to the American population as a means of working to the next election and putting liberal democracy on the ballot. Because I'll tell you what, it's on the ballot in relation to support for Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel, and it is on the ballot domestically. And that's all I'll say about American politics. Liberal democracy is on the ballot this year, folks.
You are 100% right. Chuck, just before we take a few more hands here and close out Thursday night bullet points, I want to move to the map of Chasivyar. It's a focused map. It's the third tweet in the nest. Russia is making advances west of Bakhmut, has overtaken the town of Ivanivsky, and is making progress to the banks of the canal that runs north-south to the east of Chasivyar. What is happening in Chasivyar is directly related to the failure of the United States to continue to supply Ukraine.
Categorically. This is
and by contribution Australia. Sorry, Chuck.
no, man, no, you never have to apologize to me. Well, you are my compadre. If you had to put your finger on the map and tell an Undersecretary of Defense what's going on, this is it. Russia has taken Ivanivsky, a place that Alan and I have reported hundreds of Russian attacks driven back from this place. It is now in their hands. This is a very big blow up of the Chasivyar battle space. If you drill in on it, this map will give you a really good idea of the topography. For example, around Ivanivsky. So you can see it's on a bend of the H32 highway. If you go over to the scale there, folks, you can see that this is pretty nicely blown up. Overlooking Ivanivsky, you can see that bastion of hills there, numerous contour lines, and the water course. So Russia is not likely to get very much farther down the H32 highway because of the topography. They have taken Ivanivsky, but now they're going to hold it, and they're going to get punished for it. You can see the high ground. It's going to be a tough go for them. Reporting in a Ukrainian airstrike on Ivanivsky. This is the second one in 2 days. I'd say the air defense situation around Chasivyar is complex. We had video yesterday showing a Russian Su-25 conducting an airstrike over Chasivyar. It was flying across the town in broad daylight. I wouldn't want to be flying that mission, but it goes to show how permeable Ukrainian air defense is. That's another problem of supply. Bodenvinka in the north, again, they have pressed forward. You can see the striped area of advance. I want you to look directly to the north. You can see the very steep terrain overlooking the Russian avenue of advance, which is apparently down a power line cut. That is the symbol you can see coming out of Bodemvinka and heading to the southwest. South of Bodemvinka, on the O series highway, the 0506, there are about 20 or 30 Russian vehicles blown up along that road. There was a large Russian attack 2 days ago that was thwarted. It was aimed at the eastern suburbs of Chasiv Yar. Again, the Russians are likely to push into the forested band there immediately above the battle icon on the O series highway, the 0506. Watch for them to press into that band of forest. Russian commanders are very likely going to want to get into that westernmost suburb of Kalan. We'll see if they can do it or not. The importance of that canal is, as an obstacle, it's sort of understated by this map. The canal is not very big, but it's going to necessitate engineering assets to cross it. This fight's ongoing. It is dynamic. It's one of the key battle spots in the entire zero line. This is the place to watch. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning, but I would expect Chasiv Yar to remain under pressure. But here's a little tip: you got nothing to do riding in on the subway tomorrow. Do the SEAL team thing. Take a look at this map and study it. And rule of thumb, every time you see a little brown contour line, it takes extra effort to cross those. Think of every one of those little brown lines as a penalty point. Going up even a 10-foot or 15-foot increase of elevation gives the defenders a considerable advantage. And again, you see these Russian sort of self-defeating efforts here, especially pressing southwest out of Bodemvinka. You see that they're overseen by the hill to the north at the Klenovinka. Any Russian moving down that power line cut is just going to get clobbered. But they're pushing on those locations. There is a fault in this map. I'm going to try to work and correct it. I wanted to blow it up to this size so we could all appreciate the contour lines, get a sense of the urban areas, of the forest around them, of the contours. But the S curve in the railroad and the very important battle space of Klishvika is off to the bottom of the map. So I'll try to put up another linking one. But Bakhmut expresses in writ large the problems that the U.S. Congress has mounted Ukraine with. And it's disappointing to see Russia making these advances. And that is because of inadequate air defense. It's because of inadequate artillery defensive fires, and Russia just shoveling men and materiel into the fight.
You know, anyone can look at this map and see what an extraordinarily complex battle area this is, not only because of the canal running north and south, but because of these topographical contour lines and the forests that surround Chasiv Yar on three sides. I don't know the condition of those forests. They could have been completely blasted apart at this point, but just extraordinarily complex. If Russian forces enter the eastern suburbs of Chasiv Yar, just west of the canal here, this has urban warfare written all over it. Chasiv Yar has been continuously bombarded. It's not completely ruined like Bakhmut. It soon will be. Yes, this is the hotspot to keep an eye on, as well as targets west of Avdiivka. I'm going to attempt to go to Furious, then to conclude bullet points tonight, Chuck. Furious has had audio difficulties days and days and days here. Furious, let's see how you're doing tonight.
Uh-oh. we got the sad face. Furious, are you there? Oh, I hate to see that when someone has been waiting for so long. One of these days, I'm going to visit Elon Musk. I'm going to ring his doorbell, and we're going to talk about Twitter Spaces.
I think Furious has to, take the cover off her phone or something like that, or put her thumb in a flame and heat it up so that the phone responds to it immediately. I hate to give you that painful advice there, Furious. Well, Chuck, before concluding bullet points tonight, I want to make one more appeal to our listeners to please make a generous contribution to the ongoing fundraiser. It's the first tweet in the nest, by the way. We've talked so much tonight about the military supply that the United States needs to resume to Ukraine. These are things none of us here are capable of doing ourselves. We can only contact our members of Congress. But what we can do is supply an individual Ukrainian soldier on the front line with the tactical gear he or she needs. That's what the current fundraiser from MriyaReport is all about. First tweet in the nest, everything from ear protection in combat. Chuck can tell you how loud combat is and why you need ear protection. Boots, trousers, tactical jackets that allow you to carry protection into battle and will likely save your life. Helmets, everything that you would need if you were fighting on the front line. This is the current urgently needed fundraiser that MriyaReport is running right now. Chuck, let's raise a little bit more money for the alpha units of the SBU on the front line.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to thank Stephen, who was up and helping us with the show tonight. He made a kind and generous donation. You know, we're sitting here and we are rightly complaining about the scallywags that we have sent to Washington. And they have shown us what they're made of, but we can show Ukraine that we are made of different stuff. And your contribution is going to buy your individual contribution is going to buy something that a Ukrainian soldier can use to carry, buy a first aid kit, buy him some pouches, buy him a helmet, uh, hearing protection. You know, the active hearing protection only costs about 40 or 50 bucks. It used to be gee whiz gear in my time, and we had earplugs, or you had your bone mic on your temple. And now this active hearing, it's like the headphones. It you can hear ambient sound. You can tune it. It'll stop the major concussive explosions, gunfire. It mutes those. It has jacks that you can plug your communications stuff in, so you can actually hear your radio, inter-squad radio, while you are operating. When you don't have that kind of stuff, you become as hard as hearing as I am, and it's pretty hard for me to go to a restaurant because I can't hear anything except the background conversation. But you drop 20 bucks in the kitty, and you're going to be buying something that's going to go to one of those Alpha Force guys, and on there, and the people we talk to. So by all means, do it. It's so easy. You can just push a button, and the other thing, you'll get a nice receipt from Maria, and you can take that to your taxes. So it's a benefit for you too. So please do it. Please help us out. We get this stuff there in an absolute hurry. The time from your donation to the time it gets to the unit, I don't think there's an organization in the world, and I mean this, that can do it as quickly and consistently as we can. Remember, we've got people on the ground. We've got our own logistics operation going there, and help us out.
I think Furious has unlocked her mic. So
It's
Furious,
historic.
you're going to get the last question on
She's
bullet
in.
points.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I had earlier, this is the first time I even got to request to speak, so wasn't waiting long with my hand up, that's for sure. So I would have done a bit of a conversation about just what I would suggest people, some might not like it, but there's a long read by a certain Françoise Thome, that is posted, is pinned to the thread, or whatever you call it, the wall of Nicholas Tenzer, Tenzer, a guest friend of the space. Anyway, for people who don't like the conspiratorial sound of Grand Bargain and so on, she's got a very long and detailed and historical explanation of how it is that countries come to get dumbed down by the uh, over the years efforts of Russia to draw them into the party wing, kind of the Kremlin party, which means sort of wing, I think. Anyway, it's really worth reading. There's some real germane thoughts about what Ukrainians feel about how, unfortunately, it's as if they just as soon see us tear each other apart. And it really resonated with me. But I think the thread as a whole can sound very dismay. Well, it is dismaying, but not to be depressed by dismay. I just wanted to say that I not only reinstalled the app this evening, but I also thought maybe there's something wrong with these mail order screensavers that I get and stuff. I actually went to the mother load. I went to change my screen. I thought I'll get them to install their own. They convinced me it made financial sense. I just got an updated version. I got a new phone, in other words. I had them put on their own screen at a absolutely what do you call it? Anyway, disgusting price, etc. As I say, I've reinstalled the app multiple times, but the only thing is, part of the reasonableness of the package was that I now have unlimited calling USA, Canada.
So I am now moved from the outsider space to the insider space. I will be a concerned single issue voter, a very somber older lady. And so I can now call anybody. So I'll be going back looking for the pages. So I'm just saying that if it's dismaying to read Francoise Tom's article, it's I think the only conclusion you can end up with is all we can do is push these scallywags, I'll use your polite term, Chuck, and is to just push them. It doesn't matter what reason they tip over. You just have to push them until they tip over. So I don't care what's the, for whether they're part of the grand bargain, part of the Kremlin wing, part of the whatever it is. Have learned that Ukrainians are humans. The reasons don't matter, but I think ultimately all of that discussion just convinces us that all we can do is phone. So I'm now an honorary American, and so I'm phoning day and night. So that was worth the effort to tell you all
It
the good
was worth
news.
the effort. And bring the heat, Furious. Bring the heat on these. Scallywag was the term in vogue at the end of the American Civil War, and I just love it. It's the perfect epithet to put on these knuckleheads.
Yep.
Furious, glad you got these audio problems fixed. Always welcome here.
Not at
all
all
the time.
fixed. Just telling you that I keep trying, and I got a new phone package. Nothing's fixed. But anyway.
Okay, well, get it
anyway,
fixed.
I can phone without fixing that.
Get it fixed so you can fix American democracy. Chuck, we're going to sign off on bullet points here tonight, but we're going to sign off with one more appeal to all of our listeners to please go to the first tweet in the nest, join other listeners who have become generous contributors to this fundraiser. This is not a time to be an innocent bystander. There is no room for innocent bystanders any longer in the world in which we live. Don't be an observer, be an actor, and take that action by tapping on the first tweet in the nest. Join other listeners here tonight and make a generous contribution to help the soldiers of the SBU Alpha units that MriyaReport is helping in this current fundraiser. Chuck and I have done it. Other listeners have done it. They've told us so. They've DM'd us. So just be confident that your contribution is being joined by others listening right along with you, as committed to Ukraine as you are, as concerned about the current situation in Ukraine as you are, as aware that soldiers in the SBU Alpha units need our support, your support. And you know what? They're listening tonight to MriyaReport. Your contribution raises their morale and it gives them the gear they need to fight and survive. With that, Chuck, I'm going to close bullet points. Thank you again for all of your generous time. We're going to be back. I'm not going to be here on Saturday, but I kind of think so much is happening. I might see you over the weekend.
Yep, I will very likely pop up, and we will do that. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Thanks for listening. Thanks for responding. Thank you to everyone who made a donation. And remember, just put a little number down there, and you think of that as a piece of gear that's going to one of those brave Alpha Force operators. And again, one of the premier special operations unit in the Ukrainian armed forces. So again, thanks a lot, Alan. Thank you. Will, I know you're in the wings, and man, you were fired up earlier, and I guess that's why I might move to Australia too. Okay, everybody. Alan, thank you so much. And we'll see you guys. We'll see you over the weekend, and we'll certainly be here on Tuesday. Thanks again.
Thank you, Chuck. You know, Will is going to have to put up both of us. It means he's going to have to stock up on, oh, well, I don't know, all kinds of things.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe
I don't know why Chuck wasn't thinking I was going to start out out of the gate hard this morning. I put trigger warning on the schedule. You know.
God bless you, buddy. All right, man. Listen, I know we're in capable hands. The effort goes on. Good night, everybody. Alan, I'll see you. I'll see you soon.
Good night, Chuck. I'll see you soon right here on Maria Report. On air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with co-hosts from all around the world, from Australia, from Estonia, from Germany, from, good Lord, from Ukraine itself, and from Romania, from France, from the United Kingdom, from Canada, from the United States. All of us here in full support of Ukraine, and all of us here doing our utmost to see to it that our national governments carry through with their promises. Chuck is going to drop down. Slavi and Will are going to be coming up to take North America through the evening hours and Australia through the morning hours. So Will has his coffee. Americans might be getting their hot toddy for the night. But we will, of course, be continuing with updates from Ukraine, all of the news, all of the analysis that you expect from Maria Report and can only get at Maria Report. I do want to remind listeners, you should please take a look at the first tweet in the nest. Since Chuck has been here tonight with bullet points, we have received a lot of support, continue to receive support for this fundraiser. So don't let this opportunity pass you by. Tap on that first tweet in the nest, follow the links to the donation page at MriyaReport.org. Be just as generous as you possibly can. It's important. Individually, we can demonstrate our support of Ukraine even when our national governments are confused. We're not confused. We know exactly what's needed, and we take every opportunity to do what we can do. And that means joining Maria Report in fundraisers. It means getting on the phone and talking to our members of Congress, our members of Parliament, urging them to be as active and as in the right as we are. And it is about being in the right. Welcome, Will. Glad to see you up in the co-host seat. I'm only going to see you for a few seconds. I'm way over time tonight. Have to apologize, not to listeners, but to those giving me the evil eye right here in my office.
Well, yeah, drop out. Take care of yourself, buddy. Normally, I would say I hate to see you go, but you know, Slavy's slightly better looking than you are. Frankly, I won't lie to you. I'm going to state the obvious.
Well, that's true. But, you know, what kind of dark glasses does she have? That's what I want to know.
Well,
This is
and you know,
a
I'm
fashion accessory.
yeah, and we're still not convinced that she has as resilient and robust a hair as you do.
Well, that's an old photo. In any event, I do have to say, good night, Gracie, and Slava Ukraini.
General Slava. Yeah, so bullet points was too short tonight. Frankly, I mean we could have talked about. I could have sat and talked to Chuck for 3 more hours about the maps because places, you know, like Chasivyar are going to be incredibly important to know the ins and outs and details of the terrain and the elevations and the potential fortifications there that are going to be incredibly important in the coming weeks. As I assume that Ukraine is going to try to hold that territory as long as possible, rather than move anywhere else, because I have a hard time picking out exactly where anywhere else would be on that map. I'll note more bad news down in Pervomaisky, where Russia has moved into taking that whole town, as well as Ivanivsky um, uh, near Chasivyar. And this, you know, this creeping, crawling, inching forward it is and will continue absolutely everywhere, because once Russia finds out something that works, they stick to it until it doesn't. And as Chuck said, they do not care how many lives and how much equipment they need to do it. If it works, and eventually they grind it out, it's what they'll do. So, you know, Chasivyar is being pounded now with artillery and FABs and everything like that. And it was also very disturbing to me to see in the videos Su-24, Su-25 aircraft banking over Ivanivsky and Chasivyar, meaning they're coming that close to the front line, the zero line. And you would hope they'd go home with a stinger up the clacker. But unfortunately, you got to have a stinger in your hand and available to use if you want to use man pads for air defense. I've just tried to add Freedom, and it won't let me add. It won't let me add members. So we're going to have to probably I might have to recycle, Slavy, and welcome up. I see you taking the seat as well, but I cannot manage users, so I'm going to drop down and restart my phone. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm not even seeing Freedom at the moment right now, but yeah, I'm excited for next 3 hours. Lots of stuff to talk about. Situation in Ukraine is extremely dire. Frankly, I have not seen it this bad before. Oh, there's Freedom. So we had last night one of the biggest attacks on the energy infrastructure. And so you have Ukrainian DTEK Energy Company has lost 80% of its generation capacity as of now. Centrenergo Energy Company has lost 100% of its energy generation capacity. Several regions of Ukraine already have no ration electricity and introduced schedules for consumers. In Kharkiv, the situation is extremely serious, and the Russian strikes they left hundreds and thousands of residents without electricity, and even the metro is not working. Okay, good. Well, it's up. Even the metro is not working, and this I'm afraid in the next couple of days, because Russia knows that obviously Ukraine ran out of air defense ammunition, and they're going hard. And I'm afraid they're going to, next couple of days, they're going to try to finish off Ukraine's uh, power, electricity, basically. So I'm extremely nervous for, well, actually today, in the next couple of hours, we'll see what happens. Um, just so you know, kind of what it means to have no electricity. Um, Hospitals don't have power, which means surgeries can't be done. Elevators in residential buildings do not work. I know it's a big problem for my relatives, as they're old and they live on 11th floor, and that's a huge, huge problem. Um, Heating in many areas doesn't work, and I know it's summer soon, but it's still quite cold uh, in uh, in Ukraine these days. So basically, this energy infrastructure, it won't be rebuilt until for next winter. So it's going to take extremely long time and a lot of money to rebuild this. Uh, so Ukraine at the moment, they need large capacity generators, obviously for hospitals and other critical infrastructure, heating points in cities and villages. Um, Also, Ukraine needs solar batteries as an alternative source for electricity. I know I've been kind of trying to get numbers of solar companies. We have a lot here in California, so I'm gonna try to talk to them, see if there's anything that they can do, if they can send any solar pallets to Ukraine. They can donate, or I'm not sure how the whole process works. I'm sure Will, you do, because you have talked about this before. But yeah, it's Ukraine doesn't have time. So we got I cannot sit with just making calls to the Congress. I gotta do more than that. I can't watch my country go down like this. All right, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's important, right? You do what you can, as the late Christopher James said, each and every day. If you're committed to this, right? And I'm committed to the point of obsession with this. Um, uh, but trying to remain healthy, right? I'm not giving every penny that I possibly. I'm not. I'm not actually selling my ex-wife's house. I did ask her, but she wouldn't said no. So, I'm trying to do everything I can every day for Ukraine, and that's what you have to do. In America, look. I talk to. I attempt to talk to my representative all the time here in Australia, and he's in the Labor Party. You would think he would take my calls, and I've also given him money, and I get nothing. I don't even get I don't even get the courtesy of an appropriate response that directly asks what I answer. If I get anything at all, it's a form letter, right? So, um, but I still do it, and I tag him all the time, and I copy him on my submissions. I'm writing a submission, as should everybody, for the Senate hearing on Ukraine, because we haven't really done any. We haven't got any success down here either, Slavy. We're, the middle of nowhere, Australia, but we also aren't doing anywhere near our part here. So I empathize with Americans who are for Ukraine, but seeing nothing out of their government, uh, Republican or Democrat, is doing what they can. So it is frustrating, and I share that frustration because I'm in the same condition here, different reasons, but same conditions here in Australia. And getting people to wake the f up is wow. It's hard yakka to try to even make even a dent in perception. So, but you keep doing what you can. You call and write your representative, as you say. I like to try to find them and meet them on the street, and ask them questions. Be nice, but be direct about questions I've got to shake them up, make them understand what the hell's going on in the world. Make them think about somebody else's kids rather than just their own. It's anyway. So you do what you can. You write, you call, you donate if you can. If you have if you have a bit of money and you want to donate to MriyaReport, you should do that, or find a cause that I'd like to become an international arms dealer, and buy bullets and stuff for Ukraine, but we can't do that. So we do what we can. We provide the SBU outfit.
Is there kind of arms dealer training? How does one get into the biz?
Well, you'd get into the biz by being in the biz for a long period of time and then leaving a company that was in the manufacture and sale of arms, and then you'd go out on your own as an independent. So it's a joke essentially, because there's no way I could get into being an international arms dealer overnight in time to save Ukraine. But I'd do it, right, if I could. Yeah, you do what you can, though. And you call, you write, you keep talking. You keep doing it specifically like I'm doing it. If you get no response, you just got to keep doing it, right? Is it doing any good? It is doing some good, because at least at the bare minimum, you're setting an example for other people who should be doing the same. And it might surprise you, but people I meet in person, many of them have got engaged and done something about Ukraine since they spoke to me. So you do what you can. You use information you get here, and you take it into conversations with people who are spreading or accidentally or on purpose disinformation in your community, your government, your wherever. And you donate if you can, and you provide help and assistance where you can, including at MriyaReport. So here's the thing, folks. If you get sick of listening to me, because I know everybody does, and I have a string of ex-wives who could provide an affidavit on that if you'd like. But if you want to participate in helping MriyaReport as a speaker that works on the radio, manages the space, apply. If you've got any skill you've got that you want to apply, you'd be surprised the skills you might have that you can apply to helping Ukraine. Anything. I'll bet if you're an accountant, if you're an IT person, if you're a graphic designer, if you're a good researcher, if you're a writer, if you're somebody who's isn't scared of speaking on the radio, because literally that was my only qualification, folks. My only qualification is I do the job and wasn't willing, and I lived in the right time zone. That's it. That's how I got here. But if you want to participate and help out MriyaReport, you can do it by providing donations. You can do it by providing your time, your effort, or you can spread the word, get other listeners in, get other participants in, help us keep building the volunteer organization of people who are advocating for Ukraine, because it becomes ever more important each and every day, even if it seems like it's a futile cause. It becomes each and more important each and every day, the things we do. As the U.S. does less, our contribution becomes greater. And it's still nothing, right? Our contribution is nothing. I'd become a Buddhist. A fade into I know we're not significant in the world, but you got to do what you can. And so keep up interest in it, advocating for it, and doing what you can for Ukraine each and every day, and they'll survive. They'll survive in the long term or the short term. This war can last 3 more years or 10 more years. And because I do not believe the Ukrainians will stop fighting for their freedom from the regime that will be living across them. I don't mean living that they'll be part of, they'll be living with. Russia will treat Ukraine with a disdain that they do of countries like, areas like Dagestan and Chechnya. Ukrainians will become worse. And I'm going to use the word they'll use. You know, they're going to treat the ho-hos like real third-class citizens, because there's a real Ukrainians are not going to subject themselves to that. They're not going to live under that. They're going to continue fighting an insurgency war if necessary. And as a Ukrainian friend of mine said in April of 2022, this is going to be like Afghanistan on steroids for Russia. They will not conquer Ukraine. They will not. But wow, the path we have to get to victory for Ukraine is so much more arduous and sinewy and bizarre to get to the 10, 12 years from now, where Russia has been bled out and had to leave Ukraine, like they've failed to take over so many times in history. There are about 7 times in history where the only turning points in Russia have been they've attempted to conquer a country adjacent to them that they overwhelmingly should be able to knock off easily. They fail, they go home, and the leader gets poisoned, deposed, shot, killed. You know what Russia does. They go through regime change, and that's probably where we're headed here eventually. And whether it's a short-term war or a long-term war, because Russia's done itself so much damage itself. Russia has done itself so much damage in lost capital and human capital in this war already that their demographic problems will sink that country regardless of what happens from here. It will. But is it going to happen over 10, 20 years, or is it going to happen, a lot longer than that? They might still have a chance to save Russia, but I'm not sure they do. I think the demographics in Russia and the social ills in the political system is heading for. So I don't want them to drag Ukraine down with them, but they will try to do that. They will try to do that and bleed Ukraine out of all of its resources and treat it like a second-class resource production area for their greater whatever's next in the Baltics or wherever. That's what Russia will do. So we know that, and we know Ukraine won't stop fighting. So this is the part that's never made sense to me. Why doesn't the United States, when the amount of effort that's required for them in money is so insignificant to their overall budget of the world, why they don't lean in on this early and in much greater numbers? Because the future isn't better for America with Ukraine being carved up by Russia and a tiny little stump left over that's incapable of supporting itself and then is preyed upon by Hungary and others. That world is not a better world for America or Europe, let alone Europe and the whole world, because just where it leads. If authoritarianism is allowed to conquer here, the next, and other authoritarians will find reason to take their opportunity before it's too late to do the same thing. It's what I believe. Slavi, sorry I talked too long. You cut me off at any time when I'm working with you, because you generally need to use a stick on me.
All right, no, it's all good. I'm glad we have a lot of hands. That's what I like to see. So I'm not sure who had their hand up first, but please jump in.
Well, since nobody jumped up, this is Curry, and I want to say I appreciate our Australian friends, Australian friends' perspective, because I'm right on board with you. Will, you are so very insightful, and although you've lived in Australia for 30 years, we are on the same page. And the fact of the matter is, I have the same questions that you have, just shared here a little bit. I'm a North American guy up in northern Minnesota in a certain district, and it's just amazing the cognitive dissonance that happens among Americans here in the U.S. as not only my state but as a whole. We have a sort of a false sense of security. oh, we have the big Pacific Ocean, we have the same Atlantic Ocean, and it was the same, maybe in the 30s, where we thought, well, we don't want to go over there, and fight in World War I again, but we're going to be dragged into it regardless. And the fact of the matter is, the question is, what can we do when you talk to your local representatives and your senators? I'm talking to America specifically, and that maybe this can transpose over to Australia and other Western nations. Where is our voice, and the fact of the matter is, I live in a northern district of northern Minnesota. I have my congressional. They have the office close by, and we have a big district. It's a purple district. What that means is it's not quite Democratic. It's not quite Republican, but it has one certain person. So I've been, especially I'm a retired guy, so I have a little more time. But I have to, and before that, even then, I had time to write letters. You write letters, you give calls, and all of that is recorded. And I have a compatriot in southern Minnesota who is active on this space, and he's given me some really great tips about not only our Minnesota politics, but just in general. We all have a voice, and in fact, in my district, we used to have real town halls until my current congressperson came into power, and then all of a sudden it was a telephone type of thing. And so I used to get called, and so I finally those calls ended for one reason or another, and so I went down to the office and said, why am I not on the list? Oh, he said, oh yes, we've seen you called here X number of times, you've sent X number of emails, blah blah blah. And then they brought up their issues, and my congressperson is a Trump guy, and I said, this doesn't gel with the average values here, and so on. So I've become a real gnat fly, not in a mean way, because I said, all of you are my friends. I mean, you are my neighbors, for one thing. I just want you to hear my voice. And I don't know how it is in the rest of the country, but and because of the space, I've been making calls to all of the different representatives, hoping, including my own, that they would sign, this deposition. What is it? The thing that is in space in right now? I can't remember the name. Number 9. Proposition number 9, to forward the Ukraine bill, and also includes Taiwan and Israel, and a border bill. Number 9. I don't have the verbiage in front of me, but we've gotten up to 194 people that we have this not deposition, that's not the right term, but discharge petition number 9 that will circumvent the leader of the House, and we only need not that many more. And so on this platform, we have many very, very active people who have been guiding us and telling us who to call and whatnot. And so I'm going to say, just avail yourself of those that information. Call the people that many others who are saying, okay, even though you're not in their districts, give them a call, et cetera. And I'm I come from a very progressive background, but I'm not stupid. We have a few stupid progressives, believe it or not, or at least I would say that they're not well informed enough. And so I've been calling all my compatriots who are progressive, Mr. Pocan in southern Wisconsin. I said, why aren't you? And they part of the progressive caucus. I'm a progressive. I come from roots as far left as that can be. But my dad said, well, whatever, however you vote, just vote smart. And this is voting smart. Well, anyways, I've chatted on a bit, but the fact of the matter is, if you take a little bit of time, if some of you who are new on MriyaReport, you will get an education, and maybe you don't agree or disagree with anybody on this platform, but if you have a little bit of open ears, you will learn something every day. However much time you spend on this platform, whether it is on Kit, people like Chuck, Mr. Fair, who's gives us the nitty gritty about what's happening on the front line, on the zero line. Because if you end up here, I think you probably do have a concern, and you do have a desire to be more informed and want to help. So at that, I'm going to end it with that. But Will Teal, and those of you in Australia, God bless you. You are so wonderful. You rev me up, and I don't know if I can get to sleep tonight, to be honest with you. So God bless you all. Ciao, my friends. Slava Ukraine.
Thanks for your continued support, Curry, and thanks for keeping coming up and adding your view and what your observations are in northern Minnesota. That's it's valuable to hear everybody's perspective and current information. Brian, and then we're going to talk to Nancy about Ambassador Kisleva's statement. But first we'll go to Brian.
Yeah, good to talk to you again. I'm only on my first marriage and hopefully only marriage. And what I would say is every subsequent marriage is the triumph of hope over experience. So I would leave you with that positivity. So what I would say, listen to Slavi talk. This is like serious shit, right? It was always been serious, but all this infrastructure that's getting, I mean, Ukraine needs help, but I'm talking they need like engineers, they need expertise, they need infusion of support people. We've talked about, Macron's talked about sending troops in just to operate on some of the back channels, in terms of support, logistics, and that kind of stuff. But they need help, and while we're dithering, and hopefully we're going to get our shit together, to use a highly diplomatic technical term, very soon, and get this aid unblocked and get it out. Which I disagree with you, Will. I think it will get done before the election, but it's just going to be longer than you and I think. The more the signatures we get as we creep towards the 218 that we need, and particularly if one or more of the key Republicans actually open up the floodgates and sign it, and a few others feel like they have cover to do it. I think the aid will be resumed, but in the meantime, to Slavi's point, they can't wait, right? And so maybe it means that Europe, Siemens is an unbelievable company, and they have a lot of really good resources. Germany has resources. France has resources. It seems like that they're going to need, both from a back office military perspective, as well as, logistics, electricians, engineers. They're going to need to have bodies on the ground to help them, particularly while we're getting our stuff together, and so that to kind of hold the line. Now, obviously, that's me to say. Easy for me to say thousands of miles away when I'm not sending engineers into an area which was shelled last week, and you had people screaming under the burning wreckage, and it being caught on video, right? So that's not easily done. But to me, these particularly these close-in, Eastern Europe, Western European countries, they need to be sending bodies over there to help, private contractors, something. Maybe we have a loan program to get these people paid. I'm just thinking out of the box, trying to think out loud here with you, because the current cadence is not sustainable. Doesn't seem to be. Back to you.
I agree. It does. So, and this is the part of the nonsense here, Brian, the nonsense that that you can't get air defense in hand of Ukraine, and you can't get the other because now they don't just need air defense. Now they need all those air defense systems, and they need a whole bunch of truck-mounted, containerized power generation facilities. Those big ones that we saw demonstrated in Germany, that they're going to bring in, because now they need fix the consequences of the inaction as well as the inaction, because they're still going to need the air defense. And folks, you put air defense in place to shoot down the shit that's coming at you until you can attack the shit that's shooting at you, so it stops shooting at you. This isn't a one-time. It isn't a one-thing deal. War is it's like a chess match where you move things back and forth. Something has to counter something else. And if you're missing all these tools, if you're missing all of the knights you normally use, you're pushing shit uphill. That General Cavuto said it exactly. The country that doesn't shoot back loses. And so now they need air defense. They need mobile power generation facilities, and they need the engineers and technicians to get that set up and harden it so that it can withstand the attacks that are now absolutely positively coming from Russia, because this success is so going to embolden Russia to do more. And the attacks on Stry show that. The attacks on Stry, the gas storage facilities that Ukraine compiles and stores and compressed gas, but still in gas phase, in vast underground storage capability, store about 20%, I guess, of the gas that goes to Europe for surge demand. So striking that means, guess what? Europe's now is out of gas. Russia will finally get its wish, right? Cut Europe off from gas, but not through the Nord Stream pipeline that they blew up, by the way, themselves, but by rather going after and this is the part that's shocking. Where's the United States Defense Department's statement that the attacks on Stry gas storage facilities are totally and phenomenally unacceptable, because unlike attacks on Russian refineries, the gas storage facilities in Stry will absolutely positively affect all the European countries that rely on that to store their surge gas. It will affect the price of gas and cause potentially disruption of gas supply in Europe. So if you're worried about escalation, where's the discussion? Where's the outrage? Where's the we're done, we're in, we're sending 100 Patriots right now because you're attacking a civilian facility that supplies gas to Europe who isn't at war? Where's the outrage, folks? I don't know. I guess it's just me, because this is the problem. Not helping early means you got to provide so much more help later. Slavi?
Yeah, I wanted to say that so it's not going to be possible to rebuild or restore these power plants before winter, and the equipment that's necessary is very expensive and unique. So it has to be produced. It can't just simply be bought. And
Yeah, it's bespoke.
that's an important part, because I know there's a notion that, oh, Ukraine just starts rebuilding. Yes, and in some cases, some civilian buildings, that's true. But this isn't like normal buildings. It can't just be restored or be built again. It's a very, very critical, and it's on its last leg at this point right now. So it's a very, very serious situation that we have, that the world has on its hands, really, and Europe, like Will said.
Thanks, Slavi. Hello, Dryfly. How are you? We'll go to Dryfly before Nancy, because the discussion over the ambassador statement might take a little while. So she said, sneak Dryfly in first, and then hopefully stay around and talk.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think Slavi's on the right, actually 100% on the right approach. And she's right about the time it's going to take to rebuild the infrastructure back to the way it was before. That's just going to be extraordinarily difficult and take a lot of time. in part because of the way the grid was structured in peacetime. You know, it's the most efficient way to do it. You have a great big grid with distribution all over the place at large, efficient power plants, a small number of them, spread out strategically to provide power to a region, and then also hopefully to provide heat to a local area. Well, you take out the generator and you knock it all down. But there are things that they can do quickly, and it was alluded to earlier, these generating engines that Siemens is talking about. I've seen them. I've gone to those trade shows. You know, well, I didn't just do oil and gas. I did a lot of different industries because I was selling components. So I was selling parts into the industry. And I worked with guys who did oil and gas, and I did guys who did solar, and I did military, and I did automotive. I did all kinds of stuff. So I found small to medium sized manufacturers who are really good at certain things, and then mostly supplying larger companies like Siemens, or in the example of oil and gas, the downhole people, you know, Baker Hughes or Schlumberger and people like that. In automotive or in heavy machinery, it might be Caterpillar, might be John Deere. So Avi's hitting it on the head in that she's right. There's a huge amount of companies that are in what we refer to loosely as the alternative energy space in California. But really, I think that's not a good name for it. It's actually more the microgrid, local energy generating business and distribution business. If I were you, Slavi, and I'm not in California, so I don't have a good reach, and besides that, I'm old and crusty and kind of ugly and retired. But if you actually got on the phone and called the California Office of Small Business Generation or Small Business Consulting, it's a part of the state government, and asked them for lists of companies who are in the alternative power space for microgrid projects, and tell them you're especially thinking the kind of people who develop systems for like the Caribbean, developing world, uh, Pacific islands. So they're smallish systems that can get thrown up really fast. I mean, they can be put together, containerized, and shipped out in weeks in many cases. You see them going to places like the Caribbean islands after hurricanes go through. And I knew people who were doing that back after the big hurricane that went through a couple years ago and just destroyed Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is not rebuilding their grid the same way it was before. They're building it far more resilient so that you can lose one or two units and not drop the whole grid. And it's because they're building them. Think of like fish scales instead of a giant sheet. You know, the big grid is really just a giant sheet of, you know, and you start punching holes in it and the whole thing collapses. So what they're trying to do now is build them like fish scales where you might lose a scale or two, and they're interconnected, but they're interconnected in ways that if you lose a scale or two, you don't lose everything else. California companies are some of the most progressive and leading in that space in the whole world. And I would bet money that this California Department of Small Business would be able to help you get in touch with them. They have grants. You could probably get some of it even paid for, if not by California and the US government, possibly by Europe. It may be something that could be far more powerful than you realize. And the fact that you are a Californian in that space there, living there, you will have enormous clout with the small business, local small business. I think you will get a lot of help from them on how to reach out, how to get lists together, how to call them. And you might even be able to get some of us to help you once you get the list together to help make those calls. I know I can help do that. I'm just not going to be able to do all of it because I'm just out of the. I just don't do that anymore. That was what I did for a living, but I did it with manufacturers. But if we got that list together, we could probably start reaching out to some of those companies and say, "Are you interested? Do you have a grant process?" And then the small business loan people, the small business uh, department in California could probably help you figure out how you got all that together. And I'm suggesting you do California instead of the federal government because California is more progressive at this stuff. They're better at it. That's why there's so damn many startups in California, and the rest of the country just languishes. Minnesota here is not terrible at it, but we're not in energy. I mean, we're too freaking cold, and we don't think that way. We think more like biomedical devices and Medtronic and spin-offs from Mayo Clinic and stuff like that. But
And
California
hot dish.
and hot dish, yeah, Pillsbury, Cargill, all that. But the deal is that California is all over that space. And if you're in California, I actually, while you were talking, I was looking up when the last big solar show was, and we missed it. Late January, there's a huge intersolar show in San Diego. I've gone to the one when it was up in San Francisco, and it was amazing. It was like 3 stories at the Marconi, and it was all energy storage and generation. They were from all over the world. There were Israeli people there. There were Indian people there. It was just an amazing show. And more importantly, they were all thinking along the line of small grid development. So you could drop a couple of these containers in around a hospital somewhere. It's too small of a target for Russians to easily hit, especially if they hide it. And yet it would power up the hospital. It might power up the water plant. It might power up a few houses. It won't take care of the whole city, but it allows them to get the utilities up and running. And there's water purification people who are in that same space. They frequently also go to those shows. I know some of the ones up in Portland area, Portland and Seattle, I think in the Pacific Northwest somewhere. But that's what they do. And they sell stuff all over the developing world as well as to backpackers. So as you get into this, if you're really serious about it, you can ping me and I will try to help. But I can't really be the point person. I'm old and decrepit. But I can help, at least give guidance to young, energetic people who have energy. And I will listen. Thank you.
Dryfly, thank you so much. I was making notes profusely while you were talking. I'll definitely contact you if I have any
DM
more
me and
questions.
DM me and let me know. I mean, like I said, I've mentored people who have started these kinds of businesses. I had a friend of mine who is from Pakistan. Ironically, he started in oil and gas, but when he went to Saudi, he saw how desperately they needed water systems. And then he looked back at how his own home country, Pakistan, was like. So he got into that. He moved to America. And while he was here, I started showing him how badly the infrastructure is in places like Central America and down in the Caribbean. So that was why I really learned just how big a space it is. And every time we turned around, it was a California company that was leading the charge. So I think you're in the right place to take that lead. And I think your fellow citizens in America and Ukraine will benefit enormously. And it might rebuild the bridges that were been shattered by the governmental inaction. And if I can help, I will. And I will listen. Thank you.
Thanks, Dryfly. Slavi, want to respond to that, or should we go to Nancy?
Yeah, I'll connect with Dryfly in the back channel so we can go to Nancy. But I'm definitely going to do this starting tomorrow and make the list. So yeah, let's go to Nancy. But I'll message you right now, Dryfly.
Yeah, thank you, folks. And Dryfly, that sounds like a fantastic recommendation. I look forward to hearing the results you guys have coming out of that. And I appreciate the little bit of extra time it took because actually I was distracted because I have a jigsaw puzzle that I keep at my desk of the Ukrainian nation and all of its oblasts in Cyrillic so that I hopefully will learn that better. And while I was listening, I accidentally tumped it over. So I have been reassembling Ukraine one Cyrillic bit and one Cyrillic oblast at a time. So I needed the extra time because my use of the Cyrillic language is still bad, but that's what that puzzle is designed to help. Anyway, I wanted to speak tonight and give you guys some food for thought on the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations, and his speech to the UN Security Council today was very compelling, quite lengthy, but not one that I can edit. And so Will and Slavi have been so gracious as to give me the latitude to express it to you guys in its entirety. I will try to go fast, but focus on key messaging in that process. So please bear with me. And again, these are the words from Ambassador Sergei Kizlytsia, who is the permanent representative of Ukraine at the UN. And this was in the Security Council meeting today on maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, Assistant Secretary General Jenka, and Director Wazorno. I also recognize here junior Russian staff in the permanent seat of the Soviet Union. Apparently, the big boys have already run away. His country has finally abandoned attempts to invent plausible explanations for its aggression. Instead, it now openly declares the true goals of the war, the complete annihilation of the Ukrainian state, Ukrainian people, and Ukrainian identity. Indeed, it was difficult even for Russian propaganda to explain how the destruction of Ukrainian cities and the mass murder of Ukrainians could be considered, quote unquote, liberation of a brotherly nation. It was difficult to repeat the false mantra about bombing Donbass for 8 years as a pretext for war against the backdrop of the Russian army persistently wiping out more and more Donbass cities and villages for over 2 years. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to pretend that Russian fights against neo-Nazism while replicating all the behavioral patterns typical of the Nazi Reich. Now, Moscow seems to align its words with its deeds. They openly call for the killing of all Ukrainians and the elimination of the Ukrainian state, as we can see from recent policy documents, statements from Russian officials, and top propagandists. Putin's close accomplice, former President Medvedev, for example, calls in his Telegram channel to chop up Bandera pigs, meaning all Ukrainians. Medvedev's Nazi predecessors, as we know, labeled Ukrainians and other Slavic peoples as Untermenschen. Actually, it seems that even the Shazam app on your smartphones may face trouble in identifying who one or another quote belongs to, Nazi criminals or their Kremlin followers. Nazi propagandist Goebbels used to say, "We will strike until destruction. The Fuhrer intends to wipe cities like Moscow or Petersburg off the face of the earth." And it is indeed necessary. Now, how about this quote? Kharkiv must be wiped off the face of the earth just so that there are no illusions. But we need to start with Kiev. We just need to destroy all, completely wipe it off so that nothing remains, just radioactive dust. That's Russian propagandist Solovyov, who echoed Goebbels on Russian state TV. Another one. We know that we are dealing in the East with an infernal political Satanism, Goebbels said. And his echo today, let me quote, "Special military operation is a holy war in which Russia and its people protect the world from the victory of the West, which has succumbed to Satanism." That is a quote from the so-called Order of the 25th World Russian People's Council, the present and the future of the Russian world. It is baffling that this structure, led by the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, has a special consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. What a disgrace for the UN to have such a consultant. In general, it often seems that Russian officials and propagandists use the Goebbels diary as their textbook. The latter, for example, wrote in February 1943 that the Nationalist Socialist government is ready to use every means. We do not care if anyone objects. Putin's Minister Lavrov in January 2024 responded in the same way to the question about the overwhelming majority of the UN member states condemning Russia's invasion as a violation of the UN Charter. It doesn't matter to us who and how they voted. Madam President, implementing its annihilation strategy, Russia has fired nearly 1,000 missiles, about 2,800 Shahed drones, and almost 7,000 guided aerial bombs on Ukrainian cities and villages since the beginning of this year. The total explosive power of combined airstrikes on Ukraine for this period exceeds 9 kilotons. Only 3% of Russian missiles, drones, and guided bombs hit military targets, while 97% hit civilian infrastructure. Russia deliberately targeted the critical infrastructure, in particular power generation. Following the March attacks, 80% of thermal power generation was destroyed. Hydropower plants also sustained heavy damage. In particular, Russia targeted the Dniester HPP and the Kaniv HPP on March 29th, indicating its intention to replicate the catastrophe they caused in Kakhovka last June. It should be a common task of the international community, not only Ukraine, to ensure that such large-scale environmental disasters no longer occur in Europe. Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine before the war, has become a particular target for the Russian forces. Russian state-affiliated expert Alexander Sintin, who is head of the so-called Center for Political Studies of Northern and Eastern European countries, openly admitted on a Russian federal TV channel that the capture or destruction of Kharkiv will have a painful, demoralizing effect on Ukrainian society. But I believe, and these are his quotes again, that the will of this people needs to be broken over the knee. That's why Russia shells Kharkiv's civilian infrastructure on an almost daily basis with rockets, drones, and aerial guided bombs. Almost all critical infrastructure in the region, including the Zmiv thermal power plant, was destroyed. Overnight, again, I'll remind you, this is today's speech. Overnight, Russia again attacked our critical infrastructure. The Trypillia thermal power plant, the main supplier of energy in Kiev, Cherkasy, and Zhytomyr regions, was completely destroyed. It is particularly impossible to make the final update of my statement as Russian shelling continues even now. Again, this is as of late afternoon in the United Nations during the Council's meeting. To increase the scope of casualties, the Russian army resorts to the terrorist practice of double strikes, attacking the site of the first attack with new waves of missiles or drones when the rescue operation is underway. Among the most recent examples is the Russian attack against Kharkiv on April 4th. The first wave of drones hit multi-story residential buildings. As soon as first responders came on site, Russians attacked again. As a result of this attack, 4 people were killed, including 3 firefighters who rescued people from a destroyed building. This terrorist practice of deliberate heavy strikes against a city with a population of more than 1 million could result in thousands of civilian deaths. Overall, such tactics are employed everywhere, from the border territories in the north to the Donbass and the south of Ukraine. After destruction of Avdiivka, Russia is now leveling the city to the ground, Chasiv Yar. Odessa, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Mykolaiv, Sumy, Khmelnytsky, Lviv, and other regions also remain under constant attacks. The UN in Ukraine confirms the inhumane Russian tactics towards Ukrainian civilians. As followers from its March update on protection of civilians in armed conflict, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine verified that at least 604 civilians were killed or injured in Ukraine last month, a 20% increase compared to February. The mission was clear in its assessments that the March increase in civilian casualties was mainly due to attacks by the Russian armed forces using missiles and loitering munitions across Ukraine and increased aerial bombardments near the front line. The rise of child casualties is even more disastrous as their number doubled from February. 57 Ukrainian children were killed or injured in March. as a result, according to the UN mission, of the increased use of guided and unguided aerial bombs. The casualty total among civilians, including children, continues to rapidly grow. Just yesterday, Russian forces bombed the village of Lipsky, Kharkiv region, killing 3 people, including a 14-year-old girl. Mission shelling of Odessa region took the lives of 4 people, including a 10-year-old girl. The day before, they hit a residential building in Kostyanivska, Donetsk region. I butchered that, my apologies. 3 people were killed, including a 13-year-old boy. Madam President, we remain concerned over the atrocities towards Ukrainian POWs. On April 7th, shocking new video footage appeared on Russian social media showing Russian military personnel killing 3 captured unarmed Ukrainian servicemen in the Kherson region. In its latest report covering the period from December 1st, 2023 to February 29th, 2024, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights documented a sharp increase in reports of executions of Ukrainian prisoners of war, reaching the number of 32 such executions, significantly more than in any previous period. Overall, Ukrainian law enforcement agencies are investigating 27 criminal cases regarding the execution of 54 Ukrainian prisoners of war by Russians since the beginning of Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine. This relentless wave against Ukrainian POWs is substantiated by numerous credible sources, including reports verified by the United Nations. The findings of the International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine confirm a consistent pattern of widespread and systematic torture carried out by Russian authorities in detention facilities. Furthermore, the refusal of Russia to grant access to POWs and civilian detainees to representatives of the UN and the ICRC only adds to the urgency of this situation. We urge the members of the Security Council to prioritize this issue and contribute to determining the most effective strategies to address and put an end to these blatant violations of international humanitarian law. Madam President, committing war crimes and denying responsibility for them have been a hallmark of Russia since the beginning of its aggression against Ukraine. Some of the most painful memories for Ukrainians are connected with the Bucha massacre. Recently, we marked the 2nd anniversary of the liberation of Bucha. This liberation put a stop to the outrageous crimes committed by the Russian forces during the occupation of this city in March 2022. Residents of Bucha and other settlements in the vicinity of Kiev were indiscriminately shot, illegally detained, tortured, and summarily executed. They were deliberately fired at with automatic weapons when leaving buildings for food and water. Households were regularly raided with men often questioned and either killed on the spot or detained and later executed. Ukrainian law enforcement collected more than 9,000 documents on war crimes committed in Bucha and its outskirts. About 1,800 civilians were killed. Ukraine identified 146 servicemen of the Russian armed forces as suspects for war crimes committed in Bucha district, indicted 93, and convicted 19 Russian servicemen. The Russian Federation continues to deny killings of civilians in Bucha, including through the Security Council platform. It is a cynical, although regular, behavior of criminals denying their crimes. Denying, despite open source evidence, satellite footage, and findings of international mechanisms, including OHCHR from the UN, Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, and OSCE Moscow mechanism have debunked Russian denials and confirmed the killings took place weeks before the liberation. Madam President, even if the Putin and Hitler regimes are not identical twins, they share the same toxic DNA. 80 years ago, almost a decade spent on appeasement resulted in a world war. The attempts to appease the new aggressor that we observed from 2014 to 2022 resulted in a full-scale war on the European continent. The lessons of history must be learned. If the Security Council had existed during World War II, would its members have sat at the same table with Ribbentроps while the Nazis were destroying European cities and sending thousands of people to gas chambers? And yet we now sit with modern reincarnations of the Ribbentrops. And we will again sit tomorrow at a propaganda show, and we will listen again to new allegations against the country that defends itself and the people and its people from elimination. And the Russian government and the Russian church will continue to declare that its government organized and non-governmental organizations mentioned earlier that, I quote, the entire territory of modern Ukraine should enter the zone of exclusive influence of Russia, unquote. We don't need this mockery of diplomacy. What we need is solidarity with Ukraine in exercising its inherent right to self-defense under the Article 51 of the UN Charter, zero tolerance towards Russian crimes, and a vision of peace based on the UN Charter. The vision endorsed by the UNGA resolution of February 23, 2023, and developed within Ukraine's peace formula. The first peace summit will take place on June 15th to 16th in Switzerland, and we invite all responsible nations to participate and to contribute to comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine and for the world. I thank you. And again, my apologies. That was a very long speech by Ambassador Sergei Kyslytsya from Ukraine to the UN Security Council. I could not edit a word of it because it is far too powerful.
Nor would I.
Yeah,
Nor would
it blew me away all day long, and everyone deserves to hear it. And I will post his tweet with his link to his Facebook page where you can read it as well. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. And the thing I find about that's the best is, this is the ambassador who was asked about punching Russians and all that sort of stuff. This is why he's in the ambassador to Ukraine, to the UN from Ukraine, because he can make a statement exactly like that, because it is not rhetorical at all. It's dry, but comprehensive of the facts. How could you cut any of that out? That is all essential content to that. And it's one of those things you could say. I couldn't say it better myself. And it isn't at all too long. Hell, it'd be hard pressed for me to say something was too long, because that was packed with exactly the right statement to be made about what and why the UN should. Well, I mean, what's wrong with the world? What is wrong with the world when we will sit there across the table and treat the Lavrovs of the world like polite company? Because these are the modern day genociders, right? They are. I agree with that. They do share the DNA. They do share the DNA of being genociders with all those who've done that in the past. Great statement. Really well. Great share. Let's plug that in the nest so that people can refer back to that, because there are chunks of that you could absolutely totally use to convince anyone who is wavering in support for Ukraine, if they're a politician or whatever. Boy, that content filled. I really enjoyed that, Nancy. Thank you so much. Send your mind. Welcome. We've forgotten to tell Send Your Mind that you were going to read that whole statement, and it might take about 8 minutes. But you know what? You folks have to sit and listen to me for more than 8 minutes before I thought that was. Send Your Mind. If you are listening and cannot start speaking, let us know when you're ready, and we'll slot you back in to the conversation. and let you ask your question or make your comment. I don't know, Slavi, if you have anything to say about that statement from the ambassador.
Sorry, I was
Wow.
10, no, I was 10 pages away. I'm doing the solar panel messaging right now to people in Ukraine.
Oh, fair
So,
enough. So sorry.
yeah, yeah. Let's go to or did Send Your Mind was not talking.
Yeah, I don't think. I think he might have got a phone call or just can't actually speak now that we've called on him. So I'm just going to go through a few things in the news. Oh, we'll go to Brian first, and then I'll cover the news as I normally do from the last 12 hours that I wouldn't have that we haven't got to, just in case you live under a rock. But Brian doesn't live under a rock. Brian, what have you got to add?
First of all, Nancy, that was phenomenal. Great job by you to read that. I think you have a history, you have a future in radio. I have a face for radio. So the rules, I just want you, for the record and for posterity, I know that this space is recorded and will be on Spotify at some point for replay. So I just want to read, I've been given a notice, and this is not a joke for anyone who may think this is. This is the Rules Committee of the House of Representatives has issued, they will have a meeting on April 15th, Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern on the following measures. These are the resolutions that they will be taking up to discuss to prepare for bringing this legislation to the floor. HR 6192, the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act. HR 7673, the Liberty in Laundry Act. HR 7645, the Clothes Dryer Reliability Act. HR 7637, the Refrigerator Freedom Act. 7626 HR, Affordable Air Conditioning Act, and the last but not least, HR 7700, the Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act. So I just want everyone to know that when you go to sleep tonight, you can be comforted by the fact that we have a legislative body of the United States that is fighting to ensure that there is calm and fairness in your kitchen appliances, in your air conditioning, and in your laundry equipment. And this is something that I know that a lot of these voters, maybe the people in these space voted for these people. So these were definitely, I'm sure, issues of top of mind that need to be addressed by the most powerful arsenal of democracy. But just know that there is someone on watch for these issues. And yeah, it's great that we're focusing on these things. And I didn't think that
most importantly, working on the major issues of the day of concern to Americans. Hey, Brian?
Yeah, and proof positive that we can actually bring grievance politics narrative to the kitchen and to the laundry room. I hadn't considered that it would be possible for a thinking individual could actually insert grievance politics into something so mundane. I mean, I'll never look at my Bosch dishwasher again the same way. I will never look at our Samsung washer and dryer high efficiency units the same way. I had no idea that there was that they were potentially aggrieved. I didn't know that. So I'm again comforted. I will go to sleep at my Courtyard by Marriott in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, comforted by the fact that there are people and their staffs. It's not just the legislators; it's the staffers, right? The staffers of the Rules Committee that are actually spending time on this. I wonder, as they sit at their cubicles, working on this stuff, do they laugh? Do they just joke about it? Do they send text messages to each other, say, "What the f are we doing?" But it would be history will record that Congress is focusing on these things. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the sort of absurd thing you want to laugh at, but you actually can't laugh. And because I'm an equal opportunity abuser here, folks, I'll need to and have taken strips off the Biden administration, even this morning, my time. I'd like to add that this is the Republicans who hold the House speakership and control the legislative agenda in America right now. So these are the folks that are saying that they're also serious and interested in moving the big issues of America forward. And they are letting the portion of their caucus that is interested in grievance politics have their way in the legislative agenda. But I'll just add that a House Speaker and a Speaker of the House is judged, in my opinion, on their productivity. I don't care what party they're from. A House Speaker that is productive in moving through volumes of legislation is because there's a lot of garbage that they push through, like this stuff. But if you're going to be successful in moving the country in the direction that you want it to go, whatever direction that is, you need to be able to organize and pass lots of legislation, like the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, did during her tenure, who is very possibly the most productive Speaker of the House in the history of the United States. Like her or hate her, she got a lot of legislation up, including the legislation in the last 2 years prior to her leaving the office when Joe Biden first took office, and that legislation now that is being implemented in the country without in an absence of any new legislation being passed since that time it appears to be really making a difference outside the country in relation to the economy, a soft landing so that you don't go into a recession whilst dealing with unemployment and getting that down, but not overinflating. I mean, inflation. It's amazing what's been happening. It's a pity we have to focus on just Ukraine, because both Australia and the United States, for the first time ever, seem to have organized with their feds, the Federal Reserve Bank and the bank, the Federal Reserve here, analogous bank in Australia, the Reserve Bank, have managed to organize what appears to be a soft landing without going into a recession. It should be big news for the people who are interested in boring stuff like me, but we're not talking about any of that stuff. What we're talking about is the inaction and incapability of this current Speaker of the House to move any legislation at all, and from putting on the agenda of stuff that he thinks that he can move along with the Rules Committee, this type of garbage legislation. I'm surprised there's not something in there about a toilet or two, right? Flush, the volume of a flush you're allowed to get, because your toilets are very aggrieved too. Folks, America's not working on the issues of the day here by their own admission, and the Republicans need to own that, whilst the Democratic Party and Joe Biden needs to own the language that it is using at its Defense Department, its State Department, and its national security advisors about its support for Ukraine, and also, as I said before, the deafening silence is what we don't hear coming directly from Joe Biden himself. We haven't heard a peep out of Joe Biden, really, since the State of the Union. And this is a time in America where, if ever a president needed to use the bully pulpit regularly and talk about matter of principles, so he can both win the next election and provide support for a liberal democracy that is at its very existence is at hand, there would be no time in history where a guy has to take the bully pulpit and get the Americans aligned behind what is right to do. What is right to do in America, and make sure that he can capitalize on the American population that is in support of providing aid for Ukraine, but is not being serviced well at all by an administration whose language appears to be defeating and against the supporting their ally appropriately, and a Congress which is absolutely working antithetically to the principles that we thought that America was founded upon. And it's well, frankly, as a foreigner, it's sickening to watch, because it's just so unexpected. Send your mind. Have you are you ready to join us yet? I guess that's a no. So Nancy, go ahead.
Well, I think it's apparently very important for me to have looked up the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act, since at first I thought that it was going to impact my replacement of my LP gas, propane gas range next year, but apparently it is only going to add a freaking label to it. It's estimated to it's designed to report on how much consumers are estimated to save from energy efficient products and to require more energy labeling on them, to also add a resource on the tax rebates that are available by the Inflation Reduction Act. So, in addition to all of the stupid energy labeling they already have, it's going to add additional crap to tell me how much more I could save. I'm sorry, I would rather save Ukrainian lives. Um, Brian, I appreciate you pointing it out to me, but yeah, what are we spending our time on? And apparently that act has actually been stuck in Congress since October of last year. So it's taking about as long for them to even figure out how to apply a label to an appliance as it does for them to figure out how to save Ukrainian lives.
Maybe they need a discharge petition for that. Take it to the floor.
I think so.
Discharge petition for that. That is sort of funny. So, but as I said, I'm an equal opportunity abuser. So I'm going to now get stuck into Australia for a couple of seconds and say that every time I look at America and see how bad the conversation is going over there about liberal democracy and support for it at home and abroad, I look back in Australia and you don't hear about it because we're nothing burger. We're absolutely inconsequential to probably the course of the world in the next 20, 50 years. But at least you're having a conversation is the comment I'd make. In Australia, the silence is deafening when you think of the conversation we started when this war began in Ukraine and how committed the previous government said and the current government promised that they were actually going to do more in support for Ukraine, given the overwhelming support for military support for Ukraine in Australia. And if it was more than 70%. And if you said support for Ukraine in general, humanitarian and military, it went over 80. I mean, a huge amount of support, and our government's doing nothing, really nothing. So dribs and when I say dribs and drabs, folks, we've also provided close to $1 billion in support over the entire 2 years, right? 968 million, I believe, and they touted that originally as being the largest contributor outside of NATO to this, but they've stopped saying that, right? Because when they took office, they were the largest contributor outside of NATO, but now they've fallen to sixth. And we're number six is not a sort of thing that Australians normally go out into the world and say to the world. Australia always likes to go out into the world and say we punch above our weight, right? We support our friends around the world as if we were a major international player. And we always aspire to be a major international player. And Australia has key technologies that we could provide to Ukraine that would be almost impossible for anybody else to do. And we also are not contributing at 0.03%. 0.03% of our GDP is our contribution to Ukraine. So compare that to another country that's smaller and has a more modest economy, and or even the tiny ones like Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Finland, the countries that know Russia well. Well, we know Russia well too. Everybody should by now, but we're not contributing what we can in Australia, and we're not only not contributing what we can, We're not even having a conversation about it. Our pleas to the government fall on deaf ears. Our ABC broadcaster, which is the best public broadcaster in the world as far as being providing valuable content to the public for free, essentially, with tax dollars. But it's the best public broadcaster in the world. Please fight me on that. They're running both sides garbage over this war in Ukraine. They have distributed disinformation from Russia without any comment or sufficient pushback from the Australian population and government or government representatives that it boggles the mind. We've still got a multiple felon who's now taken up Russian citizenship in the consulate in Russia in Sydney, who, frankly, ought to be told that consulate should close down. The Russian consulate in Sydney should either be closed or they should give up Semyon Boykov for proper sentencing. Well, he's been sentenced in absentia, but he should go serve time he's required to for his felonies that he's been convicted of in assaulting Ukrainian supporters, an old man that he pushed down a set of concrete stairs and cracked his skull open. Well, he's been convicted of that because there was plenty of evidence that he did it on the day. Yet he fled to the Russian consulate and he's hiding out in there, and we're allowing him to do that. And he's continuing to spout propaganda from there and try to raise protests and whatever. Foment discord, disinformation, and anti-Australian propaganda to our country from within our country, from a building that, I will add, does not need to exist under law. Russia is allowed to have embassies in this country. Russia is not allowed to have consulates, or is not required to have consulates. Those are a matter of convenience. And the Australian government should either tell them to give up the felon that they're holding in the consulate or close the consulate down and move him to Canberra and keep him down there if you want to move him to your embassy. But we're not doing that. We're not even having a discussion about that in Australia. We're not having a discussion about the army surplus that we continually sell off. And unlike France, don't just direct that to Ukraine immediately. We thought about that. We're talking about it with Lena's here. Tony Sammartino was on. This is 6-8 months ago. We were talking about this and pointing out how bad that is to do. Yet our government continues to do it. And other, like France, takes up the appropriate action and starts directing. France is starting to take this very seriously, very, very seriously. And I'm becoming a big fan of France's approach because it isn't diplomatic hyperbole and the sort of stuff we used to expect from France. France is making statements that are clear, stating its intent, not willing to be bullied, and is committing to put itself in danger as required to support and defend liberal democracy in Europe. And wow, that's exactly the sort of thing we need to be hearing. Exactly what we need to be hearing is Jens Stoltenberg, the head of NATO, agreeing with me and saying that Ukraine has the right to attack Russian facilities that are providing military support to Russia, strategic targets inside Russia. He said that yesterday. Thank you, Jens Stoltenberg, for speaking on behalf of NATO. The facts are Ukraine is allowed to do that. It is not unacceptable at all for Ukraine to make any strategic strikes it wants inside Russia that meet the test of the rules of armed conflict, which it does. And I love to see the Europeans stepping up here as the Americans don't. But folks, we got to get collectively together ever much more quickly now that the U.S. is out. The U.S. is not coming to this party anytime soon. And Europe and Australia and South Korea and Japan, the very people that have been talking to the Americans, but probably to deaf ears, Kishida in the House of Representatives in America, making the very case that I've been made here about America being the essential partner for peace. But what he didn't say is, if America doesn't want to play that role anymore, it really should tell the world it's not going to do it, and not abandon a liberal democracy that's in process of being devoured by its genocidal neighbor. Say something clear that you're not going to do that anymore, so that Europe, Australia, Korea, Japan, everybody can get the message from America and sense the urgency that we so much more have now. We so much more have it. If America's not playing, those 43 FA-18 fighters that are in cold storage in Australia, in temperature controlled, in humidity controlled storage in Williamtown Air Force Base outside of Newcastle, those 43 FA-18 fighters could be instrumental in augmenting the Ukrainian Air Force in delivering weapons to the ground targets, as well as being missile trucks and keeping the close air support of the Russian military off, the VKS off of the front lines. And we see it today. We see Su-25s banking over Chasiv Yar as they finish their bombing runs because they can't be interdicted. Don't tell me FA-18 fighters. Sure. Don't tell me. You cannot tell me those would not be instrumental in assisting Ukraine. And if Australia was to provide those 43 FA-18 fighters to Finland and let Finland carry out the refurbishment, because they currently use them now, Finland participated in helping train pilots faster, because the FA-18 is very similar to the F-16 in layout of the cockpit and avionics, how it works, right? It's the sister, it's the parallel of the fighter that came out with the F-16. Not the newest, not the nicest, but I'll tell you what, hell of a lot better than the clapped out Su-27s, MiG-29s, Su-24s and 25s that Ukraine's flying now, that literally are close to their lifespan just in metallurgy, folks. The planes that Ukraine is flying now are literally at the point where no other country in the world would fly them, because they're probably at risk of coming apart at the rivets. They've been flown so much. And people tell me, oh, geez, those ones in Australia, well, those weren't, they're beyond their use-by date. Really? Are they? Because Canada bought 25 of them. And I'll bet you Ukraine had said they would take FA-18s. The United States has said they would not be opposed to F-16s and FA-18s from the world going to Ukraine. They've said it. They didn't name Australia, but I'll name them. We got 43. Nobody else has any surplus, and they're 100% surplus to us. They've been in cold storage for more than 2 years. There's no buyer, and there will not be any buyer. The only thing that's happening to those FA-18 fighters is occasionally one is given to an RSL or a museum to put on display. That's what's happening to those, but they could be saving lives, shooting down drones, shooting down cruise missiles, and keeping close air support off of the Ukrainian army in Ukraine. They could be doing that a year and a half, 2 years ago. We can't even get the Australian government to admit those things exist. Honestly, it's like Area 57 down here. I know more about what's going on from Senate estimates and releases of information from contracts we've had to get, but nobody speaks about it. Nobody speaks about it in the Australian Parliament. Nobody speaks about it in the Senate. Nobody cares. And if I do hear from somebody on it, it's like, oh, those are old and clapped out. Prove it. Prove it. Because Boeing's the last people that looked at those airplanes when they put them into cold storage, and they said that 16 of them were ready for service basically today, and the other 27 could be brought up to full capability within 6 months progressively, meaning it wouldn't take 6 months to get them all done if we routed them through Seattle to do it. And the last thing is, so we have critical things that we could be doing in Australia. Critical. We make an infantry fighting vehicle or an armored personnel carrier called the Bushmaster that is from multiple testimonies, including basically a fake commercial made by the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, apparently the favorite vehicle that they've got over there. The ones they've got, the 90 they've received from Australia, 60 in the previous government, only 30 in the current government when they were shamed into doing so through a personal visit with Zelensky. He then ponied up an additional 30 of those. Folks, that line in Bendigo where they make those Bushmasters, the most popular armored personnel carrier that Ukraine has received by their own testimony, that factory only runs one shift a day, not 3 shifts a day. We should be making those every month, as many as we can make, and putting them on a boat and sending them to Ukraine until Ukraine says, thanks, we can't handle any more of those things. You've got to stop sending us those Bushmasters, right? That's what we should be doing. And we could afford to do it in this. It's not like some sort of dream thing, folks. That'd cost us, if we did that, it'd cost us about $300 million. Does that sound like a lot of money to you? It's a lot of money to Australians, $350 million. But you know what it pales in comparison to? It pales in comparison to the $12 billion in additional tax revenues that have come into the state of Queensland, the state of Western Australia over 2 years, and the federal government due to commodity price rises that are the direct result of the war in Ukraine. Grain, iron ore, oil, gas, everything we send out of the war, out of this country has all gone up in price directly as a result of the war in Ukraine. We are war profiteers in Australia unless we contribute our fair share to saving liberal democracies. We're nothing better than war profiteers. That's all we are, and we can't even get our government to acknowledge these things exist. We can't get it to acknowledge directly that we make a Hawkeye infantry fighting vehicle that the Ukraine wants. Oh no, the brakes don't work. Well, they certainly worked when we needed to use them for floods here in Australia. Bushmasters haven't even heard a word about those. Army surplus that goes out every month, no problem. That carries on. FA-18 fighters that are in storage in Williamtown Air Base outside of Newcastle. So not in the middle of nowhere, right? Newcastle, big town. Ask your local member why we're storing and costing us millions of dollars a year to maintain these FA-18 fighter aircraft for use if nobody's ever going to use them. At a bare minimum, they owe us an answer, and they won't even admit they exist, basically. No answer at all. No substantive answer to freedom of information requests. No substantive answer from any of the pleas and calls and representations to ministers of parliament or members of parliament. Not a peep, folks. Not a peep. And you know who owns that here in Australia? The Labour Party owns that here in Australia. I'll say it. You know why I'll say it? Because they're the folks that are in power right now. The only people that I've heard speak about the war in Ukraine from our parliament has been Jackie Lambie, an independent senator from Tasmania, and a Liberal senator from South Australia, because he happened to be a helicopter pilot, and he happened to talk about the taipans, and he happens to be 100% correct in his observations about what our Department of Defense does here in Australia, how opaque they are, how non-responsive they are, and how apparently wasteful they are of the Australian taxpayer dollar. And they've been that way well before this government took office, and our Defense Department needs an absolute roto-rooter through them. The new head of the Defense Department's just been announced as who was the naval operations guy before. They're just changing the seats there, folks. And you should see the folks that are in our Defense Department. They all hold their jobs in these senior positions for 8, 6, 5 years, and then they move to the job up. Honestly, this is a jobs for the boys program. These guys don't have to do anything. They're not accountable to anything. And the worst of it is, some of them aren't even Army or Navy or Air Force officers. The head of the whole show is a long-term political or a long-term bureaucrat. They won't answer any substantive questions on what the hell the Defense Department's doing. They won't. And when they're asked to put together something, scrape together something they can for aid for Ukraine, they take 3.5 months and they scrape together $110 million worth of APCs, the M113 that were around in Vietnam time, and a whole bunch of other stuff like that, with some tiny innovations like SciPac drones that are the cardboard ones that can be assembled to field. They're not a joke. They're worth it, and they were a good contribution. $22 million of those. I'm not saying we're not contributing. What I'm saying is we're not contributing what really matters. So we're just as bad as the Americans. And anybody who wants to come and tell me more about how bad the Australian government is doing right now in supporting a liberal democracy is welcome to come. Please add that. Or tell me I'm wrong. Prove me I'm wrong. Prove to me that you've got documentation that shows that the FA-18 fighters that are in storage can't be used. Stephen, how are you?
I'm good. Nice to see you and so many of my friends here in this chat. It's been a while since I've been on. I'm kind of wondering what's going on. It feels like it's 1940, 1939, and we're on the eve of World War. And the free world is sleeping. And, I'm so frustrated with what's going on in Congress. But even when Congress was passing Ukraine aid bills, we weren't giving Ukraine everything it needed to win, and I see with drones, and I think it's just a matter of time until the offensive capabilities are going to beat the defensive, and I fear that American naval forces, which are stretched so thin already, aren't going to be useful if we have to defend Taiwan in the future. And I just care so much about Ukraine, and they're not getting what they need in time. And there's so many countries out there that could step up, and nobody is. It's just frustrating, and I don't know what the answer is, but it feels like America's going to lose its moral authority and its position as a superpower. We're just going to be an equal to China, I guess, if we're not going to increase our defense production, if we're not going, China's outpacing us with warships now. And between Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, the world is pretty much divided up, and we all need to wake up and pick a side and do whatever it takes.
Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, it's to me, it's starting to resemble a kind of a weird period before 1939. But if the long-term effects of Brave New World had already taken place, the level of soma that seems to be having drunk by everybody in the whole world. I mean, look at what Brian talked about earlier, right? And I don't know, Slavi, I've asked you before what people think and talk about in America, but it is so easy for Americans and Australians and folks that have had it much, much too easy for too long, apparently, or had it good. I won't say much too easy. Australians and Americans deserve to have it good, right? We live in prosperous countries that we have put our shoulder to, made the most of our opportunities, produced inventions, done all these things, but we've become comfortable enough that we feel like we don't have to care about what's going on in the rest of the world, and it'll just cruise on without us, right?
Well,
That's what it seems like. We've so much
you're
soma.
so on point with that, and it's crazy that many Americans don't understand that a lot of this prosperity comes from having allies such as Europe and Ukraine. That's where it comes from, but they don't understand it. They think America just did it on its own and they don't need anybody else. So that's this kind of isolationist thinking is yeah, it's gonna ruin it if it keeps going.
Well, and it's narcissism without appropriate introspection, because when I was started traveling around the world to work, uh, I spoke to Russians, and I'm a big history buff, and I read a lot of history. And when I was in Britain, Britain, all the British people told me how they won the Second World War, and then I went to Russia, and they told me how they won the Second World War single-handedly, and the Americans have always told us how they won the war single-handedly. The truth is, they're all right, but none of them did anything by themselves. And this sense that we'll be all right, Jack, right? We'll just take care of shit here at home and try to keep the world off us or admit that it's not happening is going to be successful. It's never been successful. It has been attempted about every 25 years in all of modern history, and it ends up in a massive, bigger war. A bigger war. It's what the ambassador said, folks. A war, attempted appeasement of Russia from 2014 to 2022 led directly to the massive war we're in now. And continuing appeasement and not recognizing the threat that's there and addressing it appropriately results in something that's going to be longer, more painful, and more costly in bodies and lives, just as the situation in Kharkiv is. It's a mirror of that. If you don't provide air defense, they're going to pummel that city, and then they're going to need air defense and power generation and a whole bunch of capability to get it back up to some place where 1.3 million people can live there again, folks. It's the size of Perth. Kharkiv is the size of Perth, and CBD down here. It would be phenomenally destructive, and it would make the place unlivable. And that's what's happening right now. Kharkiv is being pummeled into the ground by short range and medium range bombs and missiles now, because Russia can now reach it. That's why they're doing it, because it's now available to them. And when Chasiv Yar is lost in a couple of months, I hate to tell you this, when Chasiv Yar is lost in a couple of months and they start being within range of doing so, Kramatorsk and Sloviansk are also going to get the treatment. That's what Russia does. It bombs the shit out of everything in front of it, and then it meat waves on top of that desolate area until it can take it over and put its flag up in the rubble and go, we now own this. And that's what it's doing. It's moving like a cancer through eastern Ukraine, just as it did when it was allowed to take over Crimea and then started in Luhansk and Donetsk. It's a cancer that needs to be fixed, or like cancer, it's going to infect the entire rest of Europe and possibly kill it. That's what it does, because Russia's the cancer, folks. They are, honestly, they're a cancer here. Slavi?
Well, I can definitely agree to that, Will, that they are the cancer, and some ways it needs to be cut out. Take it as you will. But I wanted to talk about the air defense systems. So on the April 11th attack, which was last night, uh, Russia used a new type of missile that hit Kiev in just 1 minute after the air raid alert. In just 1 minute. So what Russia is able to do to Kiev now, they've been doing that to Kharkiv for the last 2 years.
Yeah, this is the X-69. It's a proper cruise missile. It can fly at about 20 meters above the ground. It's Russia's most expensive and advanced subsonic cruise missile, but it is very evasive of radar, and that's why they don't even pick it up until the last minute. And it carries about a 500 kilogram warhead.
Yeah, that's crazy. And of course, they've been using aerial bombs as well on Kharkiv. Just to give you some numbers, Russia used almost 190 missiles of various types and almost 140 Shahed drones against Ukraine from March 18th to 24th. Russia used over 40 attack drones and 40 missiles, including hypersonic missiles, and that was on April 11th alone. Um, these are staggering numbers of how many missiles Russia is launching at Ukraine. I mean, it's absolutely insane. And I'm glad the European Union today, or earlier today, for most of you, maybe it's was yesterday, um, they decided not to do the funding for the European Union until the Patriot missiles are found to get to Ukraine. I'm glad that that happened. But it needs to be faster. It needs to be much, much faster. And I'm still verifying some of the numbers of in Europe of how many countries and like how many patriots Europe has. But I'm definitely looking at a concerning eye to Germany. Germany has quite a bit that they're hoarding. I can understand countries like Poland. They have one, I believe, and even at that, Poland is looking at giving Soviet or like older types of air defense to Ukraine, but they have only one Patriot. But there's other countries that are not in war, such as Spain, such as Germany. I'm looking at them. What is wrong with them? Like they're not at war, and Ukraine is saying, "Let us borrow it." Let us borrow it. I was just reading an article from what Dmytro Kuleba said. Literally, he doesn't even understand. He's saying that he literally wants to hit his head against a wall. He doesn't get it, and that's as a diplomat as to why Ukraine can't get air defense, can't even borrow air defense. That is, I mean, my mind isn't turning. Like I can't get myself to understand why there's certain countries in Europe that are not an imminent threat. Ukraine can't even borrow them and then give them back as soon as they ask for it. It's insane. Well,
It is insane. It is insane. And to think that we got to this point, right? That he would have to be doing this after it is observably necessary. We shouldn't have to get to the point where they've knocked out all the power generating capacity in Kharkiv and they're working on other areas now before we know that, before they get enough air defense systems of all the types, SAM-T, Irish-T, Patriot, you name it, right? They should be overloaded with air defense given the threat that posed to him last winter, yet the only means that he's even able to get the attention, like the European Parliament has now finally said, you know what? We're not even going to pass anything else until 7 Patriot batteries go to Ukraine. I'm sure the European Parliament doesn't have any power and control over the folks that could send that stuff. But the European Parliament has now voted to say, you know what? We're not even going to pass the budget resolutions to keep the European Commission going. Everything we're doing here is a waste of time until we address the fucking 800,000 pound bear that's in the room. Russia is devouring Ukraine and committing genocide, and Europe shouldn't. The European Parliament's right. We shouldn't be doing anything else until we get this problem solved, because we've now waited until the second winter. Do you have to actually watch all the power generation facilities be 100% destroyed in Ukraine before you go, wow, I think Russia's really means it here, folks? Finally, finally, the European Parliament's done that. Thank you to the member who stood up and promoted that so that they wouldn't even move on regular business. But good Christ, we should have suspended regular business a year and a half ago. It boggles the mind, Slavi. And to think that just like when I've ranted about airplanes, the NATO has 4,000 advanced Generation 4 and Generation 5 aircraft that cover all the collective NATO countries. 4,000. They couldn't cut out 200 of those a year and 9 months ago and committed those and have them in Ukraine now? No, they couldn't. They got America maintains 50 battalions of Patriot missile systems, 1,200 in total, of which 200 are located overseas. That means there's 1,000 inside the United States. There's 1,000 TELs, the launchers, 50 battalions, including 1,000, 1,200 launch systems, the Patriot, the missile part that you'd think is the Patriot battery, but 1,200 of those, and they can't cut out 25 to give Ukraine 2 years ago. No, they got one from America, 2 more from Germany. That's it, folks. This is it. This is what you think Ukraine needs to cover itself from the second largest military, well, the third largest military in the world, trying to devour them up. Honestly, I mean, we've been saying it every day, Slavi, since you've been here and I've been here. Honestly, that's our response. Honestly, wow. At some point, it doesn't matter what you say. Your words don't make any difference. Your actions speak for themselves. And the world is still not come to Ukraine's aid here. Not one of the liberal democracies in the world has done all it can for Ukraine. Not one of them. Some have come close. I'll bet Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are currently taking umbrage with me, and rightly so, because we would evaluate your. But for the purpose of argument, no liberal democracy in the world has done what it can do to help a liberal democracy to survive and blunt. Let's be honest, blunt and kill off as much of the capability of an authoritarian aggressor as possible, so we don't have to deal with them later. Ukraine's doing all the work for us, and all we're going to do is sit back and second Monday morning quarterback them and tell them, gee, I wish you hadn't have done that. That looks like it might affect me. Wow, and well, we know they're a massive army that outguns you 10-1, but you know, we're kind of busy right now. We'll think about maybe getting you some more guns. How about after January 2025? How about then? That's what we're doing. Or if you're in my country, huh? What are we talking about? That's what we're doing. Nothing. Sweet FA is what we're doing in Australian terms, and honestly, it gets difficult. It gets difficult to get up every day and stay at it, but it's all I can do. So that's what I do every day. Get up, read, find out what's going on, find out who's talked about it. If anybody's talked about it here in Australia, I'll find out what they're saying and I'll chip in on that to build some buzz, get the conversation going, keep it going. And
know,
boy, woo,
oh,
it's hard to
sorry.
do it.
I see Dan came up. He just sent me, and I did see this earlier, that United States had allocated 138 million in critical air defense system upgrades. But I kind of want to discuss it because it sure doesn't sound like it's Patriot missiles. They're upgrades.
Well, it's $138 million of upgrades and spare parts for the Hawk missile system that was invented back in the 60s, hasn't been used in America since the late 70s, and should have all been shipped with all of its spare parts back when they first provided those as part of the Army surplus they provided to Ukraine. They should have cleaned out the closet of everything in relation to that, Slavi, every bit of it. They're never going to use that stuff again. Give it all to Ukraine. So, but they're doing it now. Thank you very much. I mean, I would hate to have to be Ukrainians and sit there and say, thank you for providing me the spare parts for that 1960s technology that you didn't bother to provide in the first place, because we critically need it now. that 60s technology. No, thank you very much for that, honestly, because it possibly will shoot down some of the missiles and drones that are coming at it. Thank you for doing that. But when you state it as fact, thank you for providing me the spare $138 million from America. $138 million, folks. It's not a lot of money to the American government, and it's spares for a system that was invented in the 60s and they absolutely can't use. Even valuing that at $138 million has got to be the metal scrap value, or I don't know, silicon value. It's at this point, you don't want to be bitter and say screw you. But when I look through these details of what's being provided, Slavi, I am not impressed. I'm sorry, I'm not impressed by spares for a system from the 60s. Thank you for those, America, for doing that. But recognize that contribution in relation to what we're facing here. You're literally handing somebody who's just had their arm chopped off a Band-Aid. Finn.
Yeah, thanks. And hello and good morning to everybody.
Good morning. It's very early for you, man.
I agree. Yeah, but I'm at work since I'm a blue collar working man. So we start early over here. But yeah, I agree with everything you say, and this I think that the Ukrainians shouldn't have to thank us for anything pretty much, because we're not providing anything. And it's really bad right now. And I don't get why we can't listen to what the Ukrainian armed forces like and just make millions of those and just ship it to them. Because as you said, it wouldn't even be that expensive for us to do so, I think. So yeah. And I just have to tell you that when I drove to work here this morning, I drove past our city hall and there was no Finnish flags on the flagpoles. They were all Ukrainian flags. So at least somebody knows what's going on around here. And I think also why certain countries have a hard time supporting Ukraine, could one simple explanation be geographical location? Because in Europe it's like that, at least, because if you go to Spain, that's really far away from Ukraine and Russia. They don't quite understand the situation, I think, over there. Or Portugal or France. Well, France is waking up slowly, but
so yeah, but
it will take a while.
On that basis, not waking up now and being interested in it now means Spain has no basis for any complaint if Ukraine found a way to fly beavers or drones up and take out the LNG transport facility at Vysotsk. If they were to wipe that facility out and they could no longer move LNG out of there, Spain would be phenomenally upset because they're the largest user of LNG. But in my book, they've got no valid complaint. You're not coming to the party now. You've got no room to bitch later on. Touch me on your own time.
Yeah, I agree with that too. So there we have it. Have a nice day, people.
Thanks, man. Have a good day at work, and come back later on if you get a break. And your boss isn't looking, you know.
I think the most upsetting part about all this is whatever happened to security guarantees, whatever happened to Budapest Memorandum. This is a betrayal. The greatest betrayal. Yep.
And that's the extra slap in the face, isn't it, to Ukraine, that they have to put their cap in their hand and say thank you very much for $138 million of spares for a system from 1960s, when what you told us when we signed the Budapest Memorandum was that you would come to our aid if our borders were threatened, if our 1991 borders were threatened. So you want me to beg you and thank you for doing the things that you very well agreed to do as a matter of course back when we signed the Budapest Memorandum. It is offensive. This even if the United States comes across with aid now, even if it does, it is still going to have to face up to the fact that there's a lot of credibility lost to the United States already. Already. I myself from Australia am no longer a proponent of spending $400 to $600 billion of money on nuclear powered submarines to provide a fast attack capability in this area of the world that I live in conjunction with the other things that the United States said it was going to do if we get into some shooting war down here, because I no longer have any faith that the United States is going to play the role they said they would. That's the honest truth, folks. I am no longer in favor of AUKUS. I think AUKUS should not be spent. AUKUS should be spent wholly and totally, any of that money. We should start spending 4% of our GDP in Australia, building ourselves a credible defense to be able to defend our country and our regional partners ourselves. Because America doesn't live up to its written agreements. The Budapest Memorandum was a written agreement. I don't care if it wasn't a full treaty. Should have been. I don't care if it was a full treaty. America agreed to it, and they signed it, and they've left Ukraine hanging in relation to what's happened to them since, and now treat the Americans that treat Ukraine like they ought to be pitifully and thankful that America is helping them with anything right now. You know, I want to punch those people in the, yeah, I do. I'm sorry.
In the throat.
Lower, but
Okay. Yeah, I agree. And the way that most of Europe looks at United States is it's a joke. It's a complete joke. What United States is doing, or a lack of thereof. So
yeah,
I
America is self-absorbed and unreliable. Europe is a mess, can't get its program together, and Australia is non-existent.
maybe we need to kind of broadcast what Russia is saying on their propagandist channels, because they're saying horrific stuff. I mean, it's threat after threat to Europe, to the West, to America. Like we're beyond of not escalating, or because it's fear, right? They don't want to escalate, but we're beyond that. Russia is not stopping. It has to be stopped. And I don't know, maybe we do need to broadcast what Russians are saying about United States.
I advocated that yesterday. Basically, I think that a cable channel in America should take Julia Davis, her translations of Solovyev, Scabby, and Margarita Simeon. They ought to pump out them broadcasting on a channel on a cable channel in America, just translated with no extra comment. Let America see, force America to see what Russia is saying about America and the West, and how they are going to win this, and they are going to crush you, and how weak and ineffective are all the things I've been saying about America and Australia and Europe. Factually, they've been saying with a flourish and with an intent that they are going to ruin you, and they mean it. These are the these are the Russian official outlets of each of these people that sit on, and they do that. I wish we could do that too, Slavi. The other thing I wish we could make America see is, I'd like Americans to see a film that shows them what defeat will be like in places like Mariupol and Kramatorsk and Kharkiv. If I would like to have them experience fully and sign off on what's going to happen to another couple million people in Ukraine as and when Russia's successful. Because if you want to spend some money, it's always got to be on the basis of a cost-benefit analysis. And if the cost is to avoid something bad, Americans should explore fully what it means to not support Ukraine. And ought to say, yep, we're okay with that. We've examined that possibility and we're cool with that happening. And if they would do that, well, I think things would be a totally different thing. If they had to listen to what Russia's saying about you, and if they had to examine the alternative to what we've proposed for a phenomenally reasonable cost, they would, but getting them to pay attention, Slavi, is the impossible part.
I'd like to see a case where appeasement actually worked. It doesn't. It's dead.
You're going to
or
be
frozen
waiting a
fruit.
long time.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, let's go to hands stabilizer, then Brian.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to comment on this. Well, this discussion, since we just joined NATO and it it doesn't look good, you know. Can you? And I think that the Swedes are having similar thoughts, that we just joined this club and this club is, I don't know, led by people that don't really maybe realize the seriousness of the situation and stuff like that. So
I would like
it's
to
not going great.
Finn, stabilizer Finn, I would like to see Sweden and Finland run NATO from now. Just move in and act as if you are running the show. That, you know, we need to see further bravery from folks who are willing to stand up and do things. The Swedish minister yesterday that talked about the defense minister talked about the jammer in Kaliningrad. We need to hear Finnish and Swedish voices extremely loudly in NATO, to the point where they start being offended about you being the new guy, right? Because like every club that I've ever joined, which was moribund and going nowhere, my two choices relatively soon after I joined those clubs, because I wanted to make a difference, was I'm either going to quit or I'm going to take over this thing and turn it into something that is meant to be meeting the charter that it was started for in the first place. And that's what I'd like to see. In the future with Poland and the other countries that recognize an actual threat and know how to deal.
Wasn't he a part of the Obama administration already, or no?
Yeah, he's worked his way up the diplomatic and you know bureaucratic core in the Americans, the same way that Wallander did in the defense, who made such an idiotic statement yesterday. The big problem with the Americans is, once again, they have it too easy. I mean, it's none of Jake Sullivan's relatives are living in any of these places that are going to get killed, and Jake Sullivan's lived a privileged existence his whole life, as have I, right? But not my whole life, but the thing is, these guys all went to Georgetown and Yale and all the expensive, big, you know, high-thinking universities, and the problem with them recognizing the threat in Russia, I'm convinced now from seeing what they were talking about earlier on, and this over cautiousness in relation to dealing with nuclear detente, the nuclear deterrent, and provocation, and falling into this entire landscape of logic where Russia got to define the terms upon which we're discussing things with them. That whole basis spheres of influence and old Cold War thinking. Russia accuses the West of Cold War mentality because it still has NATO, but Russia's the one that actually pursues the ideology of the Cold War by extending what it calls its spheres of influence. So Jake Sullivan and those guys, who the smarty smarts who are in charge of defining U.S. policy in relation to Russia, are all trying to play fourth dimensional chess and haven't gamed out yet. They didn't in Georgetown when he was in graduate school. They didn't game out the breakup of Russia after they looked at the breakup of the Soviet Union and blah blah blah. We'll contain this. We'll keep the nukes here, like, you know, as if they controlled the whole thing. But they act as if they control the whole thing, but then they don't act as if they can control the whole thing, and their thinking becomes very well, their actions become appeasing in relation to an adversary who is interested in continually expanding the envelope of acceptable behavior through provocations and escalations, while at the same time accusing you of escalation all the time, right? This is the trap that they're in thinking wise, and worrying about overly worrying about the nuclear capability that Russia has and its use of it has led them to thinking that things that aren't escalatory are escalatory, thinking that things like Russia, I mean, imagine the absurdity of saying Ukraine doesn't have the right to attack strategic resources and industries inside Russia. Have you ever read a book? Have you looked at the United States history since strategic strikes have been possible? I mean, wake up. You're not going to tell Russia. So that sort of thinking, that sort of, oh, we're going to figure this out and we're going to give Ukraine enough to survive, but we don't want Russia to collapse. And, you know, they haven't gamed it out. And because they haven't gamed it out, they're not willing to embrace what needs to be done in Ukraine on the basis of principle rather than politics, or trying to triangulate international affairs as if they can control it precisely. They cannot. They not only can they not control it precisely, they're not dealing with a good faith actor on the other side of the fence that it has any interest in playing along. The only interest Russia has in playing along diplomatically is to stall for time until it can do its next provocation or escalation of its ongoing war with everything that isn't Russia. That's what they're doing, and they're not failing to recognize the threat appropriately, and they need to be teleported back to the Winter War, frankly, and spend a few weeks doing that. Finn, Nolly, back to you, and then we'll go to Brian.
Yeah, thanks. And I encourage everybody to go on YouTube and watch documentaries for a while about World War II and how it started, because the mechanism now seems to be exactly the same as it was then. So yeah, thanks.
Good evening, Brian. How are things in North Carolina?
New Jersey.
Sorry, it's New Jersey. Who's the bloke we talked to from?
With the weather we had
Brian.
today, I kind of wish I was in North Carolina. We didn't. We haven't been having great weather here in Jersey, but as it relates to like isolationism, you know, we have 340 million plus or minus folks here in America, and certainly the MAGA Republicans are isolationists. There's no doubt about that. Your Mike Johnson is a great example. Solid country in many ways, but I wouldn't say that this is a privilege issue. You probably have close to 200 million or more Americans that totally support Ukraine. The problem is we have a jackass in the White House who's holding things up up on a political stunt tied to the Mexican border and the U.S. border. We could argue till the cows come home on our prior support to Ukraine being more robust, and I probably agree with most of that, for sure. Even though it's been a serious amount of support that's gone Ukraine's way over the last 24 months. It could have been more. I don't argue with that one bit. I forget the gentleman's name who just took over for lead of Ukrainian military, but he shouldn't have to ask for A-10 Warthogs. We probably should have given them or offered them day one, or 6 months in, or however you want to put it. They shouldn't have to be asking for this stuff 24 months in when it's a mothballed system. And people could argue, well, there's still a few that are flying in the U.S. military. Yeah, but it's a platform that's getting phased out. So, but don't forget that there's probably at least 200 million or more Americans that support Ukraine. It's really the MAGA crowd that doesn't. And sure, there's Republicans that don't, but there is a pretty good chunk of Republicans that do absolutely realize, excuse me, that Putin is a murderous piece of shit. I mean, they're not all clueless. It's the MAGA folks that are isolationists, that don't want to spend one penny outside of America because we're the greatest thing since sliced bread, and we have to spend money here before we spend it elsewhere. Well, that's all well and good as long as you don't have some guy who's trying to take over the world. And I think we all know that Putin probably is not going to stop with Ukraine. The nuclear thing, it's saber rattling. We've been talking about that ad nauseum for a long time. If Putin wanted to hit the button, the United States and would turn Moscow and St. Petersburg into a parking lot. So, I just that if that's still being used within the confines of the White House, that's pretty scary. But as it relates to Jake Sullivan, I really don't know a lot about Jake Sullivan, but I know he's not the one he's not Mike Johnson, and he does not have his finger on this quagmire that's going on right now in Congress. But good to hear everyone, and Slava Ukraini.
Haram Slava. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, look, as I say, I'm an equal opportunity abuser, and I'm not a fan of what I've seen from Sullivan, but I'm not a fan of what I've recently seen from Blinken or Vollander or Lloyd Austin, frankly, and they're all served for one guy. The guy that's responsible for them is Joe Biden, and Joe Biden hasn't said a word on Ukraine of substance since the State of the Union at the end of January. So you got to own it. This American administration has to own what's going on because they're the American administration. They're in the job at the time, and they got to own it. And their language should, if all they're going to provide is language, until such time as they get the weapons sorted out, the language they use should never, ever suborn the position of it, but Blinken did say it. We've heard it from Sullivan, we've heard it from Blinken, we've heard it from Austin, and we've heard it from Vollander that the United States doesn't want Ukraine attacking Russian refineries for a wrong-headed reason, which they are totally wrong about and makes them seem stupid or incompetent. Because that's the fact, Brian. It is.
Yeah, when
American administration needs to own that,
yeah.
but that doesn't compare at all to and it isn't just the MAGA crowd in the Republican Party. There's too much of the Republican Party in America who's willing to go along with the MAGA crowd because they think it might help them win the next election.
For sure.
There's a few Democrats that need to kick up the ass too, but it's all of you, Brian, collectively, because if American population supports Ukraine, where's the outrage? Where's the people calling their senators and their representatives?
I can assure you that's happening, but unfortunately, we can't tap Mike Johnson on the shoulder and tell him what to do. That's not how Washington, D.C. works. I hear what you're saying.
I know only Trump can do that.
Exactly. And as far as
but this is what I'm talking about. If Trump is controlling Johnson, as we've all heard, and may well be true based on the timing of when Johnson says something or changes his position based on what Trump does, you have an unelected person who's controlling the House of Representatives Speaker, and that's against the Logan Act. Why isn't somebody charging Trump with under the Logan Act for operating a shadow government? How is America being so enthralled by a small group of people, MAGA, these maggots, who how
But
are
we're
you
not
being
enthralled. Will, but
allowing to
we're
them to
not
run the
enthralled with them. It's a small portion of America that's MAGA. It's not a large portion of America.
Your policy, your policy to the rest of the world looks MAGA.
I understand how it looks, but there's no one that's contributed more dollars to Ukraine than we have. And people can say all day long, well, America's big, they should be doing that. It's economy of scale, yada yada yada. But it's factual. And what Lloyd Austin said pissed me off. He doesn't have any business telling Zelensky what to fire on, when to fire on it, and how to conduct his war. So that lit my hair on fire. So look, I get the frustration. I'm on everyone's side here, but don't think that there aren't 200 million Americans here that that don't support Ukraine. There are. MAGA is not 200 million strong. I can guarantee you that. With that to an extent. There is, I think you kind of hit on preoccupation to a degree. There is some of that here for sure. It's not easy to make ends meet in America these days. I think that's part of the issue as well. But
that's also bullshit. Cost of living bullshit. It's bullshit. United States.
I live here, and I
Brian,
can tell you it's not bullshit.
But there is a perception about cost of living that is beyond what the actual problem is. Unemployment is at record lows in America. If people can find jobs, if change jobs that make better money, that there are things that happen. Yes, I understand that there are cost of living pressures and housing pressures everywhere, but those pressures are being overinflated to get you to focus on only yourself. That's one of the causes of America's far too large introspection right now is this, the price of gas is going to go up.
Well, that's certainly
Ukraine's
not
got
on
to
the
stop doing
Democrats
that.
aren't worried about the price of gas. None of my Democratic friends talk about that. You only hear Trump supporters talking about gas. So I'll leave it at that. But I'm going to drop down. Love you guys, and
Thanks, Brian. Look, and I realize that the United States provided 47% of all of the aid given to Ukraine before they stopped providing anything. I realize that, and as I've said, the Ukraine should be thankful for that. But here again, that's the role that America voluntarily wanted to play in the world because it does have such a massive economy and it can provide support. America's support on the basis of its GDP is very low compared to the European countries that are contributing to support for liberal democracy. And that point needs also to be reinforced, that while you have provided 47% of the support up until October, the end of October. Even that at that time wasn't what America purported to want to provide, to be the essential partner for peace in the world. And all I'm saying is, if America wants to be seen as the essential partner for peace in the world, they can't cry poor and ask everybody to do more than that. If you want to change the balance in the world of contributions, state it openly up front. Don't let Ukraine find out about the fact that you're no longer willing to play that role by giving them words that say you're going to support them and then leave their cities to be destroyed by not coming through with technologies that only you have, Brian. Only America has Patriot missile systems, and they're the most effective against these ballistic missiles. It's just the fact. If I could give them Patriot missile systems, they'd have them already. So America has not only monetary contributions, but contributions in technology that only America can provide. So it's a bigger deal than just the money. But the Americans who I've spoken to, who are overly focused on what America has done so far, are they're missing the point. The point is that you committed to help Ukraine maintain its 1991 borders, and that's not happening. And only you can provide the level of support that they need to really hold off this onslaught now, because only America builds Patriot missile systems. And I'll note that Raytheon said they could knock out basically one of those a month. They've got orders for 7, and none of those the 7 that they've got ordered are going to Ukraine. So there's capacity there that's not being used as well. The same way we've got capacity here in Australia that's not being used to make more Bushmasters. Slavi, you go ahead, and then Stabilizer Dan and Amos, and I'm not going to say a word. I promise.
Yeah, I wanted to mention, and it was a pretty interesting interview with Gary Kasparov that came out today on MSNBC, and he's saying you got to look at the mentality of the Russian mentality, and that Ukraine isn't really the enemy to Russia. It's to Russia, it's a NATO puppet, right? The real enemy is NATO to Russia. And that in Putin's eyes, the Cold War was actually World War III. And this is World War IV for him. He's trying to kind of avenge World War III, which was the Cold War. I found that kind of analysis very, very interesting. And yeah, that and it's very true. That is their mentality. That's how they're acting. These propagandist channels like Solovyovov's and yeah. So it's I think it's important to spread this kind of messaging that that America is the enemy to Russia here. It's very, very important for kind of these MAGA people to know. All right, let's go to some hands. I'm not sure who was next, but
Now is next, then Dan, then Amos.
Yeah, thanks. Brian said the answer to my question, because I was going to ask that, isn't the MAGA crowd a small minority in America? And apparently they are. So let's go to somebody else.
Yeah. I think the people who would purport to be in the Make America Great Again cognitive dissonance club is only about 20 to 25% of the Republican Party. But I'll note that the guy who was questioning Wallander and put her on the spot and had her answer such a terrible answer about Ukraine yesterday is a guy who was just a Republican, and he's seen as a good guy. But he's a good guy that hasn't signed the discharge petition. He's willing to sit there and score valid political points off of the Undersecretary of Defense, but he's not willing to pony up with his actual vote and move things along to actually support Ukraine. So he's just performance art, frankly. And I did promise I wasn't going to say anything, but I had to. Sorry, fellas.
all good.
Dan?
Well, I also wanted to add that it may seem like MAGA is big because online, at least, amplifying their voices kind of and pretending to be MAGA. So Russia is MAGA, basically. Dan?
Yeah, Will, I agree with everything you say. Most everything. Yeah, but I would say 99.1%. Yeah. When you said now or later, I think we're already at later now. I really do. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but we're at later. We've done this to ourselves, and you're right. We're self-absorbed here in the United States. We're more worried about let's see, the price of food, the price of gas, the price of this, the price of that, but don't mind going out and getting the price of the latest electronic gadget for the kids, or something that we really need to have, like a TV set, giant humongous TV set, or the latest wash machine, even though the wash machine we got is working, but this is a better one. This is America. Yeah, we love to consume, but this is pitiful. It's disgusting. It just makes me ill. So ill I can't eat most days. This is disgusting. This is worse than World War II in my book. Our response
here. First of all, I wanted to circle back. Nolly was asking about Jake Sullivan, and Nolly, I DM'd you a link to a really good article on Jake Sullivan. I read that a number of months ago, and it was really enlightening. It's in a publication called Tablet Magazine, and the article is the George. I also put that link in the Purple Pill area. Anybody wants to read that article, really good insight into who he is, his background, and why he thinks the way he does, and why he makes the recommendations that he does. That gets into one of the points that I want to make, is kind of maybe a subject for discussion. We're all trying to figure out, people in Europe, us people here who support Ukraine, people in Europe, like, why is the US making the decisions that they are, given that we're divided enough? We got problems on both sides of the aisle, but particularly just looking at the Biden administration. Why have they been so timid? Why have they been so incremental? Why have they been pussyfooting? I put it the other day in one of my comments. And everybody's debating about that, and this whole latest thing with striking refineries, and are we really afraid, that we're going to upset the oil markets and all that kind of stuff? And I really think there's something else behind the reasoning of the administration that they just don't want to reveal, and it's really upsetting. I've heard a lot of talk this last week about lack of transparency from the administration. And I think that said before a week or two ago that I think they don't want to show us how the sausage is made. I think, and of course we can only speculate, but I think that there's a good chance that we're really doing the escalation ladder management business to the nth degree. We should have abandoned that approach a long time ago. And there's also the factor of, well, we maybe so, because we sure as heck don't want them to fall apart, because then that would be a mess. And what I've been saying on Twitter is that, Russia needs to be taught a hard lesson. And we're not going to be able to teach them that hard lesson if we're playing an incrementalist game and an appeasement game. It's going to take a lot for them to learn this lesson. And if they don't learn it, if we don't give them a hard lesson, they're going to be back. And I'm sure, Will, you'd agree with that. Real quick, I also wanted to mention, in terms of what we spend here in the United States in supporting Ukraine, Will, your comments are very spot on. And I've been saying on Twitter for a while that we could easily, I've seen a pie chart of Ukraine aid against the totality of federal spending, our federal budget, and it's a tiny sliver. We could easily triple our aid to Ukraine without causing any real economic pain to the United States. And so, I know, I forget who it was. Somebody said that, Brian, maybe that well, we've given more than anybody. Well, I think we need to look at GDP, because that's a measure of economic power. The United States, our economic power is far greater than the people that we're comparing ourselves to. And if you look at contributions by GDP, I think there's probably about 20, 22 countries ahead of us in Europe that are.
Yeah, my data matches yours, Amos. The United States contribution based on GDP, and that's why I believe in normalizing, so that I can beat the living shit out of Australia. Our GDP contribution is 0.03%, putting us not even on the first page of the list that you're looking at. But the United States position that you named there is correct. That the United States contribution is puts you somewhere down in the 20th or 25th, something like that. It's not reasonable at all based on your contribution. And but it was 47% of all of the over. So when I talk to my relatives in America, and they're, yeah, but well, we're doing our share, man. We've done half. Why doesn't Europe step up? It is a perspective that, while true, doesn't match the aspirations or traditional role of the United States. And if you want to give up that traditional role, you need to say you want to give up that traditional role. Look at Marvel Comics, right? All Marvel Comics are parables about the America. Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, all these morality plays about what's, and Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. America took on the role of being Spider-Man in the world because it could, because it had the capability to do so, and it had the aspiration to make sure that liberal democracies were supported around the world. It did. Not whether or not it's right or wrong, it did that. And if it doesn't want to do that anymore, it needs to make that statement before it cuts off support, or it's aiding and abetting the enemies of democracy. Let the other liberal democracies come up and rise to the occasion before you withdraw your support, if that's what you intend to do. That would be the fair, reasonable, and ethical thing for the United States to do, and that it hasn't done that. I don't run America and don't want to run America, but I wish America would live up to its principles, or at least telegraph to the world in a timely fashion that it no longer wishes to play that role. That's all I'm asking for, is some reliability, repeatability, and transparency from the United States on what its intentions are, because its intentions here don't look like it wants Ukraine to survive. It early on today, when Chuck was on, there was a non-regular speaker, but he raised the question about, one of these, what if there's a big power play going on here and America's decided, with China or Russia, that the sphere of influence thing. The truth is that the United States has a responsibility to tell the world that it no longer wants to be operations with people who are definitely coming to your aid if they say you're coming to your aid. And we're no longer going to make commitments that we're coming to anyone's aid, because we're actually not going to. If they said that and we had 5 to 10 years to prepare, that would be, I wouldn't agree with it, but it would be a reasonable position for America to take. But they're not really doing that. Slava, you chip in, and then back to Amos for a response he wants to make, and then on to Peter Hederley, and then I'm going to have to vacate the seat because Mockers is here, and probably HR is getting calls about me already.
I got a drop as well. So I just wanted to say I've opened my messages. If you guys, if anybody here in the United States, even California, that's even better. If you guys want to join making some calls to these solar panel companies, I'll be putting together a group, see what we can do. I know it seems tedious, but think of this as payback for all the cattle calls solar panels, solar companies did to your house. So might as well make it a little bit of fun, I guess. But
Well,
yeah,
Slavi, when you have those calls, to those companies, which is great. I really like this initiative you've talked about with DryFly. Also, talk to them, ask them for additional contacts at smart metering and smart grid companies, because when you go to distributed power production like that, some of the technology that's needed and the suppliers that are going to need to be involved are the folks that need to be able to help set up a smart distributive grid so that you can take advantage of distributed power generation in a manner that's going to be stable for everyone to use.
fantastic. I was just making notes. If I have any more questions, well, I'll definitely ask you about it. But yeah, guys, if you want to join kind of this initiative, I would love to have you. And on that note, Slava Ukraini. До побачення.
Haram Slava. Yeah, thanks, Slavi. Great spending time with you again, and harnessing your on the ground knowledge and well, I mean, your empathy for what's going on in Kharkiv because you live there. It's a viewpoint we've got to stay connected to, because that sort of visceral emotional response attachment to a place is honestly going to be the thing that is necessary in the next 6 months to see that Ukraine survives this summer from what's going to be a Russian offensive somewhere with limited ammunition to hold that offensive off. That's sorry, folks. That's be able to deal with the effects of elimination of a lot more of the power system and be able to sustain additional assaults by Russia, because they're coming. They are coming. Peter Hederley, go ahead.
Good morning, Will. I should be asleep, but I couldn't sleep, so I woke up, so I thought I'd tune in. Had a bath as well, and I just want to say what you have been saying is excellent. Keep on with the message. Don't get dissuaded. Slavi's dropped down now, but thanks as well to Slavi. Yeah, it's just not good. I haven't heard what's happened over this last night. I would say good morning, but it's probably good evening to you. And to keep it up, because the quality of your commentary is absolutely bang on as always. So that's all I've got to say. Don't give it up. All right.
Thanks, Peter. I won't be giving it up. I have worked on so many losing causes in my life. It is my natural just it's my natural pattern. If I'm right, I'm going to work on it till the bitter end, even if I know it's not going to succeed. A little known fact: I've got 3 inventions, and none of them have ever made me any money because because that's what I'll do. I'll stick with things even when they work, but no one believes they're of any value. It's what I do. I can't help it, so I just carry. Here each and every day that I'm working. Amos, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I wanted to pull back a little higher altitude view from what I was talking about previously. And I was talking about the mess that we have and all of that. And I think that part of what we're missing is that we need to pull back and take a kind of a higher altitude view of that. If you want to look at both sides of the aisle, each side of the aisle has its own problems. It doesn't help us when we say it. Also be really aware of, and I think there's not enough awareness of it, is to consider the idea of how much effect Russia's hybrid warfare is had and is having on the United States in our policy making, in our society, in our Congress, and the way everything's working. And I think the effect that they've had is a lot larger than many of us realize or want to realize. It's not talked about much. All the talking heads, all the people in government that I listen to, maybe these conversations happen in closed door intelligence committee hearings. I don't know. But I think policymaking and the whole process of government is being manipulated a lot more by Russia. A country with an economy that's smaller than Spain's is having this outsized effect, essentially wreaking havoc, as far as I'm concerned, with party. They seem to be on a jihad of power at any price. And I think there's a real good likelihood that there's been a lot of manipulation into that position by Russia in terms of how they manipulate through social media, psychological operations, information warfare, convincing conservatives that they need to just mount all-out warfare, and there can be no bipartisanship. On the Democratic side, the policy in the administration of appeasement and escalation management and timidity. I believe that that's probably been influenced also by hybrid warfare, psychological operations, and things like that. So I know it's a big subject, but I think it would be really useful and important for us to think about that and talk about that, and maybe at some time get some experts up on here. We have some experts in those areas, and talk about that, because it's frustrating to me that it's not talked about much. Frustrating to me that it's not talked about in government. It's like it's something else. I'll just end it there.
Oh, I think he's taken a jump from the high table. He's coming back. He's coming back. Apologies. Morning, by the way, folks. I'm trying to bring him back. I am.
Good
Normally
morning.
only works like on the third go for some reason for me. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Will, did you have an answer for Amos, or were you just popping back up to bother me?
Yeah,
No?
a bit of column A and a bit of column B. Can I go with that? Yeah, no,
Okay.
Amos, look, I share your view. America to me is like my best buddy who's in a toxic relationship that I keep wanting to offer advice to or make observations that you've made. Something's the office, because it's not everybody out of the office except the translator, and meets with the foreign secretary and the ambassador from Russia in private, and then takes the translator's notes, folks. I see this stuff from the outside. I go, holy shit! How can you guys be allowing that to happen? How can you allow the ambassador from Russia to be standing at the Republican National Convention in 2016, talking to Paul Manafort, and then the whole platform on Ukraine gets pulled out of the Republican platform? Doesn't anybody look at that and go, "Guh, what?" and Paul Manafort's back on the campaign trail for Trump, right? Redeemed himself along with that sex pest they've also got in. These are the folks. I mean, I look from outside, look into America, and I go, holy shit! Does somebody not recognize that and want to do something about that bad influence that's going on in America? And takes they have on Russian relations, and you go, holy crap! Are you having all those people in just to see the way you don't want to do it? But I don't know. I don't know what's going on in America, but I see stuff that I find so troubling in the last 10 years that I really wish I could make Americans sit and watch. I wish I could do Stanley Kubrick's Clockwork Orange to Americans and make them watch some stuff like this. The Russian propagandist that Slavi mentioned, force Americans to watch what Russia's saying about you and what their intentions are for you, and then look around your country, and we go, should we say something to them, or are we going to be offensive? Are we going to, take offense that we're interfering in your internal politics? But at this point, I go ahead, because Russia's already interfering in your internal politics. So you might as well get in there with the rest of them and let the Australians influence your internal. Yeah, like Australia is going to influence your politics in America. All we can do is be your friend and say, folks, I think you've got a problem here, and the problem's Russia.
Well, I think all of us have got a problem, and that's our problem, to be fair. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, we did have a howl that was going through the house about half an hour ago. So I don't know whether they,
Nice.
I don't know whether they woke everybody up or not. But Will, I think you better come to the British Empire, mate. You better come over to the UK, right? Because it's, you definitely don't want to be in America, and you don't want to be in Australia either, by the sounds of it. Anyway, I
just didn't have time in my segment to say beat up.
It's okay. We'll sort it all out now. But I've got three things that I just looked at my social media feeds when I woke up this morning, before I even started listening to you guys, and that I've got three things in my head, folks, right? I've got Marjorie Taylor Greene putting up a picture of Putin somewhere in the, so I don't know if that was fake or not fake, but anyway, that appeared, right? I've got Beefeater telling us that Switzerland are about to do the Nazi gold thing, and remove the in China. Or something from Jay in Kiev, basically saying, well, actually, we're in. Putin thinks we're in World War IV because World War III was the Cold War, and the headline is Russia has already defeated America. I thought, well, that's a good start for the morning. So I'll leave it at that. I'll just throw those in there for discussion.
Well, you know what I say. I always say that America is currently under attack, and that is why they are frozen in place like they are. Linda, go ahead.
Long time, and I'm one that remembers Khrushchev's, because it made the nightly news when and when the nightly news was not like 24/7 news-ish stuff. It was real news with real journalists, etc. But anyway, I remember that because I remember my dad's reaction to that when it made the nightly news, and it was not good. That was a very long time. Has not altered from that path. It might have been, speeded up, slowed down, etc. along the way, but it's still the path from way back when, right after World War II. So the other thing I wanted to say too is this whole and okay, a couple of things. Russia is one of the main actors, probably the biggest elephant in the room, but I would propose certainly one of the big ones, if not the and probably the biggest. The other thing that I wanted to say too is this is when we need to try to get people speaking about this. This is really important, who actually know what this domain is. So, for example, I cannot come up here and speak authoritatively or have a strong opinion that is accepted about the different kinds of missiles or the different kinds of boats or airplanes. I don't know that stuff. You have people that come up here and speak that do know that stuff, and I listen. But I certainly am no authority of speaking about that stuff. Now, when we're talking about psychological operations, information warfare, um, cognitive science, social psychology, neuroscience, etc., linguistics, there are actual experts in that area. And those are the people that where we need to get expert opinions. And two different things. So just like we have people speaking here with knowledge about, how to conduct warfare and military strategy and submarines and whatever, because there's some real knowledge here. I just want to caution that we don't get off with a bunch of opinionating in this area, which is critically important, that I'm hoping that we can get some actual knowledgeable people, some actual expertise talking and helping us to understand the dynamics of that.
Event, almost as traumatic as Chris hanging up on me when I told her I love her again today.
I know, I'm so rude. I'm sorry. I was really hungry at the time. So, yeah, I had no food. So I was like, yeah.
No, it's okay. I didn't.
But information experience of America and what is said in America and all the various situations going on there. What, in your opinion, could be done to increase the resilience against Russian propaganda? I don't. Too much power. Thanks.
I have
Sorry.
a little point that the American government runs on 3 separate arms of power, doesn't it? So that no one part of it has all the power, as in, it gets complicated. I think that's the best way to put it. Amos, go ahead.
Yeah, Nolly asked a really regarding what you said. Golf resort in Florida, and arm twisting the Speaker of the House to hold up critical foreign aid bills that affect national and global security. So, you know, we're at a unique point in our history that we shouldn't be at as the so-called leader of the free world. And circling back to Nolly's question, you know, I've thought about that question a lot, and I think that, you know, I've heard discussions of, there's another forum, another space here where we discuss that a bit. And, you know, the problem we have here is we have a thing called the First Amendment. And every time you talk about shutting down bots and trolls and all that kind of stuff, people start screaming about the First Amendment. So I think that the best defense that we have is an offense. And what we need is counter programming. And I think we need not necessarily to use their techniques, Russia's techniques, in the way that they use them against them. In other words, we don't need to be doing disinformation. We need to be having a fire hose of valid fire hose of, and how that comes about. Number one, I think we need people in the federal government to step up and do it. We need people in Congress. They've got a platform. They can get up and speak for 5 minutes. They need to be up on the House floor and the Senate floor talking about the impact of disinformation and psychological warfare and information operations. In that, it's highly corporatized, and they're focused on getting eyeballs, getting attention. Our attention spans here in the United States, I don't know about Europe, but they've shrunk to the attention span of a gnat. And even gnats are more persistent with their attention span, because if you have sweaty skin, they'll go after you and after you and after you, and they'll keep at you. But it's not a good analogy, maybe. But you know, we need kind of a full-on fire hose of reality, proactive counter programming, I think, is the best solution to that.
Thank you so much, Amos. I'm having a problem bringing people up. Don't know why.
Well, yeah, it's
What Amos said. I want to double down. Say that, yeah, the United States governmental system, governmental architectural system, architectural design is complicated for a reason. And that reason, for the most part, has been good in that it makes it more difficult and it's complicated and messy, and sometimes but sometimes we've missed on that. This is the first time that we have experienced what I personally considered um, a willing or unwilling agent of a foreign power, as opposed to for the benefit of the U.S. and the rest of the world, and for democracy in general. And it's also my belief, we've had bad actors before in all branches of government, corruption, yada yada. We've had that. But what I feel that we have had and money, bribery, and compromat, and whatever, right? Um, using whatever means possible. It's not splody things. It's a different, more insidious kind of warfare. And yeah, who are knowledgeable, not just about splody things and military physical tactics, but intelligence and military psychological tactics, because this is, you know, but I was going to make a direct question at one point in time with Chuck Farrer, and or whomever else that was up. To what extent is that information, is that talent base, that knowledge base being leveraged? Just like we're leveraging, people that know how to build airplanes and missiles and stuff. It's right that we have that kind of knowledge employed. Are we also employing the other kind of knowledge like linguistics and neuroscience, and it's a social psychology and cognitive psychology, et cetera, et cetera? That I don't know. And that concerns me because but I do know that the knowledge base of how to build better airplanes and better missiles is being employed. I do know that. Is sufficiently being employed by all branches of government that needs to employ it. Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say I tagged a few more people on that if they haven't seen it. That like, so basically he calls out, if you like, this whole idea. Hopefully, I'm explaining this properly, but he calls out this whole idea, if you like, that misinformation and disinformation, and basically just says, no. This is the way they want it to be. They're just using that. They're just using the Russian, the Russian talking points and all the rest of it to mission. It's not even really a misinformation, disinformation, propaganda issue, right? Because they want to be, they're not being influenced, right? They're just using all of that information, if you like, to get what that, right? I mean, the MAGAs and that, right? They don't even speak the truth. They're not even interested in the truth, right? You can't have a rational conversation with them because they're just not interested in facts and truth.
Got crowd saying one thing, but they're not in charge right now, are they? It's the Biden administration that is, or should be in charge at least, because people have voted for them. And America is actually a democracy, yeah? So my question actually is to the Americans again, that do you see a change coming in all of this that we previously talked about, the misinformation and resilience and stuff like that? Thanks.
Ahead.
Yeah, good question. I think that's an open question, whether or not we're gonna wise up or not. And honestly, I've been getting more and more pessimistic. I hate to say it, but I'm just worried that it's gonna get to the point where it's gonna take he's right. I think Chris is right that Lev is right that Republicans will pick up talking points and false narratives and stuff that they know are wrong, and they'll run with it anyway because they know it's effective. They know they can use it. But I think they're is a case in point. What they're doing to all religious believers, essentially in areas that they control, that aren't aligned with the Russian Orthodox Church. And we've got people like Marjorie Taylor Greene spouting off about how Russia stands for Christianity and Ukraine is persecuting Ukraine is persecuting Christians and all that stuff. And I think that, well, first you got false Christians that are just, they're more interested in the politics than they are in their faith. But there's Christians out there, and I've seen it, and they're manipulated into believing things that aren't true. I think, and trying to negotiate, nuclear arms control with him and all that stuff, going to be okay. And what was interesting about that is that some of the worst repression in the world against Christians is in North Korea, and there was not a peep, not a peep out of the president, and there was not a peep out of his supporters, either voters or people in Congress, asking the president to sit down and have a serious talk with Kim Jong-un about his repression of Christians in North Korea. So I don't know, I'm kind of going off into the weeds there, but I don't know, I think I just hit a dead end, but that's my thoughts.
Video mockers, but anyway, he in that he refers to Biden as the feckless and Trump as the reckless. So he said, so basically he says, Gnarly, the problem that we've got here is that we've got the feckless and the reckless going on, if that helps you at all. So yeah, I tried to tag you in that, and it came up with somebody who was the Black Death or somebody. I thought, oh, I better not tag them.
Well, you could, but it might not help. A little piece of that, and yeah, well, I'll have to have a proper look at it. Say these truths and get it out there, because otherwise people just won't understand what's going on. I mean, you can't keep quiet about it, can you? You've got to talk about it. What the hell's going on with the nest, by the way? I have no idea what's going on there, by the way. So I'm going to leave that to you, Prince, to yeah, like I say, there is an actual attack on fantastical, because you know what, the other side's been doing that for ages, talking about the most nuts and most fantastical things, and it's about time we stopped being a bit afraid of, sounding like lunatics, and just, said it out loud. This is happening, by the way, guys. Did you notice? Because we need to get serious about it, and that, that's only because you've been led to believe that everything out of the ordinary must be.
Well, I would just want to say that 100% agree with you, Mockers, and that, and like the stuff that is coming out, I mean, when I saw Beefeater's thing about Switzerland, right, and that they basically, they want to remove all the sanctions on Russians and China, right? So basically, so they can keep all the money mockers, right? Well, that's just like, yeah. Well, that's just like Nazi gold all over again, isn't it? With Switzerland, right? Thing that's going on outside. Okay, well, we've seen that before, right? But like you say, Mockers, this stuff that's coming out. Okay, bring it on. Let's see it, right? That the tentacles are getting exposed, and people's
Battle lines need to be drawn. Yes, you're absolutely right. Brian, welcome up.
Hey, yeah, and Linda, has brought up the psychological warfare, the propaganda, the misinformation, all that stuff, and it is true. I think Lev Parnas pretty much hits it on the head. I mean, the MAGA folks are already in that camp. Every it was called the Havana syndrome when there was a meeting. That's when it started, when this mysterious illness was hitting, I believe, folks in either Homeland Security, FBI, or CIA, where they were having short-term memory loss. They were dizzy. They were, I believe, appetite loss was one of the symptoms. Written in Russian. This guy was apprehended 7 to 10 days ago. I might have that off a little bit on timeline, but there's literal Russian agents in the United States attempting to and poisoning our own intelligence folks. So it's not just it's not just through the news and bots and all and spam. It's happening physically here in the United States, and it's not talked about that much. But if you look up Havana syndrome and check 60 Minutes from about a week ago, you'll learn a lot about it, and it's not talked about, and it's kind of shocking. Um, it'll blow your mind.
Well, I think that is actually the thing, Brian. It does the plot of a film, and I think that's why a lot of people just kind of go, yeah, of course. But you see, there's been so many other conspiracy theories as well that this thing just sounds like another one. Yeah, taking out all your agents with some microwave ray gun thing. It does sound fantastical and crazy. And of course, sounding, we just kind of go, yeah, no. And we don't really believe it. And then, of course, 60 Minutes comes out, and although that was focusing on one part of the investigation itself that was released was much more extensive. And well, I would say that you don't get all of that information and research without there actually being something to it. So you know, a personal attack on that person. They are permanently changed because of it, and of course that makes them less capable in the future. Probably have to be replaced in their job, and in one easy step. Yeah, those, you know, the legislation came out, nobody believed it because it sounded so fantastical. And these poor folks have just, you know, gone around not being believed when they have actual physical symptoms. Yeah, Russia's been up to a lot. That when you don't react to things like that properly, when you know it's them as well, because in both cases, I believe they used a substance which is only really made and owned by Russia. So it was a teensy bit obvious it was them. And I point for what they'd done. Yeah, we might have imposed some sanctions and we might have expelled a few people, but we didn't do anything that would really hurt them. And we've done that. The Brits, all of us have done that all along. They've done something and we've kind of gone, but we don't really want to argue with them, so we'll just send them a harsh letter, which they probably laughed at and wiped their normal, whatever normal is. In the world where people just don't want to murder their neighbour for everything they own, you know, just on a regular basis, in a world where people just want to get along, do their work, go home, look after their families, have a nice life, in that world, these things do seem incredible, but in the world bubble, and you think that others also think and feel the same as you, that they just want to look after themselves and their families and, you know, go about their business as well. And over, it's done, it's over. And we don't sort of like have in our heads that it isn't just a few individuals. Unfortunately, in this case, it is a nation, an entire nation of people who have had this hatred pumped into their brains for so many years that they feel that they're thoroughly just enjoyed a period of peace, and we've not wanted to look at those bad things that we've sort of seen coming in our, you know, in the distance, because we're kind of happy here and we don't want to change. We hate change. All humans already broke. Yeah, unfortunately, that's how I see it. That there is, there is a mindset change that we have to understand. They don't think like us. They can't be persuaded like we can. They're not going to be moved by diplomatic anything because they just laugh at us. They don't give a toss. Yeah, so we've restricted ourselves with all our niceness and all our good. Unfortunately, am I making sense, Brian?
Oh yeah, for sure. And the whole 60 minutes thing, I had apprehended several years ago. I'm going 5, 8 years, 10 years, and they lived in my dad's hometown of Montclair. Just a couple going about their business, and we all know they're spies, and we have spies every. Watch the story and think about it for more than 20 minutes. And just to touch, I really wanted to just touch about on something that Stabilizer brought up. Does the House Speaker have too much power? And I would say yes. I mean, I was shocked to realize and embarrassed that I didn't know that Mike Johnson is able to say no to voting on a bill. The U.S. border with Mexico, language is structured, and the framework that is tied to up for a vote. I mean, the fact that he can block. I was like, wow, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Sorry, Marcus. It is.
Oh, right. I've not let you talk.
Been as it is right now, and this is extremely frustrating. It's extremely frustrating for us because we're watching it, especially when we see things like were pointed out earlier about what's on the agenda to vote on next week. It's absurd. So, I said to somebody today, I said, I feel like going to Washington, D.C. and grabbing his hand and walking him up to the chair and say, okay, take the vote now. But that would just get me put in jail. And that would be useless.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Anyway, so I bet you they have elevators, though. I bet you they do have elevators. Because, Tammy Duckworth, I don't think she's climbing a whole lot of stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Tammy Duckworth climbs a lot. She probably climbs stairs, yes, but I think there's a limit there. And I'm not trying at all I'm just trying to point out the fact that, I mean, if there have been members of Congress who use wheelchairs, so there must
oh, what do I say? Well, first of all, you know, like on Johnson, no, you've never seen this before because nobody else other than the MAGAs has ever been prepared to do it before. But you know, that's always been true of Trump, isn't it? He's, you know, he's done things that no reasonable person would do, if you like, right? And that is the problem. That goes, it sort of goes back to what we were saying, doesn't it, Mockers? It's all coming out now. You know, the boil has burst. I'm a bit squeamish on that, but anyway, it's, yeah, illustrates the point. You know, it's all coming out, and I think, you know, on the Russians and the Chinese and everything else, there's such a lesson for us there, Mockers, right? Have been so focused based so much focus and dedication on this, right? Well, basically, we've just been effing around, haven't we, having fun? You know, that sort of, if the best way I can put it, you know, ourselves. You know, we'll have, you know, let's it, you know, but hello, there's a secret war going on here. I watch now because it's a 60 minutes thing, right? I was like, oh, that sounds a bit weird. You know, like, I'm not sure whether that would be true, but that is the problem, isn't it? Like, as you quite rightly said, you know, we're like, oh, I will put that in the bin of, you know, conspiracy theory. Be discussing some of this stuff on the cyber segment later this afternoon, and that, and Tracy's been digging around in research and that Christopher James had been doing, and that, and so and she's got some interesting points to make. That's part of a company called Under Defense. And Andrew actually was at the International Security and Cybersecurity Expo last year and met Christopher J. In fact, you know, because I turned up a bit later than that, you know, they probably had more time together than I did. So yes, because one of it's like basically, okay, the Ukrainians are there on the front line and they're going through all this stuff, right? And they're producing these companies. How can these companies help other countries? You know, so how can these Ukrainian companies help other countries and that, and you know, companies and people to defeat these bloody Russians, Mockers, right? So yeah, so just a bit of a plug, if you don't mind.
Speak to me, Mockers. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
you.
was I just talking to a muted mic?
Yeah, you just muted yourself in the middle of talking.
Oh, I'm a dickhead. Never mind.
Circle of friends. About discussions. And furthermore, in your opinion, does NATO still work when this all comes to having a war with Russia, which I am starting to think that it actually will happen, since the aid is not being given from anyone really.
But I have a couple of things that I want to add.
That's true.
Yeah. that is true. I have a couple of things I want to add to this. It is possible, indeed, for about the last 2 months, that equipment, good equipment, is only being handed out to top units like the VDV. They receive BMP3s and BM armor at all. Now, standard situation. So if they do turn up Nale, they're not going to turn up with any vehicles. So there is that. Make you feel slightly better.
Yeah. But out the way I think it will, I will be sitting in a trench in 5 years. And I'll be an old guy by then. Well, I'm old now too, but I'll be even older. So, yeah.
Yeah. My birthday on Monday, just so you know. My birthday on
Thank you. Yeah, Nolly, I really appreciate all your questions. You're asking really good questions. In that question about allyship, that's interesting because, I mean, a lot of this is obvious. Selfishness and self-absorption in among Americans in the United States. And I think that that's a big part of it. It's frustrating to me. I'm an older guy, Cold War, and our generation, of course, we understand the idea of having an obligation, and we understand that our security is tied to the security of people in Europe. Here on Jitter, I call it frequently. Um, We got to take care of ourselves. Really foolish to not see that your security and even your jobs and your financial security. I mean, Americans are so focused on how well am I doing financially and what's the cost of my groceries and all this stuff. What the heck do you think is going to happen if a full-scale war breaks out across all of Europe? And a large portion of our economy is actually intimately tied to Europe. What kind of a major effect do you think that that's going to have on our economy, our jobs, your financial well-being? And of course, we should not only be thinking selfishly. And we don't. Part of it is related to that we don't teach history here in the United States. We teach it, but if we teach it, we don't teach it well. And even more, that's and there's a lot of historical ignorance here in the United States. I remember way back in the early 2000s, I was talking to a client that came into our shop. Abominably ignorant. She took offense at that, and I was surprised that a European should take offense at that. But I don't think I was off base even back in the early 2000s. And we're in the same position that we were in the middle and late 1930s, where you got all the people running around saying America first, me first, take care of ourselves first, blah blah blah. Stick our heads in the sand and pretend that the problem. You want to learn about it, go listen to Rachel Maddow's really good podcast series called Ultra. That was really eye-opening even to me, and I'm in my 60s. So, but anyway, I'm giving a rambling answer, but you
Amos, you've got a point there. One thing the Brits do very much so is teach about the world wars. World War II, very much. Because, it was... the enemy can come to your door. And it's important that you recognize it before it gets there. Amos, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick feedback on that. One of the things that's really struck me as I've observed this war heat up and expand during the Blitz, World War II. That's a really impressive history to study that and to look at how the British people pulled together is really inspiring. And I would question would look at that kind of history and see the kind of example that the British set, and then the kind of example that the people of Ukraine are setting, and their courage and their perseverance. And to easy to say, well, I hear it a lot on Jitter. Um, well, that's their problem, you know. It's not just their problem; it's our problem too, and we need to get over our selfishness and wake the heck up.
Thank you, my friend. I think I'm Linda Nale Bryan. So let
As a primary question, fundamental question that needs to be addressed. Now, with regard to the UN, I see that as, I've done a lot of things in my career, and I spent a lot of years taking an approach called business process reengineering, which is a whole little paradigm, blah 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 blah. But anyway, and where's the failures? Where's the suffering? Where's the failures? Where the suffering going on? Where, things are happening that are not in line with mission and vision and guiding. Difficult in bureaucratic organizations, surprisingly difficult to answer when you go into departments, from large organizations to small organizations, departments, or the so with regard to allyship, that kind of goes to that. Now, before there was the UN, there was the League of Nations, and it was deemed to be a failure because when it was needed, it really didn't perform. And so do we need to just dump the UN and start up new? Well, maybe. However, I would strongly say, yeah, no, develop something else first, and then you dump the UN if, after you've already built its replacement. Or you go in, you do what's the mission of the UN? What's the vision? What's the guiding principle? Bureaucratic atrophy sets in, And the way to do that is to keep asking hard questions and keep renewing it. And in my opinion, about the UN would not become like a League of Nations. I would hope that the UN would be able to re-engineer itself, to stay relevant and stay up to date rather than just being atrophied. Useful end. So now one of the things that I see that gives me hope is there has been in Europe, there have been I can't remember the organ. And then the Baltics, they've kind of formed their own little alliance, right? I would love it if the Nordics and the Baltics formed, an alliance and maybe now there has, like I said, there's a name for it of a quasi group that I don't remember who all the nations were, but they were forming an alliance basically to defend themselves. That could be the beginnings of either a replacement for the UN or a peer organization. I think there's a role for a peer organization. Dramatic and some of it just incremental. And I think there needs to be deep analysis on that because we don't need a situation again where we just dump
All good points, Linda. All good points. Nale, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Regarding the Nordics joining alliances, we already have, since we are a part of JEF, which is Joint Expeditionary Force with it's so thanks everybody for that. And I actually have when Amos was saying that history isn't taught in American schools properly, I actually have but I was years ago, since I am old, that we have established on this space previously. So I was an exchange student in So okay, it was one person, but she was a product of the public school system, and I'm not blaming any of. I mean, if you can't grasp the concept of there being languages that you don't, that was a bit shocking to me. But it was just one person, and furthermore, I would like to say that I hope that some of you
Yes, I don't know. Maybe some of us do need to start running for government. I really don't want to here, though. Oh, there's some horrible people in our government.
The overarching feel in America right now is let's just take care of America. I think is inaccurate, wholly inaccurate. There's at least 170 million Democrats in America. If you just at 170 million people who support Ukraine right out of the gate. I don't know any Democrats that don't support Ukraine. That's just for starters. That would be a very weird person in a conflict weary. Obviously, we don't have boots on the ground. You know, NATO's a defensive in America that I think is probably palpable. Even with some Democrats, Iraq was not somewhere we needed to be. We were there for a long time. It spawned ISIS, yada yada. Foreign volunteers. They're not. We don't have troops on the ground. So I think that is something that I could point to. As far as allyship, period. You're going through your daily life. You're trying to make a living. You talk with your friends. Some of my friends are right leaning. I will tell you, I've cut some people out with someone who supports someone who tried to overthrow my own political system and democracy. Call me crazy, but I think there is a little level of fatigue. But look, funding Ukraine shouldn't cause fatigue, right? We're not losing troops in Ukraine. But I do not think that the overarching feel in America is that we just need to take care of the border between the United States and Mexico, and we need to shore up some folks. That's not a small amount. And then you can say, well, you need to change Mike Johnson's mind and you need to do something about Mike Johnson. and your system is not perfect, it's broken because this guy is holding up funding. I don't disagree with that. The system needs, and I share in the sadness every single day thinking about this, and it's been it's super frustrating. Prior we definitely have a bad rap on that, but I think we are smart enough to know that Hitler was a bad guy, and we're facing sort of part two here. Historically around the world, but that Putin is a murderous dictator, and I wonder if there's a false sense of like 50,000 troops. They've eliminated 7,000 tanks. What if he enters Europe and now NATO is in an aggressive stance, offensive stance? I wonder if some people just think that Putin would be wiped off the face of the earth if he a wise idea if Putin started sending missiles into Poland. Let's put it that way.
He kind of has, but not yeah, not directly. Shall actually love him to have a go at somebody else because oh boy, he'd be getting himself into trouble. Now I have no idea who is next, but I am aware that it's
That last point, Brian, that's an interesting point. You know, and I dangerous, then why are we so supposedly so worried about other countries? Because we've got NATO. Their strategy is not just bombs and bullets and missiles. Meaning other nations, and they'll pick off the ones that they can weaken first. The ones that aren't in NATO, like Moldova and Georgia, and some of the other ones, and they'll continue to undermine other countries in Europe. A country's citizens and their leaders may decide, we don't want another World War III. Maybe we just need to knuckle under and let them take Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania, etc.
who was next, Prince? Any ideas?
I'm gonna go with stabilizer.
Okie dokie. Go ahead now, Ali.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart, but I have unfortunately
notice that Need Freedom down there is waving? Perhaps Need Freedom is on a computer. Need Freedom, are you on a computer?
No, I was waving, but I don't know if you saw me waving.
I did see you wave. That's what made me go to you. When you do hit where you wave on the far right,
okay,
is where you raise your hand. But yeah, so just
learning a lot listening to y'all. My topics are sort of a little bit out of date now. Some people have actually left the space. I did want to make a comment on America under attack. That might be the reason why we don't see much of them these days. That election is so important down there. It's to take his eyes off that ball and start, mucking. Looking at that.
oh, are you Canadian or what?
I'm Canadian. Yes.
I heard that.
And the other thing I wanted to, when Will was still up, he was, and it doesn't seem to be a really good explanation for it. It's driving everybody crazy, right? And I was wondering about this, the new agreement that the Americans are just striking with the Japanese. And there's a document now up on the White House website in the briefing room that it's Jake's team. None of the guys from the NSC are named, but it's that group, and they're talking about this accomplishment. And if you read it, it's kind of boring, but if you goes on a great length about Jake Sullivan's particular policy. But it is quite a big deal, and I was wondering if the Americans have decided that they're going to turn their attention to Japan. And there's some statements in here about the production of arms and stuff. The mention that there's a little bit of a bandwidth problem around arms production. Over. So I was just kind of, trying to sort of figure out why nothing's happening. I wonder. Poland or whomever getting the ball rolling from over there. What do you think? That was my thought anyway. I'll stop. I'll drop down now.
Okay. I do not think that it is a right move for America to do something like that, to turn their and topics that I talk about on here a whole lot. I don't know if you know, is understanding genocide. And so I'm going to go that direction because that's what I'm going to do. Realistic, even more. They are letting down their obligations big time right now by not supplying them the aid that is required and needed in Ukraine. The United States is a signatory, and as a signatory to the Genocide Convention, they also have a duty to prevent, and part of that duty to one more thing that they're doing that is letting that duty to prevent an ongoing genocide from happening, and that's part of my thing. It's a huge mistake if that's what they think they're going to do. I don't think it's a smart thing. In the Congress today, I was busy doing other stuff, so I'm not even sure what he said. I really hope and I pray that.
Quite scathing, actually, Prince.
Was it good?
Unfortunately, I'm just trying to make do with captions that don't really work properly as well. So that's awkward. So let me just see if I can find you pretty much exactly what he said. So, here we go. States to continue playing a pivotal role in the affairs of nations. The American superpower model can and must be maintained. Freedom and, respect and fighting for, one's rights and what have you. And he said in very diplomatic language that basically you're letting yourselves down. And as far as we can see, at a time when our world is at history's turning point, freedom and democracy are under threat around the globe. And so, for starters, he speaks incredibly good English. And and imploring it to take a leadership role and not give in to isolation.
Not at the moment.
Hi, lass. Sorry, did you try to go to me before and I wasn't here?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. I was Malamute and I thought maybe I'd anyway. if you obviously, I've now read the 3,600 pages of the NDAA and the Black Sea Security Act that contained there within, right? And right? You know, at all, basically.
Amazing how nobody seems to bring them up, especially in the light of all their heinous crimes. They're just like,
But anyway, that is the reality, mockers, right? That in, you know, the bipartisan National Defense Authorization Act and the Black Sea Security Act, right? So I definitely, I've just been speaking to a few spook type people in America over the last few days, and that, you know, the whole focus is on China, right? Quickly, and that actually, if you are a sort of a, you know, Peter Zion fan, which I am a bit, you know, not so I don't believe everything that he says, right? That America has had, you know, the last, I don't know what you would call it, 6 presidents, if you like, or something, right? Whether Republican or Democrat, has been increasingly isolationist. And, you know, he also basically said, you know, if you were watching his videos at the, you know, when the Russians invaded, right? I think, you know, one of the reasons for that was he never thought that America would do anything at all. Because we ain't coming anywhere. You know, we're not coming to help you anywhere in the world, whether it be, you know, the Pacific, or whether it be, you know, Ukraine, right? We're not say he's not right on everything 100% of that, right? But according to him,
the way that ended.
yeah, we've also lost David for some reason. Now, I've been trying to get him to connect for ages as well. That's quite funny. In that case, we have one hand left. Jenny, you're the last woman.
I think that China is a problem now, and they're focusing on the Pacific because they didn't react. Because they're making Ukraine a political in China. And there was some, oh yeah, So if I do believe that if the U.S. had had like a swift and harsh response, the fact that this aid has been blocked, and they realize that they can use it. I actually made a post on it yesterday and saying that it's beginning. The other ones are going to it's pushed into a war nobody really wants to fight. This could be like actions that follow due to lack of engagement on Europe and the US when on Twitter. Uh, give me a thumbs up if you can unmute, Prince, or a thumbs down if you give me a thumbs up if you want me to waffle a little bit longer. And I I do remember reading about when the little green men, and I was too busy to even brush my teeth at sometimes. But it I didn't miss Crimea, and I remember being surprised at the lack of engagement from Europe. What happened? And I was among the ones that I thought that Ukraine would lose because it was a smaller country. And I came back, and other people hadn't changed their mind yet, but I had. And I kept reminding everybody about it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog that counts. I think believed that they could win in 1939 and 1940. And Ukraine is doing the very same thing. Can talk. Oh, um, it looks like it's just me. I'm so sorry. You guys get to hear me on my dog walk. My dog. No, it's. I think it's really easy to forget about the fight in the dog. I remember old she was, but I think she was up there with my now late grandmother, inching in on the 90s, and she had a can of
My mic covered.
Guys, we need to restart the space.
That's what I heard.
So I'm going to kill this space. Look at our timeline.